Chapter 121. It's exactly the same as. Then she subconsciously muttered under her breath, it's so similar, it's really similar. Soon, the young man walked across the street, and as he got closer and closer, Sushoya suddenly panicked. However, at this moment, the young man suddenly covered his chest in pain and collapsed in front of Sushoya. Ah! Sushoya let out a startled cry, quickly dropped the shopping bag in her hands, and walked a few steps to the young man's side. What's wrong? Are you okay? Help, ambulance. Su Tian's expression was in great pain, and he spoke weakly, please, call an ambulance for me. As soon as he finished speaking, he fainted. Kid, wake up. Wake up. Sushoya fumbled in her coat pocket and quickly dialed 120 on her cell phone. I've called an ambulance. Hang in there. The ambulance will be here soon. After making the call, she straightened Su Tian's huddled body and laid him flat on the ground. Whether Su Tian could hear her or not, she kept repeating in a panicked voice. Hang in there. Hang in there for sure. 10 minutes later, the siren of the ambulance grew louder and louder. Sushoya watched as the medical staff got off the vehicle, put the young man on a stretcher, and carried him into the ambulance. She followed them. Are you the patient's family? A young nurse asked. What's wrong with him? I'm not. Sushoya wiped the sweat from her forehead. I was walking along when he suddenly covered his chest and fainted. What's wrong with him? He needs to be taken to the hospital for further examination. The nurse was a little embarrassed when she heard that Sushoya was a passerby. They needed someone to accompany the patient to the hospital, but it was already good if a passerby was willing to call an ambulance. No one wanted to go to the hospital with them and get into trouble. At present, a heart disease cannot be ruled out, so if you can. Before the nurse could say anything, Sushoya volunteered to go with him in the ambulance. I'll go with him, so that I can take care of him. The young nurse was naturally delighted to hear this and quickly got into the car. After closing the door, the ambulance sped off to the nearby hospital. 2 hours later, Su Tian woke up slowly in his hospital bed. Young man, you're awake? Su Tian turned his head and saw Sushoya sitting by the bed, looking at him with concern. Did you bring me to the hospital? Thank you. He had deliberately waited for Sushoya on her way to the supermarket in order to get to know the Yen Jinsong family, and then pretended to be sick in front of her. However, recently, Su Tian has been busy getting familiar with the business, and since Tang Bingyan is out of town on business, he simply slept in the office. The excessive fatigue made him fall asleep directly in the ambulance and didn't wake up until he was sent to the general ward. You're welcome. It's a matter of life and death. I believe anyone would help if they encountered it. Sushoya, who had just heard the doctor say that no obvious illness had been detected, asked with some concern, young man, do you usually feel unwell anywhere? How come you suddenly fainted? It's probably because I've been working overtime and overworked lately. Su Tian smiled gratefully at Sushoya, I'll be more careful in the future. You should get a full body checkup later. Sushoya thought for a moment, and added, by the way, should I contact your family? Contact family? Su Tian's eyes darkened, and he hurriedly said, no need. I don't get along well with my family. Not well? Sushoya's brows tightened upon hearing this, as if she was thinking about something. After a moment, she tentatively asked, I've been so caught up in chatting that I still don't know your name. My name is Su Tian. What's your name, auntie? Upon hearing this, Sushoya's eyes suddenly flashed with surprise, and then she replied, my name is Sushoya. You can just call me Auntie Ya. Auntie Ya, thank you so much. Su Tian thanked her again. Sushoya's various reactions were within his expectations, and it seemed that she should know him. However, in his previous life, at this time, the other party should not have met him yet. Now, because of his plan, the time has been advanced by 3 years, but he doesn't know exactly what his relationship with Sushoya is. In addition, does Sushoya know his biological parents? Su Tian has known since he was young that he is the adopted son of the Su family, but he does not know who his biological parents are. Su Pingfeng kept his origins a secret, and when he asked his adoptive mother about his origins, she even angrily scolded him for being ungrateful. As a young child, Su Tian did not want to make his adoptive parents angry, so gradually he stopped asking about his biological parents. Now that he has seen the true face of Su Pingfeng's family, naturally he longs to find his real relatives. It's just that Tang Bingyan seems unwilling to let him investigate his origins. Thinking about this, Su Tian let out a long sigh. His wife is good at everything, except that she is too possessive, and she even gets jealous of family members. Oh dear, why are you suddenly sighing? Su Xiaoya's words pulled Su Tian back to reality from his thoughts. She saw Su Tian looking over at her with some surprise, and suddenly realized that she had said something inappropriate. She hurriedly added, I hope you don't mind if I call you Xiao Tian. I see that you are only a few years younger than my daughter, so I feel that Xiao Tian is a more intimate name. Of course I don't mind. Auntie, yeah, you are my benefactor. It's just a name, you can call me whatever you like. Oh, I don't dare be your benefactor. Su Xiaoya was a little flattered. Just then, her phone suddenly rang. Su Xiaoya glanced at the caller ID and smiled apologetically at Su Tian. Xiao Tian, I'm going to take this call. Su Tian nodded and watched Su Xiaoya walk out of the ward. Soon, the sound of Su Xiaoya's voice could be heard outside, but she deliberately lowered her voice, and Su Tian could not hear clearly. So he crept to the door and leaned close to it, but even so, what he heard was still intermittent. We are now in Ward 302. It's so similar, it's almost exactly the same. And he said his name is Su Tian. Anyway, you should come and take a look. 5 minutes later, Su Xiaoya pushed open the door to the room. Su Tian was already lying back in bed. My dear, the doctor said you'd better stay in the hospital overnight and be discharged tomorrow. No need, I think I'm fine now. Su Tian tried to get out of bed, but Su Xiaoya stopped him. How can that be? You don't know how dangerous it was just now. Su Xiaoya said anxiously, if you get a heart attack from overwork, it could be fatal. You must stay in the hospital tonight. Before Su Tian could reply, there was a knock on the door outside the ward. Su Xiaoya hurriedly went to open the door, and Su Tian saw a middle-aged man in an old suit walk in. This person he had met in a previous life, it was Yen Jinsong. Yen Jinsong was obviously stunned when he saw Su Tian. Chapter 122, it's like he was carved from the same mold as your wife. Su Xiaoya saw this and hurriedly said, Little Tian, let me introduce you. This is my husband Yen Jinsong. I didn't explain clearly on the phone, so he thought I had been admitted to the hospital and rushed over immediately. Hello, my name is Su Tian. Su Tian took the initiative to greet Yen Jinsong. I fainted on the way here, and it was Aunt Xiaoya who saved me. He then adjusted his expression and greeted him. Hello, I'm Yen Jinsong. I just heard from Xiaoya that your family can't come to keep you company, so I'll accompany you for a medical checkup. Don't bother, I know my body well, I'm fine. Su Tian really didn't want to have a medical checkup, not to mention the fact that he wasn't even sick. He was just looking for a reason to get close to Yen Jinsong and his wife. It's better to have a checkup, anyway, you're going to be in the hospital for observation today, and it's fine to lie in bed. I'll go contact the doctor now. Su Xiaoya was afraid that Su Tian would continue to refuse, so she handed her handbag to Yen Jinsong and turned around to go find a doctor. The ward was left with Su Tian and Yen Jinsong, and the atmosphere was a little awkward. In the end, Yen Jinsong took the initiative to break the silence. Su, are you from Jiangxue? Su Tian answered, then shook his head, I don't actually know where I'm from, because my adoptive parents are from Jiangxue, so I've lived there as long as I can remember. Adoptive parents. Yen Jin mused, it really seems to be that child. What? Su Tian pretended to be confused. Nothing. Yen Jinsong continued, so how did your foster parents treat you? It was just like that. After all, I was adopted, and they did raise me, but our relationship has never been close. What? How irresponsible of them. Yen Jinsong was a little angry, obviously at the beginning. Halfway through his sentence, Yen Jinsong realized what he had said and quickly corrected himself. Since you were adopted, you should be given enough love. Such adoptive parents are really irresponsible. I'm used to it, it's actually not a big deal. Su Tian had been observing Yen Jinsong. Judging from Yen Jinsong's reaction, perhaps he also knew the adoptive father Su Pingfeng. Xiao Tian, the doctor is here. Su Xiaoya walked in from the outside with the doctor. Over the next few hours, Su Tian had to be accompanied by the Yen couple for a full body checkup. After more than 2 hours of being tossed around, Su Tian, who had lost all desire to live, finally returned to his hospital room. Xiao Tian, what do you want to eat tonight? I'll make it and bring it to you. Su Xiaoya glanced at the ingredients she had bought from the supermarket. Do you want to eat spare ribs? This is too much trouble, Auntie, I'll just order takeaway. Su Tian refused. Takeaway is not healthy, and home-cooked meals are more reassuring. Su Xiaoya wanted to insist, but she saw Yin Jinsong tug her sleeve and give her a wink. The hospital's nutrition meals are pretty good, and since Xiaoshu doesn't want to trouble us, let's go back first. Auntie, leave me your contact information, so I can thank you properly when I get better. Don't mention it, it's just a small thing, don't worry about it. Although Su Xiaoya said this, she and Su Tian exchanged contact information with each other. As soon as they left the hospital, Su Xiaoya complained to Yin Jinsong. Yen, why didn't you let me take Xiaotian some food? He's all alone in the hospital, so pitiful. Would you dare eat food brought to you by a stranger? Yen Jinsong said, you're in too much of a hurry. To Su Tian, we're just two strangers. You were kind to bring him to the hospital, but if you bring him food, it'll seem like you're being overly attentive. But Xiaotian is not a stranger, he is. Su Xiaoya's eyes darkened. Xiaoya, even if we find him now, there is no need to tell him those things and drag him into the grudges of previous generations, that would not be good for him. Yen Jinsong's tone became serious, if we couldn't adopt him at the beginning, we can't disturb his peaceful life now. Alas, this child Xiaotian has had a hard life. Su Xiaoya's eyes were a little red, and she silently wiped away a tear. I just talked to him, and I don't think he gets along well with his foster parents. Yen Jinsong sighed, it's a pity that I can't use my previous connections, otherwise I would definitely find out what Su has been doing to Su Tian all these years. That Su really is something, we gave him such a large sum of money to raise Xiaotian, and he kept saying that he would take care of Xiaotian like his own son, how could he go back on his word? We can't even help ourselves now, let alone Su Tian. The only thing we can do is never let him know his true identity. Then can I still go visit him in the future? I think the boy and you are cut from the same cloth, just as good looking as you were when you were young. I can't find him before, but now that I have, I really can't treat him like a stranger. Of course you can get in touch, but you have to take it slowly and not be too enthusiastic. Yen Jinsong paused for a moment and continued, and if he is a grateful child, he will definitely come to you on his own initiative. Early the next morning, there was music in the air. Morong Shui was surrounded by a group of people as soon as she walked into the company. Good morning, Morong Shui. Good morning, Snow. Xuejie, your cover of that song by Xiao Tianhe was really good. I think you have great potential to play the role of Xiao Tianhe when she was young. Although Morong Shui already knew that her cover song had gone viral, she still found it difficult to adapt to the flattery of the young artists in the company. She just nodded indifferently in response to their overtures, and then walked upstairs to Su Tian's office. On the other side of the company lobby, Jiang Mo hid in the shadows and clenched her fists with a gloomy expression as she watched Morong Shui's back. The several trainees standing next to Jiang Mo chattered among themselves. That Morong Shui doesn't know what kind of shit luck she has, she became famous just by doing a cover song. It's not her luck, it's all the work of her new manager. I originally thought that Su Tian was just a pretty face who got in through connections, but I didn't expect that he actually has some ability. But right now he only has Morong Shui, so maybe he'll pick someone new in the future. Several trainees who have yet to debut are now thinking of following Su Tian's example. Jiang Yamo, who had been cold and silent, heard the remarks of the newcomers and became even more irritated. She sneered. The reason Morong Shui became popular was because Xiao Yiru died, what does Su Tian have to do with it? It was just a lucky shot. Sister Jiang Yamo, but if Su Tian hadn't let Morong Shui cover the song, she wouldn't have become popular. A young singer who had just debuted not long ago said, normally, there's not much traffic for covers of old songs. If we want clicks, we cover the recent internet hits. Su Tian can't be without traffic, letting Morong Shui cover an old song. He must have his reasons, right? Chapter 123, How to Get a Stranger to Accept a Villa. Newcomers have short-sighted views. Jiang Yamo still didn't think so. Do you know how many people in the entertainment industry are eyeing that role? If anyone gets it, they'll soar straight to the top. Morong Shui is a small nobody who has been in the industry for 2 years and has no trace of her. She has no background, so what can she compete with those people with? Do you really think you can get such a sought-after role by just singing a cover on Weibo? Go dream on. All the female singers in the entertainment industry are eyeing this opportunity, and even actors who can't sing want a piece of the pie. Although Morong Shui is currently the most popular nominee among netizens, it won't be long before singers with a fan base arrange for some hype to get their fans to boost the popularity. Morong Shui has neither the backing of a wealthy investor nor the popularity of tens of millions of fans, so she really isn't the most competitive. Sister Jiang Mo is right. The young newcomers next to her nodded in agreement. How could such a good resource be given to a nobody? I think Morong Shui is going to be disappointed. Jiang Mo's face softened a little. That bumpkin Morong Shui is trying to step on me when she's just getting a little bit of heat? She's not worthy. Meanwhile, Morong Shui, who was at the center of the storm of public opinion, knocked gently on the door of Su Tian's office. Come in. Su Tian was selecting a thank you gift online for Su Shoya when he heard the knock on the door and said without looking up. Su Gu. Morong Shui walked in from outside. Have a seat, wait for me. Su Tian selected 2 boxes of bird's nest, bought a set of high-end cosmetics, and added 2 bottles of aged huadiao to the shopping cart. After settling the bill and filling in the company address, he looked up at Morong Shui. How are your talent classes going? Are you having any difficulties? No. Morong Shui shook her head obediently, while looking at Su Tian with some shame in her eyes. Previously, she had some complaints about Su Tian's decision not to give her notice but to arrange for her to take classes every day. After all, dance and physical education courses are all about a solid foundation, and even if she had some foundation, it was impossible for her to become a professional dancer after just a few weeks of classes. But now she understood Su Tian's purpose. The musical was mainly about singing, and although it also required dance and body language, as long as she didn't obviously trip over her feet and her limbs were not stiff, there would be no major issues. After this period of training, although she is not as good as those dancers with basic skills, she is more than enough to perform in a musical. Su Tian nodded with satisfaction when he heard that she had no issues, and then, as if he had thought of something, he said to Morong Shui again, take off your jacket and let me have a look. Morong Shui, who was originally sitting on the sofa, was so scared that she stood up straight after hearing Su Tian's words. She had a pale face and was on guard, as if she had encountered something terrible. Su Tianyi looked up and saw Morong Shui's pale face, and suddenly realized that the other party might have misunderstood his words. Seeing Morong Shui's unsteady appearance, he was worried that she would faint, so he immediately changed his words. Okay, go back and take a picture. Before he could finish speaking, Morong Shui took a deep breath, slowly unzipped her jacket, and took it off, revealing the tight dance clothes underneath. Su Tian was a little surprised by Morong Shui's actions, but soon he had no time to pay attention to them. Morong Shui had a deceptive melon-shaped face, but perhaps because she didn't exercise regularly, her upper body was still a little on the chubby side. Of course, these were evaluated according to the standards of the entertainment industry. Morong Shui was 1.65 meters tall, and 105 kilograms was considered a normal or even thin figure among ordinary people, but in the entertainment industry, she was considered to be on the chubby side. Su Tian had originally thought that after half a month of training, Morong Shui's weight would have dropped a little, but she looked even more plump than when he first met her. If he took Morong Shui to an audition like that, she would definitely not get the part. Have you been eating too much? Su Tian took out his notebook and looked at Morong Shui's class schedule for the past few days. Morong Shui blushed and nodded. The classes are so intense that I couldn't control myself. She is not the type of person who doesn't gain weight no matter what she eats. Plus, she recently received her back pay, so she is not as financially strapped as before. At the convenience store, she can buy a boxed meal for 2 after 8 p.m., and every night after class, she still adds a late-night snack to her diet. During this period of time, you need to pay attention to controlling your weight. It would be best if you lost 10 pounds. And I recommend that you alternate aerobic and anaerobic exercises. For aerobic exercises, jogging would be more suitable for you and can also exercise your breathing. Su Tian wrote a few words in the to-do list in his work notebook. I'll go back in a few days and make a detailed fat loss plan for you. You must strictly follow my plan to control your diet and exercise. I'll apply to the company to find you a nutritionist. Also, your dorm room has become available, and it's close to where I live, so it's convenient for me to find you at any time. Su Tian took out a room card from the desk drawer. You can move in at any time. I have already applied for you to be a musical actor. You have already passed the preliminary audition, and I will let you know when it's time for the second audition. Morong Shui listened blankly to Su Tian's arrangements, and when she saw another room card with the words Blue Mountain Heights printed on it, she always felt a sense of unreality. She mechanically nodded and said goodbye to Su Tian, and walked out of Su Tian's office like a wandering soul. She was actually going to audition for the famous musical very soon. This was something she would never have imagined just a month ago. After Morong Shui left, Su Tian took care of some miscellaneous matters in the office. Then Su Tian called Su Shoya and said he wanted to pay her a visit. Su Shoya stammered on the phone for a long time, and finally agreed to meet Su Tian at a tea house near the villa area. Su Tian knew full well that it was because Su Shoya was living under someone else's roof that she didn't dare invite outsiders to the villa. He didn't want to put Su Shoya in a difficult position, so he didn't pursue the matter further, but instead went to the tea house with a gift. This once again strengthened his resolve to sell the villa as soon as possible. But now they had just met, and making such a request so abruptly would definitely shock Su Shoya. Sitting in the car, Su Tian was a little distracted, so he took out his phone and sent a message to Yin Shua. Su Tian, how can I make someone I don't know well feel comfortable accepting a villa? Yun Shua? Yun Shua, who are you trying to support? Su Tian. Yun Shua, Lao Su, don't you have a girlfriend? You can't mess around behind her back. I knew that relationships in the entertainment industry were messy, but I didn't think you'd picked up capitalist vices after only a few days at the entertainment company. Chapter 124, Rent. Facing Yin Shua's indignant accusations, Su Tian was at a loss for words. Su Tian, what are you talking about? I didn't fool around. I wanted to give my elders a house. They saved my life, so it's not too much for me to give them a house, is it? Yun Shua. It's just repaying a favor. Why do you make it sound like an underhanded scheme? Just like you said, the other person saved your life, so you can just give them a house for that reason. What's there to be so hung up about? Yun Shua, but Lao Su, you're fine. You've only just entered the entertainment industry, and you're already so generous, even giving away villas. Su Tian, what do you mean? I also have shares of the Su family, and I can still afford to give away a villa. Of course, if he wanted to immediately pay off Guo Qishan's debt, he would probably have to sell all of his shares. However, the various relationships involved were too complicated for Su Tian to explain to Yin Shua, so he could only find an excuse that was relatively free of loopholes. Yin Shua, okay. In that case, you can say that you have a house that you want to rent out, but it hasn't been popular with the real estate agents, and you're short of cash, so you want to rent it out quickly to get some money to tide you over. Ask her if she knows anyone who wants to rent a house. In that case, she'll probably choose to rent your house. You can charge a nominal rent for a normal apartment, and don't tell her it's a villa. Just take her there yourself, and she won't be able to back out. Su Tian, what talent? Yin Shua, you can think of such a solution. Yin Shua, that's right, you should know who I am. I can tell you, this solution of mine is 100% guaranteed to work. Su Tian, okay, if it really works, I'll treat you to dinner sometime. Soon they arrived at the meeting place agreed upon with Su Shoya. Su Tian put away his phone and organized his thoughts, planning to mention the rental to Su Shoya later. When he walked into the tea house with the gift in his hands, Su Shoya was already sitting in the window seat. Auntie, yeah. Su Tian carefully placed the gift on the table. This is a little something from me, nothing valuable, I hope you don't mind. How could I mind? Su Shoya was a little flustered when she saw Su Tian being so serious. I'll just accept it. Hey, this gift is too valuable. She saw the high-end cosmetics and supplements in the gift bag and wanted to push them back. Su Tian quickly held Su Shoya's hand. Auntie, yeah, this is a little token of my appreciation. I hope you'll accept it. If you don't, I'll be too embarrassed to see you again. Okay, thank you, Xiaotian. After a moment's hesitation, Su Shoya accepted the gift. Afterwards, the two of them chatted for a while over tea, when Su Tian suddenly said, Auntie, actually, I came today not only to thank you, but also to make a request. What is it? Just tell me. Su Shoya was a little surprised to see Su Tian being so formal. If there is anything I can do to help, I will. It's like this, although I haven't known you for long, I feel that you are very kind, just like an elder to me. And since you saved my life, I was wondering if I could adopt you as my godmother, so that we can keep in touch in the future. Huh? You want to adopt me as your godmother? Su Shoya looked at Su Tian blankly, her expression suddenly becoming a little complicated. Why, if you find it inconvenient, you can refuse. Su Tian observed Su Shoya's expression and suddenly felt that the other party was acting strangely after hearing what he had just said. It wasn't shock, but rather surprise, and the surprise was mixed with some trepidation. No, it's convenient. What's inconvenient about it? Su Shoya lowered her head and tried hard to force back the tears in her eyes, then looked up and smiled at Su Tian. If you don't mind, how could I not say yes? I heard from Yen that you are living with foster parents, and they seem to treat you badly. Yen and I only have one daughter, a few years older than you. If you are willing, you can treat me as your biological mother in the future. Although Yen and I are not rich, we will still take care of you as much as possible. Su Tian smiled and said, in the future, I will treat you and Uncle Yen as my biological parents. No, I should now call you godfather and godmother. Su Tian has lived 2 lives without knowing who his biological parents are. In his previous life, he was blind, but he mistook his enemies for benefactors. In this life, he still has a chance to make up for the debt he owed the Yen family in his previous life. Yen Jinsong and Su Shoya were obviously not well off, but they still scrimped and saved to help him, and Yen Xingxue even lost her life trying to save him. He feels that it is not too much to call them godfather and godmother, and to call her sister. Hey, good boy. Su Shoya was full of relief. I'll go back and tell Yen, he'll be very happy too. Then I'll invite you and godfather to dinner some other time. With that, Su Tian took out his phone and pretended to look at it. Now that he had recognized godmother, he would have to start sorting out the house. He pretended that he had a call and put the phone to his ear. Hello? What? You're suddenly saying you won't rent it again? Did the other person say why? The rent for my place is very cheap. Oh, I see. If there are any more viewings, please let me know. Su Tian put down the phone, frowned, and sighed with a look of distress. Xiao Tian, what's wrong? Is something going wrong at work? Su Shoya didn't know about Su Tian's work, so she could only guess from what he was saying on the phone. No. Su Tian sighed, it's my own personal business. If you can, talk to your godmother about it. Although I may not be able to help you, I can still give you some advice. Su Shoya was very concerned about Su Tian's situation. Hearing this, Su Tian pretended to be distressed and asked, Godmother, do you have any friends who want to rent a house? Rent a house? Su Shoya was taken aback. Yes, I have a vacant house that no one has been living in because I live in a company dormitory. Recently, I've been a little short on cash, so I wanted to rent it out, but I've been listing it with the agency for more than 2 months and no one has shown any interest. A few days ago, someone finally wanted to rent it, but before the contract could be signed, the other party suddenly decided not to rent it anymore. Is it because your rent is too high? Su Shoya asked. I don't think it's high. My apartment is in the city center, and the rent is 1,500 yuan a month, which is pretty cheap. At the moment, the rent in the center of Jiangshui City starts at 3,000 yuan for an old apartment, so 1,500 yuan is really cheap. It is quite cheap at 1,500 yuan, but is the transport around it inconvenient? Su Shoya also found it strange. How could a place in the city center with a rent of only 1,500 yuan a month not be rented out? It's very convenient, with buses and subways nearby, and the living facilities in the community are also very convenient, but for some reason no one wants to rent it. Su Tian said with distress, I still have to pay off my credit card next month, and I originally planned to be able to collect 6 months' rent directly. In that case, I'll ask my friends if they want to rent it. Su Shoya said thoughtfully. Su Tian gave a slight smile, then I'll trouble you, godmother. Progress towards completion of plan, 20%. Chapter 125, Honey, let's go back to bed. Although Su Shoya wanted to help, she still had to discuss such a big matter as renting a house with Yen Jinsong. Since the company went bankrupt, their family was heavily in debt, and in order to save on rent, they had to live with their brother's family. Even if Su Tian only charged 1,500 yuan a month for the apartment, it was still a considerable expense for them. You said that little Su wants to rent out his house? In the evening, after Yen Jinsong finished work, Su Shoya told him about the conversation she had with Su Tian during the day. Yes, he said he was living in a dormitory and had a vacant house for rent. Su Shoya was indignant. Su really was taking advantage of people. We had given him so much money as compensation for adopting Tian and for Tian's living expenses, and he must not have given it to Tian, otherwise why would Tian still be worrying about paying off a few $1,000s in credit card debt? The Su family must have treated him badly, otherwise he wouldn't be living on his own. Yen Jinsong's expression didn't look good when he mentioned Su Tian's situation. If it weren't for the fear that Su Tian's background would be exposed, I would go find Su Pingfeng and settle the score. How can we explain to Madame after we die that her only child is living such a miserable life? We still have some savings, and after this month's repayments, there's still more than 10,000 yuan left. If Su is really having financial difficulties recently, I'll withdraw that amount. Yen Jinsong took out a bank card from his jacket pocket. We'll just give him the money, Xiao Tian will definitely be embarrassed to take it. Su Xiaoya thought for a moment and added, "Why don't we rent Xiao Tian's house?" "You mean move out of your brother's house?" Su Xiaoya nodded. "I know you don't want to keep relying on my brother's family either. After all, he has a family of his own, and it's not convenient for us to always stay at his place. I heard that Xiaotian's house is in the city center, and it will be much more convenient for you to go to work. By the way, Xiaotian also said today that he wanted to recognize me as his godmother, so that in the future, when we rent his house, I can still cook for him." Yan Jinsong looked surprised and said, "He recognized you as his godmother?" Without waiting for Su Xiaoya to speak, he nodded directly. "In that case, let's rent it. Su Tian is indeed a good boy who knows how to repay kindness." After saying this, Yan Jinsong handed Su Xiaoya his bank card. "As for your brother, you should also find an opportunity to talk to him. Also, next week is my father's birthday banquet, and we've been invited back to the old house." Yan Jinsong knew that Su Xiaoya didn't like the Yan family, so he said reassuringly, "If you don't want to go, I'll say I have to work overtime and just send a gift over." After all the things that have happened, Yan Jinsong has long since let go. "That won't do. No matter what, we can't miss our father's birthday party, or people will gossip." Su Xiaoya didn't want Yan Jinsong to be in a difficult position because of her. "I'll prepare a gift for our father in advance." After Su Tian and Su Xiaoya parted ways, he went to the Yincher group to pick up Tang Bingyan from work. Tang Bingyan is a typical workaholic. After a week of business trips, the first thing she does when she returns home is not to rest, but to go straight to the office for a meeting with the senior management. Su Tian remembers that in her previous life, Tang Bingyan worked day and night, and coupled with the after effects of the car accident, she developed a lot of health problems at a young age. So after being reborn, Su Tian consciously tried to reduce Tang Bingyan's overtime hours. But after all, he can't always be by Tang Bingyan's side, so far there has been no effect. "Honey, have some soup first. After dinner, go back to bed and get some rest. Have you been getting enough rest?" At a private restaurant near the Yen group, Su Tian served Tang Bingyan a bowl of fish maw and chicken soup, looking a little distressed. "The project over there is a bit tricky." Tang Bingyan silently finished the bowl of soup and ate the food Su Tian had put on her plate. She was very picky about food, and Su Tian had studied the menu for a long time before ordering 4 dishes and a soup. "No matter how busy you are, you must eat and rest on time, otherwise your body will not be able to handle it." Su Tian did not ask too many questions about business matters. Although Tang Bingyan never hid anything from him, she even let him casually read the company's top-level confidential documents. In his previous life, Su Tian could not understand Tang Bingyan's actions, and instead felt that it was a kind of restraint. Now, he thought about it, just how blind had he been before to let down this trust and affection? "Su Tian, don't you have anything to tell me?" Tang Bingyan was in a bad mood today, and Su Tian knew it, but he had never been able to find a reason. Now, hearing her ask, Su Tian's heart sank. Could it be that Tang Bingyan had found out about his hospitalization? Whether she knew that he had faked his illness and checked into the hospital, or whether she had misunderstood that he was really sick, it was not good news for Su Tian. He had always known that Tang Bingyan could not completely trust him, so it was normal for her to send someone to investigate him while he was on a business trip. "My dear, listen to me." Su Tian deliberated over his words. "The other day, who was that middle-aged woman you met with?" Tang Bingyan's tone returned to her usual cold indifference. "Middle-aged woman?" Su Tian was momentarily taken aback. The next moment, he snapped back to reality and quickly swallowed back what he wanted to say. "You mean at the tea house?" "Besides the tea house, was there somewhere else?" Tang Bingyan's face turned even worse. Su Tian quickly waved his hands. No, there wasn't." While speaking, he let out a heavy sigh of relief. It seemed that Tang Bingyan only knew that he had met Su Xiaoya at the tea house and did not know about his previous hospitalization. "Her name is Su Xiaoya. She helped me with a small favor before, so I gave her a little gift as a thank you." "Just like that?" Of course Tang Bingyan didn't think that Su Tian had anything with that middle-aged woman named Su Xiaoya, but she still didn't want Su Tian's social circle to be out of her control. Su Tian weighed his words carefully. "Honey, I hit it off with this auntie and made her my godmother, you won't mind." Tang Bingyan's pretty face obviously turned cold a little. "How long have you known her and you trust her so much?" She had tried so hard for so long, but had never gained Su Tian's trust. Now a stranger had only done him a small favor, and he wanted to recognize the other person as his godmother? Although her rational mind told Tang Bingyan that she shouldn't be jealous of such nonsense, she couldn't help it. "Su Tian, How should he explain it to dispel Tang Bingyan's doubts? He couldn't just say that he was reborn and that Su Xiaoya's family had saved his life before. After thinking about it, Su Tian sidestepped the issue and said, "Honey, I'm just a lowly clerk. Even if someone wants to deceive me, they won't get anything out of it. I was adopted by my foster parents when I was young, and I only discovered a while ago that they didn't really love me. Now I have no other family members except you, so when I met Auntie and her family before, I felt like God was compensating me for the love I lost. You don't need other relatives." Although Tang Bingyan's tone was still cold, she was still comforted by Su Tian's words just now. "You're the only one I have. I really don't need it, but after all, Auntie has helped me." Tang Bingyan's eyebrows furrowed slightly. "If you need help, why didn't you ask me?" Another soul-searching interrogation. "Weren't you on a business trip before? And I'm your husband, I should take responsibility for protecting this family. What's the point of bothering you with everything?" Su Tian was sweating as he explained. This lame explanation seems unlikely to get away with it from Tang Bingyan. But to his surprise, this time Tang Bingyan didn't seem to pursue it. "It won't happen again. Wife, you're not angry anymore." Su Tian coaxingly took Tang Bingyan's hand and walked out of the restaurant side by side with her. "Then let's go back to bed." Chapter 126, Playing It So Big. "When did you become so smooth-talking?" Tang Bingyan surveyed Su Tian with a scrutinizing gaze, as if trying to read something from his expression. Su Tian was speechless. "I just think you've been tired lately and want you to get some rest early. Where did you get that idea?" Tang Bingyan. Okay, she really did think the wrong thing. When the two of them were in a good mood before, it wasn't impossible for something to happen. She could give Su Tian anything, even her life, and now that the relationship between the two of them has obviously warmed up, she doesn't care about these things. But for some reason, whenever it was about to take that step, there was always a voice in Tang Bingyan's heart reminding her to wait. She wasn't sure she could keep Su Tian by her side, and if something did happen, after the novelty wore off, would they return to their original state? Tang Bingyan didn't want to take the risk. "Wife, get in the car." Su Tian didn't know what Tang Bingyan was thinking, and thought she was just tired from working overtime. "I'll drive, you lie down in the back for a while, I'll wake you when we get home." "No need." Tang Bingyan came back to her senses, opened the passenger door and got in. She really was very tired, and fell asleep on the way home, leaning back in her seat. Su Tian turned up the temperature of the car's air conditioning and deliberately slowed down the car. When they arrived at the apartment building, Tang Bingyan still showed no signs of waking up, so Su Tian simply picked her up. When Tang Bingyan was carried out of the car by Su Tian, she unconsciously wrapped her arms around his neck. This unconscious gesture made Su Tian's heart soften. He looked tenderly at Tang Bingyan's face, which was like a perfect work of art, and whispered, "My dear, perhaps I am not yet a man worthy of you, but I will do my best to protect you for the rest of my life. Just as you did in your previous life, when you protected me with all your strength." Because it was inconvenient to hold Tang Bingyan, Su Tian could only use one hand to take the room card key out of his jacket pocket. After entering the door, he didn't pay attention to whether the door was closed properly, and just walked towards the bedroom with Tang Bingyan in his arms. When they reached the living room, Tang Bingyan opened her eyes. After a moment of confusion, her eyes regained clarity. She struggled slightly, trying to get off Su Tian's body. Su Tian had rarely seen Tang Bingyan looking like this after waking up. She didn't look as cold and strong as usual, but rather cute in a way. "Wife, I've been carrying you all the way, shouldn't you give me some kind of reward?" Tang Bingyan. Is there something wrong with the way she's waking up? Su Tian felt the stiffness in his arms, and the more he felt this Tang Bingyan, the cuter she looked. So he deliberately put her on the sofa and then pressed down on her. "What reward do you want?" Tang Bingyan instinctively sensed danger approaching. Her heart beat faster, but she remained as cold as ever on the surface. "Promise me one condition." Su Tian leaned closer to Tang Bingyan and looked at the black eyes like jewels under the long eyelashes from up close. "Don't stay up late working overtime anymore." "I might not be able to do that." Tang Bingyan averted her gaze. She was the person in charge of the Tang family and could never let her guard down. "No, if you keep this up, your body won't be able to handle it." Tang Bingyan's lips curled slightly. What if she can't earn money if she slackens off? She was about to push the person who was pressing on top of her away when she suddenly saw the direction behind Su Tian. Her eyes darkened and she stopped what she was doing. She let Su Tian press her against the sofa and asked in a faint voice, "You'll support me?" Su Tian was dazzled by Tang Bingyan's fleeting smile, and he didn't know what to do. He thought of the bully's line in the movie, and subconsciously said, "Of course. Beauty, as long as you follow me, I'll give you everything." As soon as he finished speaking, there was a loud bang behind him. Then, there was another sound of gasping. Su Tian's heart sank, and a chill suddenly ran down his back. He slowly turned around and saw Shang Yaran, dressed in his pajamas, standing in the entranceway with a look of horror on his face. There was also a broken bottle of red wine at his feet. What made Su Tian feel that the sky was about to fall on him was that next to Shang Yaran, there was also the unsteady-looking Morong Shui. From their angle, they couldn't see Tang Bingyan, who was being pressed against the sofa by Su Tian. All they could see was Su Tian pressing someone against the sofa, and coupled with the last line of dialogue just now, it was a scene of large-scale forcing a woman into prostitution. Su Tian felt his head buzz. What's going on? How did these two people get in here? Su Tian quickly pulled the blanket next to the sofa and wrapped Tang Bingyan up. Shang Yaran stared at Su Tian with a complex expression on his face, looking heartbroken because his brother had gone astray. And Morong Shui's face was so white it was almost transparent, like a jasmine flower swaying in the storm for survival. Su Tian mechanically turned around, put Tang Bingyan behind him, and explained with a stiff expression. "It's not what you think. Yaran, explain to Morong Shui for me." Su Tian looked at Shang Yaran for help. Shang Yaran only came back to his senses when he heard Su Tian's words. But after he glanced at Tang Bingyan, he looked at Su Tian again and shrugged his shoulders, indicating that he couldn't help. "In this situation, I really don't know how to explain." Shang Yaran sighed. "Su Tian, you have a girlfriend." Morong Shui's face turned even uglier when she heard that Su Tian had a girlfriend and was forcing himself on someone else. She took a few panicked steps back. I have something to do, so I won't bother Manager Su anymore." After saying that, she immediately fled. Su Tian. Shang Yaran was much calmer than Morong Shui, although he was also shocked by Su Tian's actions. But after all, he and Su Tian were just good friends, and he was in no position to tell Su Tian what to do in his personal life. Morong Shui was a different story. She had just escaped from Du Xiaowei's clutches, and thought she had found an agent she could rely on. Now she discovered that Su Tian was also an asshole who forced women into the backroom. How could she not be panicked? Su Tian sighed, trying to calm down a bit. "How did you two get in here?" "The door wasn't closed properly." Shang Yaran said awkwardly, "I was going out to take out the trash, and I happened to run into Morong Shui. She said she was coming to find you, and I also wanted to get you a bottle of wine, so I brought her along." Then, he nudged Su Tian's arm and asked in a low voice, "What's wrong with you? Even if your girlfriend isn't here, you shouldn't bring someone home to cheat on her. What's all this nonsense?" "She is my girlfriend." Su Tian sighed with his hand on his forehead. "This is not going to be easy to explain." Shang Yaran was also a bit speechless. Who knew you guys usually played so big? Morong Shui was really shocked, but if you explain it to her properly, she should believe you, right? Chapter 127. Su Tian really treats himself like a master in front of Tang Bingyan? I hope so. Su Tian looked at the broken wine bottle on the ground and always felt that even if he explained, the other party would still think that he was trying to cover up. "Since your girlfriend is back, I won't disturb you anymore. You can deal with the broken bottle yourself." Because Tang Bingyan had her back to the door at the beginning, and Su Tian then stood directly in front of her, Shang Yaran didn't even see Tang Bingyan's face now. Although he was curious about Su Tian's girlfriend, in this awkward situation, he didn't even want to think about the scene if he asked Su Tian to introduce his girlfriend to him. So he hurriedly said hello to Su Tian and left. Su Tian helplessly closed the door and went to the kitchen to find a rag and a broom to deal with the broken wine. After he finished cleaning up, he found Tang Bingyan sitting on the sofa staring at him with a blanket over her shoulders. "You brought a female artist? Honey, you have to trust my professionalism as an agent." Su Tian knew that sooner or later he would have to face this, so he washed his hands and returned to the living room, sitting next to Tang Bingyan. "In my eyes, Morong Shui is just a promising artist, and apart from that, I won't have any thoughts about her. Not to mention that there are so many female artists in the entertainment industry, and even if I bring a man, I will inevitably come into contact with them. I can assure you that apart from you, I will not get involved with any other woman, and I will not do anything to betray you." Tang Bingyan silently sized up Su Tian, as if judging whether he was being sincere or just paying lip service. "Since you let me work at Tianfeng Entertainment, can you have a little faith in me?" Su Tian wrapped his arms around Tang Bingyan and kissed her gently on the lips. I know I was a jerk before and I've done a lot of things to let you down, but not anymore. You sure you won't lie to me? Tang Bingyan's voice drifted into Su Tian's ears. I swear on my life. Su Tian held up 3 fingers in a swear-like gesture. If you find out that I've lied to you in the future, I'll lock you up. Tang Bingyan turned around and forcefully turned Su Tian's chin, interrupting him, for life. The next morning, Tang Bingyan still went to work early in the morning. Su Tian saw Tang Bingyan off downstairs, watched her car leave, and then called away. Although Tang Bingyan had slept for more than 8 hours yesterday, her face still didn't look very good. Now, he needed to find out about Tang Bingyan's physical condition in the recent period of time. Mr. Su, is there something wrong that you're calling me so early? Ah Wei was surprised that Su Tian would call him so early in the morning. How is Bingyan's health while she's on business trip? Su Tian asked directly. Wei was at a loss for a moment, not knowing whether to tell the truth. Normally, the physical condition of his young mistress should be kept strictly confidential. After all, the slightest carelessness could give those who wanted to do her harm an opportunity. Su Tian didn't know what Wei was thinking, and thought that Tang Bingyan's situation was very serious. Tell me the truth, what's wrong with Bingyan? Well, Wei thought about it for a while, and finally made up his mind. He gritted his teeth and said, young miss was seriously injured when she was a child, and her body was originally weaker than normal people's. Coupled with the fact that she has been working day and night, and she also has a serious anxiety disorder. Although she was cured from the car accident before, there were no after effects, but because her foundation was so poor, she has been working on a difficult project for a few nights in the past few days, so her health has become even worse. Wei continued, Mr. Su, the person the young lady trusts most is you. If possible, please persuade her. Su Tian was silent for a moment, nodded, and then hung up the phone. Afterwards, Su Tian sat on the sofa, feeling a little panicked for no reason. He only remembered that in his previous life, Tang Bingyan's health had gradually deteriorated due to the car accident, but he never imagined that even without that car accident, her health was also riddled with problems. Su Tian tried hard to recall Tang Bingyan's physical condition at this time in his previous life, and wanted to take her to the great healer Zhang Zizhen to see her before her condition deteriorated to the point where it could no longer be cured. Suddenly, Su Tian's eyes widened. He didn't recall Tang Bingyan's physical condition, but remembered something else that was very frightening. If he remembered correctly, in a short while, Tang Bingyan would lead a team to the lighthouse state to discuss a major project. However, during this trip, she was systematically assassinated by an international killer organization. Not only were all the secret guards killed, and important patent information was lost, but Tang Bingyan herself was also seriously injured and a critical illness notice was issued by the hospital. At that time, Su Tian received a phone call from the hospital, but he thought it was a trick by Tang Bingyan, so he didn't pay any attention to it. When he learned that Tang Bingyan had really had an accident abroad, by then Tang Bingyan had already been forcibly sent by the Tang family to Sakura country for treatment. This time, he absolutely must not let Tang Bingyan go to the lighthouse country. An hour before the end of the workday, Su Tian left his apartment and set off to pick up Tang Bingyan from work. Since Tang Bingyan didn't know about the rest day, he would remind her. Before Su Tian arrived at the company, he received a text message from Tang Bingyan, telling him that she had a meeting tonight and would not be having dinner with him. Su Tian threw his phone on the passenger seat and accelerated towards the Yen group. Working overtime and not even bothering to eat dinner? Does she take him for air? When Su Tian arrived at Yan's group, Tang Bingyan was in the office giving a meeting to several senior executives of the company, and Gu Beiqing and Chen Xiaoxiao were both there today. The faces of the senior executives all looked very bad, presumably because they had just been reprimanded. However, when they saw Su Tian come in, a little bit of curiosity still appeared in their eyes. There had long been rumors throughout the company that Tang Bingyan had a boyfriend, but most of them had never met him. Because Tang Bingyan is really too overbearing, so after seeing Su Tian, the senior management naturally labeled him as a gigolo. But even though the senior management didn't think much of Su Tian, in front of Tang Bingyan, they didn't dare to show their true thoughts, and on the surface they still looked serious and proper, not even daring to take a second look. Gu Beiqing, who was originally standing next to Tang Bingyan, saw Su Tian come in and his hand holding the file paused slightly. Then, as if nothing had happened, he casually nodded at Su Tian. Tang Bingyan focused on the documents in her hands, the lid of the thermos next to her open, the water inside not a bit warm. There was also an insulated lunchbox on the coffee table next to the sofa, which also looked untouched. Su Tian frowned slightly, walked straight past the executives and went to Tang Bingyan's desk. It was only then that Tang Bingyan saw him. "Wait for me a moment," Tang Bingyan said, and then continued to bury her head in concentration on the document in her hands, but in the next second, she noticed that the document in her hands had been taken away. "Why haven't you eaten yet?" Su Tian looked straight at Tang Bingyan, waiting for her answer. Shen Xiaoxiao, who was standing next to him, gasped and almost couldn't help but swear. "Without her Missy, you Su Tian are nothing but a worthless piece of trash. Now you're even giving Missy the cold shoulder in public. Who gave you the face?" Tang Bingyan also didn't expect Su Tian to speak to her in this tone, as if the Su Tian who had always wanted to get rid of him had returned. But when she looked up slightly, she saw Su Tian's serious expression, but what flashed in his eyes was obvious pain and concern. She pursed her lips. "There's no time." Su Tian's face turned even blacker on hearing this. "If there's no time, you're not going to eat? Do you think your stomach is an iron stomach?" Tang Bingyan saw Su Tian's face turn even uglier and looked slightly stunned. This Su Tian was very similar to the Su Tian before the accident, but not exactly the same. Although Su Tian was very fierce at the moment, she felt inexplicably warm. On the side, Shen Xiaoxiao was furious at the moment. Does Su Tian really consider himself a big shot? It's fine to interrupt the meeting with the young lady, but he also has to look at her face in front of everyone. Did he really think that the young lady had no temper? At the same time, Wei was also sweating coldly for Su Tian. He thought to himself, "I told you to persuade the young lady, but this is not the way to do it. You reprimanded the young lady in front of the company's senior management. Aren't you looking for death?" Chapter 128, Showing Affection in Public. Wei looked at Tang Bingyan with concern. It wasn't that he was afraid that Tang Bingyan would directly order Su Tian to leave, but that he was worried that she would get angry and damage her health. Gu Beicheng, who was standing on the other side of Tang Bingyan, remained calm. "Mr. Su, don't blame Bingyan, she is just a workaholic. And the bidding for this project is tomorrow, so time is really tight. After we have discussed the final plan, I will persuade Yen Yen to eat." Su Tian gave Gu Beicheng a cold stare. He originally thought that Gu Beicheng, his fierce rival, really liked Tang Bingyan, but now it seems that he also only likes Tang Bingyan's perfection. Gu Beicheng usually acts like he cares about Tang Bingyan, but he can even let her work overtime without a break or a meal. This kind of selfish and hypocritical man is not worthy to be his opponent at all. He ignored Gu Beicheng and went straight to the coffee table to pick up the lunchbox. He opened it and sure enough, as he thought, the food inside was full and hadn't been touched at all. He returned to Tang Bingyan with the lunchbox, and took out the small lunchboxes inside one by one and placed them on the desk. Then he ladled a spoonful of lotus root and pork rib soup and brought it to Tang Bingyan's mouth. His sudden action not only made Shen Xiaoxiao and Wei shake their heads, but also left the senior executive speechless. There should be a limit to showing off your love, right? Can't you see that President Tang is reading a document? This pretty boy really doesn't know when to stop. President Tang is famous for putting work first, and Su Tian has repeatedly interrupted him. Is he really not afraid of angering President Tang? However, just as the senior executives thought that Tang Bingyan would kick Su Tian out, they saw Tang Bingyan, who was still intently reading her documents, not even lift her head as she opened her mouth and drank the soup that was passed to her. Chen Xiaoxiao. Ah Wei. A group of senior executives. Tang Bingyan's actions were like an invisible slap in the face, hard-hitting Chen Xiaoxiao and the others. However, before the group could recover from the pain in their faces, Su Tian smiled contentedly at Tang Bingyan and once again scooped a spoonful of peas from the lunchbox. "Since you want to work, I'll feed you." Then the group saw Tang Bingyan obediently open her red lips and eat the food that Su Tian had fed to her mouth. The group around them. Is this really the same Tang Zong they know? What did they do wrong to deserve this kind of torture? Although Miss Tang didn't get angry, the way she let the young good-looking man feed her was even more terrifying than getting angry. They would rather be scolded by Tang Bingyan and have their bonuses cut by half a month. They really didn't want to see the young good-looking man their boss was keeping get arrogant in front of them. On the side, Gu Beicheng, who had been calm and collected, finally saw a flicker of emotion in his eyes when he saw Su Tian take the initiative to feed Tang Bingyan. He spoke with some self-reproach. "It seems that Yin Yan's stomach hasn't been very good lately. I've been so anxious about the project that I forgot to remind her to eat on time." Shen Xiaoxiao was even more angry when she heard Gu Beicheng's words. She pursed her lips and muttered in a volume only she could hear, "Humph, what's with the pretense of being considerate? Who doesn't know what you're like?" When President Tang had his car accident, he, Su Tiandu, was able to flirt with that bitch outside without blinking an eye. I even heard that when that woman got sick, he immediately said he wanted to change his bone marrow without saying a word. Now he's acting deep in front of President Tang. It's really disgusting. Meanwhile, Wei, who was perceptive, listened to Gu Beicheng's words and frowned imperceptibly. What Mr. Gu meant was that he had been careless and had forgotten to remind the young lady to eat. But in fact, when Tang Bingyan switched to work mode, no one could disturb her. Their close associates, who had been by the young lady's side since childhood, were useless in persuading her, and they didn't even dare to try. Although Gu Beicheng was the young lady's childhood sweetheart, he was just like them. Persuading her would only backfire. So in order not to upset the young lady, he never took the initiative to disturb her when she was working. He just didn't expect that although Gu Beicheng was useless, Su Tian could get Tang Bingyan's tacit consent to be fed by him. Before Wei could come back from his surprise, he felt a series of pleading gazes around him. At this time, the executives, who couldn't wait to perform a disappearing act, were frantically winking at Wei. Xiaobai's face was successful in gaining power, and he had already started showing affection on the spot. Should this meeting continue? President Tang, why don't you ask them to leave first? Wei received the executive's pleading gazes and asked in a low voice. Continue the report. Tang Bingyan calmly swallowed another mouthful of food fed to her by Su Tian, and the document in her hand had already turned to the last page. There were 5 loopholes in this plan. Next. The rejected high-level executives looked ashen, like eggplants hit by frost, and they went forward to take back their own plans. Meanwhile, another executive nervously handed over his proposal. It seems that this pretty boy really is quite capable, and he can even get along with President Tang without blushing, and he even dares to act spoiled and throw a temper tantrum. But President Tang is really good to this pretty boy, and compared to him, Mr. Gu is really just an ordinary partner. Originally, they all thought that President Tang and Mr. Gu had been childhood sweethearts and would eventually get together. Now it seems that love really is unreasonable. One thing brings down another. The business queen who makes other companies tremble in fear is actually in the state of a woman in love. Yen, this time we are going to the lighthouse country ourselves to negotiate with the boss of AM Company. I have already booked the ticket. It is at. Gu Beicheng tried to draw Tang Bingyan's attention away from Su Tian and back to himself. As he spoke, he saw Su Tian feed Tang Bingyan a spoonful of pine nut corn and immediately said, Bingyan doesn't like corn. Su Tian's hand holding the spoon paused slightly, and he looked up at Gu Beicheng. Indeed, despite his efforts, he still didn't know much about Tang Bingyan's preferences. Not to mention that he had previously hated Tang Bingyan and avoided her like the plague. Even if he had accepted Tang Bingyan from the beginning and knew her, he definitely didn't know her as well as Gu Beicheng, his childhood friend. He didn't even know that Ms. Tang didn't like corn, and yet he had the nerve to show affection for her, which was really laughable. Chen Xiaoxiao said in a strange tone. Bingyan, don't you like corn? Su Tian ignored Chen Xiaoxiao and asked Tang Bingyan, if you don't like it, I'll pay attention next time when I order for you. I don't like it. After Tang Bingyan finished speaking, she opened her mouth and ate the corn in Su Tian's spoon. Gu Beicheng. Everyone. Chen Xiaoxiao, who had originally wanted to take the opportunity to mock a few words, instantly stiffened, and the words that had originally come out of her mouth got stuck in her throat, making her face flush with anger. Chapter 129, Someone said I look better from this angle. Wei sighed. His eldest daughter really did have no principles when it came to Su Tian. He even suspected that if Su Tian fed her poison, she would drink it without batting an eyelid. Tang Bingyan saw Su Tian freeze for a moment and raised her hand to tap the table with her slender, white fingers. Su Tian came back to his senses, looked down at the remaining half of the pine nut corn, hesitated for a moment, and then fed another spoonful. Tang Bingyan still ate it with a calm expression. Corn can supplement protein and vitamins. In your current physical condition, you shouldn't be a picky eater. Su Tian calmly and composedly fed 2 more spoons of corn before picking Tang Bingyan's favorite shrimp. This move made the senior executives present admire Su Tian to the hilt. At the same time, they could see that Tang Bingyan was showing Su Tian her authority in front of them, and even putting the face of her childhood sweetheart Gu Beicheng in a difficult position. It seems that childhood sweethearts can only be business partners and cannot go any further. The senior executives looked at Gu Beicheng with sympathetic eyes, but Gu Beicheng was so deep and profound that no one could see through his heart's loss and dissatisfaction. There was not the slightest change in his expression, and he still stood calmly by Tang Bingyan's side, looking ready to do her bidding. In fact, with his status and strength, Gu Beicheng did not need to subordinate himself to Tang Bingyan. Many of the senior management were aware of the reason why he had been able to stay by Tang Bingyan's side and share her workload. Unfortunately, the king had the heart of a suitor, but the goddess was not interested. It was really sad that Gu Beiqing had lost to a young man with no achievements in business. Su Tian just concentrated on feeding and did not disturb Tang Bingyan from reading the documents. After most of the food in the lunchbox had been eaten, he took the insulated lunchbox to the pantry again, washed the lunchbox that was stained with oil and put it back in place. After that, Tang Bingyan had a meeting, so Su Tian sat on the sofa and browsed Weibo. Suddenly, he received a WeChat message from Shang Yaran, with a few selfies attached. Shang Yaran, Su Tian, as a professional agent, which of these photos do you think best shows off my handsome face? I'm going to post it on Weibo. Su Tian. Is Shang Yaran really that narcissistic? After spending time with the other person, Su Tian could feel that Shang Yaran had gradually emerged from the shadow of the false accusation incident. Now he can even take selfies and post them on Weibo, which means he's ready to return to work. Su Tian, just the first one. In fact, he feels that apart from the different angles, all the other photos are more or less the same. But since Shang Yaran has asked, of course he can't tell her the truth, so he just randomly points to the first one. Shang Yaran, okay, I'll post this one then. It wasn't long before Su Tian saw Shang Yaran's new Weibo post. Shang Yaran, someone said I look better from this angle. Dog head. Su Tian. When did I say you looked good? Su Tian found it hard to put into words and logged out of Weibo, only to find that the senior management in the office had already left. Bingyan, can we go home now? Su Tian stretched and got up from the sofa. Not yet, the young lady still has to hold a meeting with all the senior management of the company. Wei spoke up. Another meeting? Su Tian couldn't help but say, it's already this late, and a meeting will take at least an hour. Are you planning to stay up all night? This meeting is quite important. Seeing Tang Bingyan's silence, Wei took the initiative to explain again. Can't it be held tomorrow? Su Tian asked again. No. This time, Tang Bingyan spoke up, if you're tired, you can go home first. Fine, I'll go home. Su Tian laughed angrily. It seems that Tang Bingyan has used her emotional and intellectual intelligence in the workplace, and hasn't given him any at all, right? He came here specifically to pick her up from work, so that she could go home early and rest, but did he just come here to show off his affection? After saying this, he didn't even look at Tang Bingyan, and turned and walked out of the office. Wei looked at Su Tian's disappearing back and, somewhat helplessly, looked at Tang Bingyan. President Tang, it seems that Mr. Su is angry. I know. Tang Bingyan's expressionless. Wei, will it start then? Yes. Tang Bingyan also got up and left the office for the meeting room. Wei helplessly tidied up Tang Bingyan's desk. Well, his workaholic wife's true colors had emerged, and even Su Tian couldn't stop her. After Su Tian left, he said he was angry and was going home, and he wouldn't care anymore. But he still went out of his way to walk around the Yen Group building, and bought a bowl of millet porridge and a small cake with no added butter from the convenience store. Dinner was at 6 p.m., and it was already 1 a.m. The meeting might not end until late, and Tang Bingyan would probably still be hungry when she came out of the meeting room. When Su Tian returned to the office, he found Wei alone there, sorting through files. Mr. Su? Wei was surprised that Su Tian had returned. I bought her some late-night snacks. Su Tian placed the bag from the convenience store on the table and went to get the insulated lunchbox to pour the millet porridge into it. Mr. Su, you're so thoughtful. Wei nodded lightly and felt a little more favorably towards Su Tian. Although he still didn't completely trust Su Tian, what Su Tian had done over this period of time had impressed him. By the way, Wei, does Tang Bingyan have any plans to go abroad recently? Su Tian asked casually. President Tang is going to the lighthouse country at the end of the month to negotiate with a company. Su Tian was going to find out sooner or later, so Wei didn't hide it from him. President Tang is currently holding a meeting with the senior management to finalize the details of the negotiations. Su Tian's heart sank when he heard what Wei said. Clearly, after his rebirth, the development of various things had already taken a different path from his previous life. Could it be that Tang Bingyan still couldn't escape the fate of being assassinated and seriously injured? Are negotiations that important? Does Bingyan have to go in person? Su Tian's expression did not change, and his tone was like a casual chat with Wei. Usually, doesn't Gu Beiqing take care of this kind of work when going abroad for negotiations? This time is different. Wei explained, the cooperation with AM is more difficult. Although President Tang has the patented technology in his hands, they are always reluctant to give in due to licensing issues. In addition, the Tang family has been preparing for this project for a long time, and it involves not only Yan's group, but also several subsidiaries under the Tang group. Therefore, President Tang must go in person. After a pause, Wei asked again, Mr. Su, do you have any plans at the end of the month? Su Tian did not say another word. His heart had sunk to the bottom of the valley, and he had no heart to deal with Wei. Since this project could not be done without Tang Bingyan, he did not need to find a reason that was good enough for everyone to recognize in order to stop her from going to Beacon Country. But this reason was really hard to find. He could not just say directly that Tang Bingyan's trip was very dangerous and that she might even die if she was not careful. No one would believe him. So what should he do? Should he really let Tang Bingyan go to the lighthouse country? Chapter 130, Complaining. No, he must find a way to stop Tang Bingyan. If in the end he really can't stop her, then he will have to go with her. Tang Bingyan really did lose track of time during the meeting, and when it was over, it was almost dawn. Su Tian asked her to take a nap in the office cubicle restroom, and after going out to buy breakfast and returning it, he took a taxi to the company. Morong Shui was indeed scared by him and never called him back. Sitting in the office, Su Tian thought about it and edited a text message, asking Morong Shui to come to his office after class. Perhaps this time Su Tian's wording was more severe, and this time Morong Shui did not make any excuses. After class, she knocked on the door of his office. Today, Morong Shui was dressed even more extravagantly, and it was all kinds of clothes that were difficult to put on and take off. Even her neck was covered tightly by a turtleneck. Su Tian felt helpless. Did she really think that he was a lecherous man who would take any woman? Sit down, he said lightly to the guarding Morong Shui. Morong Shui stood uncomfortably still, tensing up like a string about to snap. Su Tian had wanted to explain things to Morong Shui properly, but seeing her uncooperative, thief-like appearance, he lost patience and stopped speaking softly to her. I asked you to come over to tell you a few things. He ignored Morong Shui's reaction and spoke on his own. First, I'm not interested in you. Second, I already have a girlfriend. The one you saw the other day is my girlfriend. There are no hidden deals between us, and she's not someone from this industry. I hope you'll forget everything you heard today and not tell anyone about this. I don't want my girlfriend to be disturbed. Third, I don't go after the artists under my management. I chose you only because you have good overall qualities, that's all. And if I really wanted to do something to you, I wouldn't need to go to all this trouble. Your cautiousness is a good thing in the entertainment industry, but you're using it in the wrong place. I'm your manager, and if you can't trust me 100%, then you should find another way out as soon as possible. No matter how good a manager is, they can't bring out an artist who is always suspicious of them. After Su Tian finished speaking in one breath, he confirmed with Morong Shui again. Did you understand what I said? Morong Shui looked at Su Tian blankly, as if she was still digesting what he had just said. Su Tian was in no hurry and waited patiently. It took 2 full minutes. Just as the tension in the office was rising, she finally spoke. I understand. Very good. Su Tian nodded in satisfaction. You are a smart girl. It is true that there are some dirty deals in the entertainment industry, but I will not force my artists to do things they don't want to do. Of course, I don't expect you to trust me immediately and unconditionally. After all, trust is built up little by little. But your guarding and suspicion of me must not affect normal work. The audition for the female lead in the musical is about to start, and many people are eyeing this role. And Du Xiaowei will not be willing to let you have the opportunity to become popular. Even though we have the advantage in public opinion right now, we cannot let our guard down. You don't have much time left. You must practice even harder. Can you do that? If you don't make it this time, you may never get another chance. Are you willing to take that? No. Morong Shui shook her head firmly again. She seemed to be moved by Su Tian's words, and quickly added, Brother Su, don't worry, I'll work hard. Very good. Go have lunch first, you have class in the afternoon, and don't let up on the fat loss plan. Thank you, Brother Su, I'll go now. Meanwhile, at the Lanshan Hot Spring Villa. Grandpa Tang looked at the documents and photos in his hands, his beard standing on end with anger. Is this all true? A young man in a suit stood in front of Grandpa Tang. He saw that the old man was trembling with anger, and a trace of smugness crossed his eyes, but his expression was full of concern. Grandpa Tang, please calm down first. Don't let this kind of popularity that can't get you anywhere upset your health. I already got this information a long time ago, but I heard that your health wasn't good before, so I moved you here to the riverside for recuperation, and that's why I didn't dare to disturb you with this dirty stuff." The young man hid the calculation and smugness in his eyes, and said to Mr. Tang with a tone full of concern, "But I can't bear the thought of you being kept in the dark, Mr. Tang." Miss Tang is the one who was in the dark, and she has known about all this for a long time, but she still lets Su Tian do whatever he wants. I think you are probably the only one who can persuade her. This Su Tian is not only a good-for-nothing who has achieved nothing at the company and idles around all day, he is even involved with other women. I heard that Su Tian's lover has leukemia, and Su Tian immediately agreed to donate his bone marrow without saying a word, completely ignoring Tang's feelings. Moreover, he used Tang's money to subsidize his family. The Su family was originally just an insignificant third-tier small company, but now because of Tang, they are booming and are about to climb to the second tier. How can an outstanding woman like Tang get involved with this kind of deadbeat? The young man looked angry, very upset for Tang Bingyan. Tang Bingyan's marriage to Su Tian was known only to the elderly Tang and a few close family members. Even if other family members had heard something, they would have assumed that Tang Bingyan had just found a boyfriend and that they were nowhere near getting married. After investigating Su Tian's misdeeds, some people became more active in their attempts to bring him down. Even if they could not take over, they naturally could not let a man who lived off of women get the advantage. They knew that Tang Bingyan was definitely the best candidate for marriage in the upper echelons of society in the imperial capital. Many eligible bachelors are still single and are waiting for Tang Bingyan. Before, Tang Bingyan was single and there were no other men around her. Everyone was on the same starting line, and no one could get her, so there was no rush. But when they heard that Tang Bingyan had a boyfriend, and that she had even come to Jianshui for that man, some people immediately couldn't sit still. So before Grandpa Tang had been in Jianshui for long, someone came to the door with evidence of Su Tian's crimes, wanting to sound out the Tang family's position. Grandpa Tang was an old man, so how could he not know the young man's ulterior motives? He tried hard to calm his anger, then waved at the young man. "I'm tired, you can go back first." The young man was a little anxious when he saw that he had not achieved the desired effect. "Grandpa Tang, now that you know that Su Tian is not clean, what are you going to do next?" "I heard that the kid is eloquent and Miss Tang has already trusted him completely, so I'm afraid she won't listen to anyone else's advice. Right now, only you can convince Miss Tang." Chapter 131, The villa was successfully rented out. Grandpa Tang suddenly looked up, his gaze meaningfully directed at the young man in front of him. "I have my own arrangements, but you must remember that this is a family matter for our Tang family. Regarding the things you have investigated, you are not allowed to let anyone else see them. Not many people originally knew about Bingyan and Su Tian's affair. If this matter becomes a major issue in the city, I will hold you responsible." The young man's heart tightened at the news, and he quickly said, "Grandpa Tang, don't worry, I definitely won't spread the news everywhere. After all, if it really gets out, it will affect Miss Tang's reputation as well." He originally wanted to take advantage of the situation and let the old Master Tang deal with Su Tian, but he was worried that being too proactive would backfire, so he immediately respectfully bid the old Master Tang farewell and turned to leave. After the young man left, the old Master Tang threw the information in his hands on the coffee table and instructed the butler beside him. "Oldly, go and check whether the information on this is true." Of course, he didn't completely believe the information, but he couldn't just sit back and do nothing. At the beginning, Su Tian didn't want to marry Tang Bingyan, and this old man Tang knew. But his granddaughter had never been so persistent with any man, and he knew in his heart that he couldn't stop her, so he simply didn't try. He originally thought that Su Tian and Tang Bingyan were just having a tense relationship, and when Tang Bingyan brought the other person back before, he saw that the two had already broken the ice in their interactions, so he didn't care. But if Su Tian pretended to please Tang Bingyan while messing around with other women on the side, that would touch his bottom line. There was also the matter of Su Tian using Tang Bingyan's resources to help his own family, which was not a big deal in the first place. Their family was large and wealthy, and it was not a big deal to support a family member who had married into the family. What the old master really cared about was Su Tian getting involved with other women while spending Tang Bingyan's money. He would not allow such a shameless man to stay by his granddaughter's side. "Okay, I'll go right now." Butler Lee nodded and immediately left with the information. The old master looked at the back of the old butler's figure inside, as if he had suddenly aged 10 years. He was already quite old, and the person he could not bear to let go was Tang Bingyan. He was the only one who knew how hard it was for Tang Bingyan to hold the entire Tang family together, and what price she had paid. Although he didn't think highly of Tang Bingyan being with Su Tian at all, he didn't oppose it because his granddaughter insisted. But if he knew that Su Tian was really the kind of scum with a messy personal life who forgot about righteousness when he saw a prophet, he would rather have his granddaughter hate him than continue to let Su Tian stay by her side. Butler Lee was quick, and he brought back the information he had investigated by noon the next day. Master, I have already had someone investigate. Regarding the woman entangled with Su Tian, she is actually his childhood sweetheart, and the two had some contact after they got married. However, according to my investigation, the photos of the two of them in a hotel room were taken when Su Tian was set up by that woman. Someone wanted to deliberately use those photos to provoke the young lady. In fact, the two did nothing, and since that incident, Su Tian has recognized the true face of that woman and has cut off all contact with her. Hearing this, the stern expression on Tang's face eased a little, and he asked again, "What about the bone marrow donation?" Hearing this, the old butler continued to report. The woman colluded with Su Tian's brother Su Rishin to trick Su Tian into the hospital, trying to create a medical accident and kill him. At that time, Su Tian's relationship with the young lady was very tense, and they were even getting a divorce. If Su Tian died, then the property he had received from the young lady would all go to the Su family. As for Su Tian using the money of the young lady to subsidize the Su family, at first, he did use the young lady to get the Su family several major projects, but after recognizing the true face of the Su family, he turned against his adoptive parents and took back all the money he had given to his adoptive father's foundation. Su Tian's adoptive parents only know how to suck blood, and Su Tian's eldest brother even tried to kill him. I believe that if Su Tian didn't have issues with his brain, he definitely would not be involved with them anymore. In fact, although Su Tian now owns 20% of the Su family's shares, he has already left the company to work for a brokerage company under the Yen Group, and has deliberately concealed his identity as the young master and his identity. Master. I feel that most of the content in those materials is groundless and not credible. Moreover, recently Su Tian has been picking up the young master from work every day, and even orders nutritious meals for her every day on time, urging her to eat on time. However, after listening to Li's words and looking at the information he brought back, Master Tang's doubts did not dissipate. Li, don't you think that Su Tian has changed too quickly? 2 months ago, he and Bingyan were like enemies. But after I came to Jiangshui, when Bingyan brought him to see me, I could clearly feel that Su Tian was very considerate and attentive to Bingyan. Master, the young lady is so outstanding, who wouldn't like her? Butler Li chose his words carefully. Men have pride, and Su Tian's status is so different from the young lady's. Plus, it was the young lady who insisted on marrying him in the first place, so it's understandable that Su Tian was reluctant and a bit rebellious. But the young lady is a perfect person in every way, and she is so good to Su Tian, which would move anyone. Coupled with the betrayal of his childhood sweetheart, it made him realize who really treated him well, so it is only natural that he would fall for the young lady. Hearing this, the old man Tang's face eased a little, and he rubbed his brows tiredly. I don't care if Su Tian really likes Tang Bingyan or not. As long as he doesn't betray Bingyan, that's enough. For people from families like ours, how can there be any sincerity? Butler Li deeply agreed with what the old Master Tang had said. The marriages between major families can only be for the sake of interests. Even if you find a man of equal status for the young lady, once the Tang family falls, the other party will immediately cut ties with the young lady and even throw stones at her when she is down. The Tang family is currently being supported by the eldest daughter alone, and some people in the family bully the eldest daughter because she is an orphan and are eyeing the position of family head. That is why Grandpa Tang feels that it might be better to find an ordinary person with no vested interests. In fact, I prefer the boy from Beicheng, but he is too deep-seated, and since Bingyan doesn't like him, it's fine. Grandpa Tang picked up the teacup on the coffee table and took a small sip. After Su Tian changed his mind, I feel that he and the young lady get along quite well. Wei told me more than once that Su Tian would pick up the young lady from work and buy her snacks. Everyone else treats the young lady like a goddess, but he is the only one who treats her like an ordinary woman. I hope he can keep it up. After Li's persuasion, the big stone weighing on Tang's heart was finally removed. Forget it, we're all old, let them young people make their own decisions. In the evening, Su Tian received a call from Su Xiuya. Hello? Auntie, yeah. Su Tian. Guessed that Su Xiuya had decided to rent his house. Sure enough, as Su Tian expected, as soon as the phone was connected, Su Xiuya couldn't wait to say. I went back and asked around, and none of my friends are planning to rent a place. But I've discussed it with your godfather, and we have some savings, and we'd like to change our living environment. Can we rent your place? I can transfer you half a year's rent right now. Godmother, you want to rent a place? Su Tian pretended to be surprised, and then said, "If you and Godfather want to come and live with us, how can I charge rent? The house is empty anyway, you can move in whenever you like." "That won't do. Even blood brothers calculate their accounts, let alone me being your godmother. If you don't charge rent, we'd be embarrassed to move in." Su Xiaoya didn't give Su Tian the chance to refuse. "Give me your bank card number now, and I'll transfer the money to you right away. But we might have to wait a while before we move in. Your godfather has to work overtime recently. Then I'll listen to my godmother. But do you want to come and have a look at the house first?" "No need to look, you won't lie to us." "Then it's settled, godmother, you can't go back on your word." A scheming smile flashed in Su Tian's eyes, and he sent Su Xiaoya his bank card number via WeChat. "You child, I'm old enough to be your godfather, how could I not be trustworthy?" Su Xiaoya said with a slight frown, "Don't worry, we plan to rent for a long time." Chapter 132, it's as if Tang Bingyan is going to abandon her at the end. Less than 5 minutes after hanging up the phone, Su Xiaoya transferred 10,000 yuan to Su Tian's account. Su Tian had already obtained the door card for Villa 88 in the Jiangshui dynasty, but because he had been busy recently, he had not found the time to go over there. He found a domestic service company online and hired some cleaners to clean the place so that Su Xiaoya and Yan Jinsong could move in directly. Su Xiaoya's meaning on the phone was that she should not move so soon. Su Tian picked up the calendar on his desk, flipped to next month, and marked the word move on a date. After marking it, Su Tian stared at the date for a moment, and suddenly thought of the information provided to him by the private investigator. It showed that Yan Jinsong's father, Grandpa Yan's birthday, also happened to be that day. It seems that the moving date will have to be postponed again. Suddenly, as if he had thought of something, he took out the thick file from the locked drawer, flipped to the middle and read it carefully. Because he had offered a high commission, the information the private investigator had found could be said to be detailed, and even the personal information of other members of the Yan and Su families was listed. The Yan family is considered a large family. Grandpa Yan had 2 sons, Yan Jinsong and his younger brother Yan Jinbai. At first, Grandpa Yan intended to pass the company on to Yan Jinsong, who was decisive in dealing with matters. However, during a bidding project, Yan Jinsong was framed for leaking company secrets. Faced with the doubts of the company's senior management, Yan Jinsong was unable to defend himself and simply left the company to set up his own business. It was therefore only natural that Yan Jinsong's position as president of the Yan Group was inherited by Yan Jinbai. Su Tian suspected that Yan Jinbai was behind the plot to frame Yan Jinsong, but there was no evidence in the investigation data. However, it is certain that Yan Jinbai has always been jealous of his older brother Yan Jinsong, and since childhood he has always imitated Yan Jinsong's habits. Yan Jinsong had studied Go since childhood, so he also wanted to learn. Yan Jinsong was admitted to the famous Beacon Business School, and Yan Jinbai also set his sights on that school. Even in matters of marriage, Yan Jinsong married Su Xiaoya, and Yan Jinbai surprisingly married Su Xiaoya's younger sister Su Wanlin. Even when Yan Jinsong was driven out of the house for leaking company secrets, Yan Jinbai did not let up. Even when Yan Jinsong's own company later collapsed and went bankrupt, Yan Jinbai was partly to blame. These are not brothers, they are practically enemies. Su Tian sighed as he held the information in his hands. No matter how evil Su Rixin was, after all, he was not related to Su Tian by blood. But Yan Jinbai was Yan Jinsong's own younger brother, and he had actually gone so far as to do such a cruel thing to his own brother. Su Tian also noticed through the information that every year Yan Jinbai would organize a birthday banquet for the elderly Yan. Since Yan Jinsong's company went bankrupt, the two men have been living under other people's roofs and working various jobs. Attending the elderly Yan's birthday banquets has become the target of ridicule by the Yan family's children and nephews. This year, those in the Yan family will definitely repeat their old tricks. It's time to let them taste the humiliation of being publicly humiliated. Over the next few days, Su Tian kept thinking about how he could get Tang Bingyan to cancel her trip to the lighthouse country, but unfortunately he never got anywhere. "Bingyan, can't you cancel the trip, or send a high-ranking executive there instead?" A week later, Su Tian came to the Yan Group again to find Tang Bingyan. "This project is very important." Tang Bingyan looked at Su Tian expressionlessly. "Are you hiding something from me?" "How could that be?" Su Tian shook his head quickly. "It's mainly because you've been working overtime all this time and haven't had time to spend with me. I don't want you to travel so far." Su Tian felt cheesy saying this. Alas! He was prepared to sacrifice his pride to protect his wife's safety. Tang Bingyan obviously didn't expect Su Tian to say such things to her. After a moment of shock, her gaze gradually softened. When I come back, I'll spare a month to spend with you. Su Tian's heart sank upon hearing this. Sure enough, Tang Bingyan's next words sent his heart plummeting. I must go on this negotiation. Mr. Su, this project is really important. Wei couldn't help but feel a little uncomfortable. President Tang has been a bit busy lately, but once she's finished with this project, she'll have time to spend with you. Wei felt that Su Tian was acting a little strange these days. In the past, he never used to be so clingy. And they're only going to the lighthouse state for a week on business, but now Su Tian's reaction is as if Tang Bingyan is going to abandon him at the end. I don't want her to keep me company. Su Tian knew that he currently had no reasonable reason to stop Tang Bingyan, so he could only use her poor health as an excuse. Bingyan has been very tired recently, and the lighthouse state is so far away from China. The voyage takes more than 8 hours, not to mention the jet lag. I'm worried that her body can't handle it. Mr. Su, you don't need to worry about this. This time, we will bring a doctor along, and no other schedule will be arranged except for the negotiations. Wei promised, we will pay attention to the general manager's physical condition at all times. Bingyan, if I said I didn't want you to go, would you cancel the trip? This time, Su Tian ignored Wei and turned to Tang Bingyan. Tang Bingyan stared at Su Tian for a long time with a complex expression on her face, and then said, within a week, I will definitely be back. Su Tian let out a silent sigh on hearing this. It seems that there really is no way to stop it. Meanwhile, outside Tang Bingyan's office, several senior executives were waiting anxiously at the door. What's wrong with President Tang? We still need to discuss the process of cooperating with AM. President Tang is leaving at the end of the month, and there are still many details to be finalized, so time is running out. What else could possibly be holding up President Tang? One of the senior executives snorted with disdain. Mr. Tang's little boyfriend is in there. I heard that he doesn't want Mr. Tang to travel. This is really not knowing what's important. The senior executive next to him exclaimed in surprise, how long has Mr. Tang and we been preparing for this project? It's fine if he's unable to help, but to hold things up? My wife doesn't keep an eye on me like that, and that little white face really thinks he's a woman. Mr. Tang is suspicious just because he's going on a business trip for a few days? Doesn't he have anything better to do? He comes to the office every day and hounds Mr. Tang. As a man, I feel ashamed of him. He's supported by Mr. Tang, so why does he need to go to work? I guess his daily routine is to sleep until he wakes up naturally, and then come over and cling to Mr. Tang to show off their affection in front of us. And what's so great about reminding Mr. Tang to eat on time? That's a job any babysitter can do. Mr. Tang has so many assistants, does he need him? Mr. Gu is more reliable, at least he can give Mr. Tang advice. Shoo. Just as a few senior executives were complaining outside the office, Su Tian, with a grave expression on his face, opened the office door and walked out from inside. Chapter 133, Honey, I'm not full yet. The senior executives hurriedly fell silent upon seeing him, but their eyes were full of undisguised curiosity, and even a hint of contempt. Su Tian ignored the senior executives in front of him and walked straight towards the elevator. He had long known that things would not go smoothly. How could a project negotiation that was so important to the Yen Group and even the Tang family be cancelled just because of a single word from him? Unless there was something more important that could make Tang Bingyan stay. But for Tang Bingyan, apart from work, the most important things were probably him and Grandpa Tang. Grandpa Tang's health had improved a lot recently thanks to traditional Chinese medicine, so it was unlikely that he would suddenly fall ill. As for him, what could a big man do if he got sick? He could just take some medicine and lie down for a couple of days. Regardless of whether Tang Bingyan would cancel her trip to the lighthouse country because he was sick, if he really pretended to be sick, he would be too ashamed to say anything. Su Tian, who could think of no other way, had to search carefully through his memories of his previous life, hoping to be inspired to turn the situation around. When night fell, he did come up with some details that might be useful. Su Tian decided to pack his bags first. If Tang Bingyan insisted on going to the lighthouse country, he would definitely go with her. If that didn't work, he could take the bullet for her in a critical moment. In the meantime, he had ordered some miscellaneous items online. The delivery period was 3 to 5 days, so it should arrive before Tang Bingyan's departure. Whether or not she could be protected depended on all of you. Su Tian double-checked the shopping order before submitting payment. Then, as usual, Su Tian went to the company to pick up Tang Bingyan from work. On the way, he received a call from Yan Jinsong. Hello? Godfather? Xiao Su. Su Tian readily changed his tone, which made Yin Jinsong stammer a little. Shoya told me about your situation, and I don't have any objections. From now on, you can consider us family, so if you have any difficulties, just let us know. Your godmother and I may not be very capable, but we can still help you with advice. Godfather, you're too kind. Su Tian felt a pang of sadness in his heart when he heard Yin Jinsong's humble words. If he hadn't been framed, Yin Jinsong would still be the heir of the Yin family and wouldn't have to live under someone else's roof. By the way, when are you and godmother planning to move in? I've already cleaned the house, so I'll help you move. That's not urgent. Yin Jinsong casually said, let's wait until you have some time. You young people are busy at work, so don't take time off from the company unless it's important. My working hours are quite flexible, so it's fine. Su Tian touched his nose and thought about the fact that the day after the next was the birthday banquet for the Yin family patriarch. So he deliberately said, Godfather, what do you think about the day after the next? I don't need to clock in at the office that day. The day after the next? I'm afraid that's not possible. Yin Jinsong said with difficulty, I have something to do with your godmother the day after the next. But I'm only free the day after the next this week. Godfather, what is it that you and godmother have to deal with? Is it really important? Can it be postponed? Yin Jinsong pondered for a moment, and then, since he had already acknowledged Tian as his godson and there was no need to hide it, he told him, I really can't make it the day after tomorrow. It's my father's birthday, and both your godmother and I will be there to wish his family a happy birthday. Oh, it's Grandpa's birthday. Su Tian smiled and said, then I'll definitely prepare a big gift. No need. Yin Jinsong hurriedly said, you're not exactly rich yourself, don't go to any trouble. How can that be? Godfather, your father is my grandfather. Su Tian said seriously, we are all family now, and sooner or later I will have to meet your family and relatives. Why don't you take this opportunity to introduce me to them? Yin Jinsong hesitated. It wasn't that he didn't want to introduce Su Tian to the rest of the Yin family, but he was worried that Su Tian would be teased and targeted by those people. They no longer cared about the treatment they received every year when they returned to the Yin family. But the child can't be subjected to such humiliation on his first visit. Is there something you're worried about, Godfather? Su Tian lowered his voice deliberately, you're right, it's not really appropriate for me to go to your family dinner. What's not appropriate? You're my godson now, your family? Yin Jinsong frowned and said, Su Tian, you come with us, I'll introduce you to my father and my younger brother. Then it's settled. Su Tian narrowed his eyes and smiled, I want to prepare a big gift for Grandpa, so you can send me the address, Godfather. Perhaps Tang Bingyan sensed that Su Tian was in a bad mood, and unusually, she didn't work overtime at dinner time. So, Su Tian, with the blank stares of the senior management, arrived at the top office without any obstacles, carrying an insulated lunchbox, and had dinner with Tang Bingyan. Wife, let me discuss something with you. Su Tian said tentatively as he ladled soup into Tang Bingyan's bowl. Is it still about the business trip? Tang Bingyan gave him a slightly quizzical look. It's really not about that this time. Su Tian replied a little apprehensively in the face of his partner's slightly skeptical gaze, the day after tomorrow, my godfather Yin Jinsong's father is throwing a birthday party, and I'm going with them. As soon as Su Tian opened his mouth, he noticed the atmosphere in the office instantly turn cold. My dear, since you have agreed to let me have a godfather and a godmother, sooner or later I will have to get in touch with the Yin family. But I promise that no matter who I meet in the future, you will always be my first priority. No one is more important to me than you. If you don't want me to investigate my background, I won't. After all, my biological parents abandoned me, so that means they didn't love me that much. I have come to understand the true face of the Su family, and for me, there is no family anymore. Yin Jinsong and Su Shoya have really been very good to me. I want to treat them as my elders, and that's all. Tang Bingyan still didn't say anything, as if she was considering something. Her delicate face gave off a full sense of oppression when it was expressionless. Su Tian used to hate Tang Bingyan the most for this kind of attitude, as if she was a celestial from the ninth heaven, setting him off like a small figure as low as dust. But now, he was dazzled by the momentary beauty before him. Tang Bingyan's beauty was different from those of the refined and delicate women. It was aggressive. Even if she didn't move or smile, she could conquer a city in an instant. If you want to go, just go. In the end, Tang Bingyan gave in. Just as she had countless times before to Su Tian. She could never refuse him. Compared to the previous conditions that were almost cruel to her, asking Su Tian to go to the Yin family patriarch's birthday banquet was really nothing.
But Su Tian, have you really not investigated your own background again? No.
Su Tian raised 3 fingers. Wife, I can swear to the heavens that if I secretly investigate my background against your wishes, then let me not have a good death. He didn't get to finish the word, and Tang Bingyan covered his mouth.
Don't say anything. This time Tang Bingyan was really angry.
And the stars in her cold black eyes flared up. The coldness of her hands and the cold aura emanating from her body made Su Tian shiver involuntarily. However, he had long since mastered the knack of coaxing people. He stuck out his tongue and gave Tang Bingyan's palm a gentle lick, and a wicked smile curled the corners of his mouth as he said, "Honey, I'm still not full."
Chapter 134 Handsome guy, do you want to have sex? Tang Bingyan felt like she had been electrocuted, and instantly pulled her hand back.
The anger in her eyes and brows had not yet subsided, but because Su Tian had just deliberately teased her, she was a little more flushed.
You continue eating, I'm going to a meeting.
After saying that, she walked out of the office without looking back.
Su Tian looked at Tang Bingyan's back and smiled helplessly.
Although Tang Bingyan usually presents herself as a cold and domineering woman, when she is with you in private and you let your guard down, she is more like a little girl who is insensitive to love. It seems that if you want to take their relationship further, you will have to work harder. After Tang Bingyan left, Su Tian tidied up the lunchboxes, leaned back on the sofa, and picked up a magazine to kill some time.
3 o'clock in the morning. After Tang Bingyan returned to the office, she found Su Tian asleep on the sofa. Bring a blanket. Tang Bingyan didn't want to wake him.
Wei, who returned with the blanket, also walked softly. Tang Bingyan personally wrapped Su Tian, who was lying on the sofa, in the blanket, only leaving half his face exposed, before she was satisfied.
President Tang, A.M. As soon as Wei opened his mouth, Tang Bingyan interrupted him softly. Go to the next meeting room.
The two of them went to the meeting room next door, and Wei began to report on the progress of the project. Then, President Tang, if there are no issues with this document, I will sign it and distribute it to the executives of other departments.
Imminent.
Tang Bingyan saw Wei, who was holding the document, about to walk out of the meeting room, and said coldly, "Wait."
President Tang.
Wei stopped in his tracks and turned around to see his boss, who had always presented herself as a cold and aloof queen, rubbing her brows with a somewhat tired expression.
Go contact Lin Wanlin and ask him to go congratulate Yen Rohai on his birthday in Su Tian's name. Upon hearing this, Wei's pupils suddenly contracted, and incredulously asked, Does Mr. Su know? Tang Bingyan shook her head, he doesn't. Then why is he? Tang Bingyan didn't say anything, but looked up at Wei expressionlessly. My lady, I'm sorry. Wei woke up with a start and quickly lowered his head. Wei shouldn't have spoken out of turn. He still doesn't know about that matter. Tang Bingyan's calm eyes flashed with a hint of anger, he won't have the chance to find out. His encounter with the Yen couple was just a coincidence. If the Yen couple are willing to keep that secret, I don't mind Su Tian hanging out with them. If they... Wei spoke with a worried tone. In just a few minutes, he had been shocked into cold sweat. Then they will have to disappear. Tang Bingyan's seemingly careless tone revealed a coldness in her bones. If the Yen couple truly cared about Su Tian, they would never tell him the secret they had kept for more than 20 years. But if they still had selfish motives, she would definitely get rid of them. She would not hesitate to clear away all obstacles for Su Tian, even if the price to be paid was for him to dislike or even hate her. No one in the world was more important than Su Tian, including herself. I understand. I'll call Master Lin right away. Even Wei, who had been by Tang Bingyan's side for many years, was shocked by the other party's aura just now. After he walked out of the reception room, he immediately called Lin Wanlin. After the call was connected, he realized that it was only 4 o'clock in the morning. Fortunately, Lin Wanlin had always been in the habit of getting up early, so he did not disturb the internationally renowned calligraphy master. You have to know that Lin Wanlin is a low-key person who usually does not attend similar banquets. In the whole of China, I'm afraid there is no one else who can invite him, except for the eldest daughter of his family. Even though she knew the identity of the Yin family, the eldest daughter still agreed to let Su Tian associate with them, and even asked Master Lin to come out and help support Mr. Su's reputation. Wei felt that he was increasingly unable to understand Tang Bingyan's thoughts. Could it be that love makes people blind? Then his eldest daughter is not just blind, she can't see anyone but Su Tian. The next day.
Su Tian had shopped in every major shopping mall in Jiangsu City, but he couldn't find a suitable gift. The Yin family was a large one after all, and the ordinary tonic the old master Yin would not be impressed with. In the end, he bought a box of dahongpo at a tea house in Ginseng at the mall, planning to go to the antique market early tomorrow. If he couldn't find anything suitable before the birthday celebration began, he would just give the tea in Ginseng. The day of the old master Yan's birthday celebration. Su Tian got up at 5 o'clock and went to the antique market. There is an antique street in the old town of Jiangsu City, and it is also full of shops during the day, but most of them are fake goods that deceive tourists from other places. If you want to find a treasure, you need to set off early in the morning to catch the market. Before the antique shops on both sides of the street open, many private vendors will set up stalls in the street. There are porcelains, rubbings, ancient books, jades, and a dazzling array of gold and silver jewelry. Although Su Tian got up very early, when he arrived at the antique street, he only saw a few scattered stall owners setting up their stalls. And what they had in their hands were not antiques at all, but mostly modern porcelain vases or grain coupons. Su Tian asked an old man nearby and learned that the real antiques were basically sold at the ghost market. And the ghost market on the antique street dispersed at 3 a.m. Just as Su Tian was about to return disappointed, he suddenly noticed a small stall on the street. The reason he noticed the stall was because the owner was a bit different. Unlike the cunning little vendors and the simple farmers digging up treasures from their homes and fields, the owner of this inconspicuous stall was a woman, and a young and beautiful one at that. The woman was dressed in a floor-length dress, dressed very elaborately, with lazy chestnut brown curls, a high-nose bridge, deep eye sockets, and a charming tear-shaped mole under the corner of her left eye. She rested her hands on her cheeks, bored as she surveyed the passers-by. She didn't seem like a calculating businesswoman, but more like a rich young lady out to experience the vicissitudes of life. Su Tian had chosen a suit from his wardrobe for the dinner, a gift from Tang Bingyan. He didn't know much about luxury brands, but he knew that Tang Bingyan would never buy clothes for less than 10,000 units. When he had just been walking around the antique street in this luxury item, he had repeatedly been taken for a fat goose waiting to be slaughtered. The way those people looked at him was so blatant, it was as if they were trying to trick him into buying a fake. But this woman in a long skirt was different. Even though Su Tian had been standing near her stall for a long time, she still stared at him with those dark eyes that seemed to contain a myriad of stars. It was as if they weren't meeting for the first time, but after a long separation. Su Tian looked back a little confused. He didn't remember meeting this woman before. And even if he did know her, he would still prefer to keep his distance from such a flirtatious and beautiful woman. Su Tian felt that there was something abnormal about this woman, and coupled with the fact that her stall was full of ordinary junk, he directly turned to leave. However, just as he took a step, a voice as clear as a silver bell sounded from behind him. "Handsome man, I'm in a good mood today, do you want a free fortune-telling?" Chapter 135, 50 is not enough, you're losing out. Su Tian's lips twitched slightly. This woman, dressed so exquisitely, is actually a charlatan? Seeing that Su Tian had not stopped, the young woman continued. "You don't have to have your fortune told, you can just buy something. Everything at my stall is rare and precious, and I don't cheat young or old. Just pick something, and since we're destined to meet, I'll give you a discount." Su Tian paused at these words, and with a complex look in his eyes, he turned his head to look at the woman's stall. "You're saying that all of these are precious treasures?" "Of course. If you can't see it, it's because you're uneducated." The young woman spoke with conviction, so Su Tian, who didn't want to be called uneducated, returned to the stall with patience and looked down again at the miscellaneous objects. After looking at them for a long time, he still couldn't make anything of them, so he pointed at an irregular yellow stone-like object and asked, "What is it? Is it a topaz?" "That." The young woman looked at Su Tian as if he were an idiot. "It is the relics of a high monk from the Tang dynasty." Puff. If Su Tian was drinking water, he would have choked to death a long time ago. The relics of a high monk from the Tang dynasty would appear on the antique street of a second-tier small city, Jiangsu. How would the professional archaeologists in China feel? Although Su Tian has never seen a real relic, he is certain that this woman is just making it all up. "What, you don't believe me? This is the real deal, and I can even give you a free appraisal certificate." Su Tian got up again and was about to leave. "This is getting ridiculous." The woman saw that he was leaving again and became a little anxious, and even stood up from her stall. "Hey, don't go, I also have things that ordinary people can display." "Like what?" Su Tian interrogated the young woman's soul. "Well, for example." The woman squatted down again and picked and chose in front of the stall. This is the Song Dynasty Empress's footbath.
This is the Yuan Dynasty Empress Dowager's socks. Come on, there was no Empress Dowager in the Yuan Dynasty. Su Tian interrupted the other person's serious nonsense.
Oh, then I got it wrong, it should be the Qing Dynasty. The young woman continued to introduce the items to Su Tian, but he didn't want to waste any more time, so he casually pointed to the nearest object.
How much is this? Wrap it up for me.
Okay. The young woman smiled and put the object Su Tian had specified into a delicate box. She had to admit that the box was quite nice looking, and judging by the woman's habit of making things up as she went along, it might be worth more than the object he had bought.
My price is 500,000. What? Su Tian's hand shook as he took the box, and he almost threw it out. 500,000 for this?
For that price, I could buy 20 caddies of fake Yuanqing blue and white at the stall next door.
This is a real antique. The young woman rolled her eyes in displeasure. You ignorant mule, do you even know?
Su Tian didn't understand what was meant by mule, but he had a feeling it wasn't a good thing. I don't know if it's a real antique, but I know I'm not being taken for a fool. After saying this, Su Tian was about to put down the box in his hands. Seeing this, the young woman said again, then give me 50,000, this time it really can't be less. 10,000, Su Tian kept his face expressionless as he countered, if not, I'll go look elsewhere.
Okay, 10,000 it is, that's enough for me to drink milk tea for half a month.
The young woman relented, if I weren't short of cash recently, I definitely wouldn't sell it so cheaply, these are all my heirlooms. Su Tian had not held out hope, but he did not expect the other party to actually agree.
So he immediately paid for the item and left.
You are the first person to buy my item today, collector. The young woman extended her slender hand towards Su Tian.
Let's get acquainted, my name is Yun Muyu, what's your name?
Forget about being friends, after all, I don't have any money, I can't afford to be a fool. Su Tian ignored the young woman's overtures and disappeared into the street corner with his belongings. After Su Tian's back disappeared from view, Yun Muyu slightly shook her thick, seaweed-like hair and a faint smile curled the corner of her lips.
Interesting, really interesting. Mom, this pretty sister's bracelet on her foot is so pretty.
A middle-aged woman and a little girl aged 5 or 6 passed by the antique street. Yun Muyu's eyes lit up, and she instantly took off the bracelet on her foot.
Little sister, you really know what's good.
This bracelet was worn by Yang Fei back in the day. I think you two are also meant to be together, so I'll take 1 million.
1 million is too much?
The price is negotiable.
10,000. This offer won't last. Not even 10,000? How about 100? 100 is doable, right? 50. 50 is the absolute minimum. If you don't want 50, you're missing out. A few hours later, at the Yan residence.
Since the Yans are in the entertainment industry, the patriarch's birthday banquet naturally attracted a lot of reporters. As one after another luxury car starting at the $1 million level appeared, it also signaled that the birthday banquet was about to begin.
Look, isn't that Luo Tianwang? And that one over there in the sapphire blue dress, is she the star of Yixing Media?
After all, today is Grandpa Yan's birthday, and Yan's Yixing Media is one of the top companies in the entertainment industry, so the stars will have to give him their respect.
The Yin family is really putting on a big show. I guess they can rival the big families in the imperial capital?
Somebody in the crowd let out a sigh, and it immediately drew the scorn of a middle-aged man nearby.
Humph, still a world-ignorant person, how can the Yin family compare to the families in the imperial capital now?
This middle-aged man wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. Although he was also holding a single-lens reflex camera for filming, he didn't look like a reporter, but rather like an academic.
If it were the Yin family before the incident, it might still be possible, but now. The middle-aged man shook his head. Incident? What incident happened to the Yin family?
The reporters around him stared at the middle-aged man with glowing eyes, like a wolf dog that had seen meat and bones. I have been in the entertainment industry for 3 or 4 years, and I have never heard of anything going wrong with the Yin family. The middle-aged man laughed lightly and said, everyone knows that the current president of the Yin group is the youngest son of the old master Yin.
But in fact, at the beginning, President Yan's business acumen was far inferior to that of his eldest brother Yin Jinsong. At that time, President Yan was merely Yin Jinsong's secretary. Secretary? The reporters around were in an uproar. Who would have thought that the current president of the Yin group, who is now the one who says what to do, was just an obscure secretary at the beginning? Chapter 136, He even adopted a godson?
Yes, it was Yen Jinsong who was too ambitious and leaked the Yen Group's information to a rival company. He was even investigated for embezzlement and bribery, and was forced to resign as president. The reporters were shocked to hear this.
Leaking company secrets and embezzling public funds is a betrayal of the company. If the amount is huge, he could be sentenced to prison, right?
That's right. The middle-aged man nodded, but in the end, Mr. Yen didn't report the case to the police because of their many years of father-son bond, and instead just called a shareholders meeting to kick Yen Jinsong out of the company, and then handed the company over to his younger son to manage.
Where did Yen Jinsong go afterwards? Someone asked curiously.
Now the Yen Jinsong family has completely fallen into poverty, relying on working for Yen Jinsong's wife's brother-in-law to make a living. Alas, what a mess of a good hand. After listening to the middle-aged man's story, the reporters all felt disgusted with Yen Jinsong, the ungrateful son who stole from his own family. In fact, the old master Yen had been good enough to the eldest son, and even though Yen Jinsong had only given birth to a daughter, he wanted to give Yen Jinsong the right to inherit the company. The middle-aged man gave a faint smile and threw out another explosive topic, but I heard that he is still not giving up.
In order to get a share of the Yen family's wealth, he even adopted a godson? An adopted son?
Everyone was shocked. Someone who could think of such a method is really not an
ordinary person. Indeed.
The middle-aged man took out a box of cigarettes from his suit pocket, took out one and put it in his mouth without lighting it. In a family like the Yans, although it is impossible for an adopted son who is not related by blood to inherit the family business, if Yen Jinsong officially recognizes the identity of that adopted son and registers it with the Civil Affairs Bureau,
then legally the adopted son is also a member of the Yen family.
Although he won't be able to make a lot of money, the Yen family has so many companies. If the adopted son knows how to please Grandpa Yen, it will be quite easy for him to get a good job in one of the subsidiaries. If he is smart and manages to climb his way to the management in 3 to 5 years, then the Yen family will be able to look forward to a comfortable life for the rest of their lives.
Yen Jinsong is really strange.
Yes, in order to fight for the family fortune, he even adopted an outsider as his godson.
Amid the reporters' sighs and exclamations, an ordinary taxi drove up from afar. Who is this?
The reporters looked at the taxi, confused.
It must have taken the wrong road and accidentally entered. This is a neighborhood of luxury homes, so how could anyone be taking a taxi? The Yen family bodyguards also noticed the car.
They saw their faces fall, and they quickly reached out and gave a stop sign with their hands. The taxi stopped in front of the Yen family bodyguards, and a middle-aged couple holding hands and a woman in her 20s with a pretty face got out. This person was Yen Xingxue, who had saved Su Tian several times in his previous life.
Stop.
This is a private courtyard, no one is allowed to enter. The lead bodyguard glared impatiently at the three in front of him, as if he were going to drive them away.
What kind of attitude is that? Do you know who we are?
Yen Xingxue stared at the bodyguards with a look of defiance.
Do you believe I can get Grandpa to fire you?
Xingxue, don't make trouble.
Su Xiaoya pulled Yen Xingxue from behind. These bodyguards have all been replaced recently. It's normal that they don't know us.
Today is your grandfather's birthday banquet, and you making a scene at the door will upset him. Yen Xingxue glared at the bodyguards unwillingly, and snorted, "Humph, you look down on people, sooner or later I'll show you." Although she really wanted to argue with these bodyguards, she still had regard for the Yen family patriarch, and with great difficulty she suppressed her anger and retreated to her mother's side. At this time, Yen Jinsong stepped forward to the bodyguards and explained politely and gently.
I am Yen Jinsong, here to congratulate my father on his birthday.
Yen Jinsong? The face of the leading bodyguard was full of shock. He had only arrived at the Yen family after Yen Jinsong had been expelled, and this was the first time he had been given such an important task, responsible for the security of the old master Yen's birthday banquet. It was normal that he didn't recognize the Yen family. But even though he didn't recognize him, he had heard of Yen Jinsong's name. But the middle-aged man in front of him was really very different from the young master of the Yen family in his mind. In his opinion, even if Yen Jinsong had been expelled from the Yen family, he would not be wearing an out-of-season suit made of ordinary fabric and looking so down and out. The bodyguard was worried that someone might be impersonating the young master of the Yen family and cause trouble, so he asked with a stern face, "Please show me your invitation."
We're going back to my grandfather's house to celebrate his birthday. Do we need an invitation? Yen Xingxue couldn't hold back anymore. Do you need an invitation to go back to your own home? Without an invitation, you cannot enter. The bodyguard put on a business-like attitude. You're really pushing it.
Yan Qingxue was so angry that she raised her arm and was about to hit the bodyguard in the face, but Yan Jinsong stopped her quickly. Yan Jinsong helplessly dragged Yan Qingxue behind him, then took out his phone and dialed the number of a nanny, Sister Gua, who had worked for the Yin family for decades. After he was disgraced and kicked out of the Yin family, this nanny was the only one in the entire Yin family who had always treated him with the same attitude. In fact, President Yan deliberately wanted to annoy him, and really sent his secretary to give him an invitation. However, Yan Jinsong was worried that the Yin family bodyguards would make things difficult for Su Tian, so he gave Su Tian the invitation in advance. Now he called President Yan, and the other party definitely would not answer. As for contacting his own father, that was even less likely, so with no choice, he could only call for help from Sister Gua. After Sister Gua received the call, she readily testified on Yan Jinsong's behalf. Gua's wife usually cooks for the bodyguards, so she knows them well. With her testimony, Yan Jinsong's family was quickly released. As the three of them walked towards the Yin mansion, an elderly man in good spirits was standing in the middle of the mansion's open-air courtyard, greeting guests. "Hello, Butler Xiao." Several guests took the initiative to go over and greet the old man, but the old man merely nodded indifferently, his condescending attitude quite perfunctory. A few Yixing media artists standing together in a corner of the courtyard not far away whispered to each other, their eyes occasionally falling in the direction of the old man. "He's just a butler, but look at his airs. If you didn't know any better you'd think he was the old master of the house." Those guests who had just taken the initiative to greet Butler Xiao were all well-known business tycoons with high status. Even so, Butler Xiao's attitude was not cordial. People like him have the capital to put on airs. One of the experienced actresses laughed and said, "Do you know his status in the Yin family? He is no ordinary butler." "Oh? How is he not ordinary?" the artist next to her asked curiously. Chapter 137, he was publicly reprimanded like a dog. He is President Yan's man, and among the Yin family's servants, he is second to none. What's more, thanks to President Yan, he is on good terms with many senior figures in related departments, and his connections are wider than those of you social butterflies. The entertainers, who were still gossiping, fell silent upon hearing this. They thought to themselves, the Yin family is truly a powerful one, and this is truly a case of one person becoming successful and everyone else rising along with them. But anyway, they are only entertainers from the Yin family's company. Even if they are popular, they are just employees. When they go to the big boss's house, they really don't dare to offend the butler easily. After being reminded by the female celebrity just now, they also restrained their gossiping minds and stood obediently on the periphery, not daring to look at the inner courtyard even once with their eyes. It didn't take long before Yan Jinsong, Su Xiaoya, and Yan Qingxue walked in. "Butler Xiao, I want to see my father." Yan Jinsong came to Butler Xiao and said bluntly. Butler Xiao squinted at Yan Jinsong and, seeing that the family was still dressed in rags, a look of disgust flashed in his eyes as he said in a neutral tone. "I'm sorry, but the master is resting right now. He has already commanded that no one is to be seen, and naturally you are no exception, young master." Upon hearing this, the guests around Butler Xiao all turned their attention to Yan Jinsong's family. Seeing their out-of-season coarse clothes, they all revealed mocking expressions. It really is like the saying goes, 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Who would have thought that Yan Jinsong, the would-be successor of the Yin family, would have fallen to such a state? Even a butler can be strange to him, and it is really pitiful. Anyone can tell that although Butler Xiao still calls Yan Jinsong young master, neither his expression nor his tone shows any respect. Yan Jinsong's eyes darkened, and he lowered his head in some disappointment. It seems that the gap between him and his father cannot be eliminated for a while. Yan Qingxue, who was standing nearby, saw that Xiao, the butler, who had previously kowtowed to their family, had suddenly turned on them. Her anger rose, and she was about to go up to him and argue with him, but Su Xiaoya tightly grabbed her wrist. "Mom!" Yan Qingxue's eyebrows stood on end. "Are we just going to let these servants humiliate us? It's better to avoid trouble." Su Xiaoya shook her head and sighed. "Today is your grandfather's birthday, and he hates it when there is unrest in the family. We have to bear whatever grievances we have." Yan Qingxue's angry eyes could almost spit fire, and she wanted to burn a hole in the arrogant butler Xiao, but because of Su Xiaoya's persuasion and Yan Jinsong's repeated concessions, she could only suppress her anger. If her father hadn't promoted him, Butler Xiao wouldn't have his current position. But after her father was wrongfully expelled from the Yan family, this Butler Xiao immediately switched to fawning over President Yan's family. Whenever he saw them, he would chase after them and stomp on them viciously. His name is Xiao Ren, but it should be Xiao Bu Ren.
This kind of ungrateful villain deserves to die. Butler Xiao, good afternoon. Just as Yan Qingxue was trying to calm down, a somewhat pompous voice sounded behind them.
Yan Qingxue turned around and saw her uncle Su Mingli strutting over with his wife Zhang Yuzhen and son Su Weixin.
Mr. Su.
Xiao Butler's indifferent expression changed as soon as he saw Su Mingli, and he immediately greeted him warmly. Su Mingli was closely related to Yan, his patron, so naturally he could not afford to be rude. It must be said that although Butler Xiao is arrogant, he is very perceptive and knows who not to offend.
Hello, Uncle Xiao. Su Weixin took the initiative to greet Butler Xiao at the behest of Zhang Yuzhen's eyes.
Butler Xiao also enthusiastically patted Su Weixin on the shoulder. Weixin is getting more and more promising. Zhang Yuzhen was very pleased to hear Xiao's praise, and her eyes were full of a sense of accomplishment. Just as she was about to exchange a few more polite words with him, Yu Guangzhong suddenly saw Yan Jinsong and Su Xiaoyao on the other side, and his face suddenly turned pale. Big sister, brother-in-law, the formal dinner starts at 5 o'clock, why are you here now? Facing Zhang Yuzhen's questioning, Yan Jinsong said helplessly, it's the weekend today, and I was worried that the traffic would be bad and I would be late, so I came early. Upon hearing Yan Jinsong's explanation, Zhang Yuzhen's expression grew even more unhappy. Brother-in-law, you should be working overtime at the company right now.
What will happen to the company's business if you leave? We've recently received orders worth hundreds of thousands of yuan. If you don't keep an eye on things every day, who will bear the loss if there are any issues?
Zhang Yuzhen was aggressive, showing no mercy in front of everyone. When the other guests around them saw her behave like this, their gazes turned to Yan Jinsong with even more contempt.
Was this really the same Yan Jinsong, the powerful heir of the Yin family?
Now he was being publicly reprimanded like a dog by a woman.
Those orders shouldn't be an issue. I checked them before I left, and there are still some that haven't been shipped out. I'll have Do keep an eye on them. He's meticulous and won't make any mistakes.
Yan Jinsong explained to Zhang Yuzhen in a patient manner.
How can you just hand off your work to someone else?
However, the better Yan Jinsong's temper was, the more Zhang Yuzhen berated him. It's clearly your own work, but you justifiably shoved it onto another employee.
Don't you know your place?
Because of my sister, our family hired you, Mingli, to have a job to make a living.
Now you are using your position to get personal and make other employees work.
If this gets out, people will definitely think we are a heartless company that only exploits its employees.
How will Mingli establish her authority in front of the employees in the future?
Zhang Yuzhen completely ignored the fact that there were other guests around and gave Yan Jinsong a scolding. Yan Jinsong knew that Zhang Yuzhen was just making things up, but he didn't want to make a big deal out of it, so he had to compromise and say, after the dinner is over, I'll go back to the office and work overtime.
What's the point of going back after the dinner is over? By then, the order should have already been packed and shipped, right?
Zhang Yuzhen grunted in dissatisfaction. Fine, no matter what, you're still my brother-in-law.
For the sake of our family, let's not do this again. Yuzhen, you should keep quiet too. Don't you see what kind of occasion this is? You think this is your own home?
Su Mingli felt embarrassed when he saw the guests around them looking at them, so he scolded his wife with a stern face. Zhang Yuzhen snorted in disapproval.
What's wrong with this occasion? The Yin family is big and wealthy, so no one is allowed to speak? I'm doing this for the company's sake. We're not philanthropists.
It's already a losing business to keep two freeloaders at home.
Chapter 138. Su Tian comes to deliver the villa.
Yan Qingxue saw Zhang Yuzhen's harsh words to her father and guessed how her family usually treated her parents.
She was so angry that she trembled with rage.
If Su Xiaoya hadn't stopped her, she would have long since wanted to rush up and slap that mean and vicious aunt. Butler Xiao raised his wrist to check the time. The birthday banquet was about to start, so Mr. Su should take his wife and Weixin inside to take their seats. After saying this, he greeted Su Mingli and the others before turning and walking towards the villa. Tonight's banquet was set up in the banquet hall of the main building, and at this time, the head of the Yin family was already seated in the main seat in the banquet hall. Although the head of the Yin family was already quite old, he was full of energy and spirit, and he exuded an air of authority as he sat in the main seat. When his gaze fell on Yan Jinsong's family, his expression became a little displeased, but then he turned his head to the other side as if he hadn't seen them.
Grandpa. Yan Hongyu, the son of President Yan, walked up to Grandpa Yan with a pretty girl.
I wish you good fortune like the East China Sea and a lifespan as long as Mount Nanshan.
Very good. Grandpa Yan's serious face finally broke into a smile when he saw Yan Hongyu. Hello, Grandpa Yan, I'm Su Miaolin from the Su family of Daidu.
I'm here to congratulate you on your birthday on behalf of the Su family, and I hope that you will have this day every year and every year. When the girl finished speaking, there was an instant silence.
The Su family of the imperial capital? That's a family that's famous even in the imperial capital. The daughter of such a family has actually been wooed by Yin Hongyu? The Su family of the imperial capital? Grandpa Yen looked at Su Miaoying twice without saying a word, then nodded with satisfaction. You've got it. Let Hongyu seat you, and if you need anything, just let him know. Thank you, Grandpa Yen. Su Miaoying nodded obediently, then took the initiative to take Yen Hongyu's wrist and turned with him to take their seats. As soon as Yen Hongyu and Su Miaoying sat down, Su Weixin came over. Cousin, you look really handsome in that suit today. Su Weixin took the opportunity to sit on the other side of Yen Hongyu's seat, and with some envy, he reached out and touched the cuff of Yen Hongyu's shirt. Are those real diamonds on the cuff? Yen Hongyu despised Su Weixin's unpresentable behavior, but he still maintained a polite image and said to Su Weixin with a faint smile. They are real diamonds, but the purity is not high. If you like, I will give them to you when I go back. Su Weixin thanked with joy. Really? Thank you, cousin. Zhang Yuzhen was very pleased to see her son getting along well with Yen Hongyu. Yen Hongyu is now the only person in the younger generation of the Yin family who can take the position of heir. If my son can get along well with him, then he will definitely have a bright future. Weixin, when you are free, you must learn more about business from your cousin, so that you can help your father in the future. Zhang Yuzhen unobtrusively flattered Yen Hongyu. Cousin is the best in the younger generation of our family, he is my role model. Su Weixin also took the opportunity to flatter. It is my honor to learn from my cousin. It's best that you think so. After all, among the younger generation of the Yin family, your cousin is in a class of his own, and the sideline nephews can't catch up no matter how hard they try. Zhang Yuzhen said, and her eyes glanced at Yen Jinsong's direction. Some people can only give birth to money losers, and now they are still deluding themselves into thinking that they can adopt a godson to divide up the family assets. Su Miaoying, who was sitting on the other side of Yen Hongyu, suddenly looked a little embarrassed when she heard this. Zhang Yuzhen suddenly remembered having heard about Su Miaoying's illegitimate daughter's identity before, and knowing that she had said something inappropriate, she explained with some annoyance. Miss Su, I was talking about the daughter of Hongyu's eldest brother's family. That girl is usually ignorant and loud, like a little tomboy, and now she can only work as a secretary for someone else. She is naturally not comparable to a lady like you. Su Miaoying forced a smile, but her expression was still unpleasant to see. Seeing the situation getting more and more awkward, Zhang Yuzhen also smiled awkwardly and stiffly changed the subject. Hongyu, I heard that you and Miss Su have settled things? Yes. Yen Hongyu nodded. In fact, I have known Miaoying for a long time, but we really got together recently. So what does Miss Su's family think? Zhang Yuzhen pretended to be concerned. My father respects my decisions when it comes to relationships. Su Miaoying replied shyly, and Hongyu is such a wonderful person, so the family will definitely be very happy with him. That's good, I think you two make a perfect match, and Hongyu is also the heir of the Yin family, so your marriage will be a powerful alliance. Auntie, what's going on with my uncle's side? Yen Hongyu thought of the rumors he had heard and asked without showing any emotion. He recently adopted a godson? Isn't that right? Zhang Yuzhen's mouth curled up at the mention of it. I don't know where he found that poor kid. If you ask me, sister, you're getting on in years and can't bear a son, you should just accept your fate. He's already been kicked out of the Yin family, and now he's trying to find ways to get the family fortune by other means, not afraid of being laughed at. Zhang Yuzhen's words were really offensive, and even the good-natured Su Shoya couldn't help but retort. Yuzhen, how can you say that? What do you mean by other means? I've never felt that having a daughter is a bad thing. It's the age of equality, not the age of male superiority. And we adopted Xiao Tian as our godson because he gets along with Jin Song and me. How can you make it sound so nasty? Usually, Zhang Yuzhen's strange behavior can be tolerated by Su Shoya for the sake of her younger brother. But now the other party is mocking her in front of everyone for adopting Xiao Tian as her godson in order to fight for family property, and even mocking Xiao Tian. This is something she can't stand. Big sister, don't be angry, Yuzhen is just like that, she speaks without thinking, she doesn't really have any bad intentions. Su Mingli saw that Su Shoya was really angry, so he quickly stepped in to mediate. Mingli, can you explain it away as just her speaking without thinking? Su Shoya was utterly disappointed. Yuzhen is also a mother, doesn't she know what to say and what not to say? Yen Hongyu saw Su Shoya arguing with Su Mingli and Zhang Yuzhen, and a teasing look flashed in his eyes.
He still maintained the image of a gentle and refined nobleman, but he was interested in hoping that the two would argue more fiercely, and that the matter would escalate.
Who are you to accuse my mother?
Before Zhang Yuzhen could respond, Su Weixin, who was standing nearby, pointed at Su Xiaoya with a face full of indignation and yelled. Your whole family are vampires, eating and drinking for free in my house, and my father even pays you a salary. If it wasn't for us, your family would have become beggars begging on the streets long ago. Not only are you ungrateful, but you've become even more arrogant.
What's wrong with scolding you a little? Isn't what my mom said the truth? Your daughter is a money spinner.
She couldn't find a job after graduating from university, and she only got a secretary position by sleeping with the big boss. You think she's useless, so you find a wild boy from the outside to be your godson, hoping that the wild boy will get a share of the Yin family's wealth.
You're really calculating, aren't you? That's enough. Su Mingli couldn't help but rebuke, Weixin, how can you say such things about your cousin?
Yan Qingxue dares to do those dirty things, so she's not afraid of people talking about it.
Su Weixin snorted disdainfully. Dad, did I say anything wrong? Is it a fact that she couldn't find a job after graduating from university? Is it a fact that she works as a secretary for a big boss? She has no background and no ability, so why would the boss of the Su group use her? She got her current job by climbing the social ladder, didn't she?
Now she's hooked up with a rich guy, living the high life, but she's left her parents with us to take care of.
What's wrong with me saying something to her?
She's got her own two hands, but she can't even support her own parents, and I feel ashamed for her. Our family has supported my eldest sister's family for so long, but in the end, we have raised a bunch of ungrateful people. Usually, my eldest sister treats my mother like her servant, but now she even humiliates her in front of other people.
This is absolutely shameless.
Su Weixin did not hide her contempt and mockery of Yan Jinsong's family at all, and ignored Su Mingli's attempts to stop her. It was obvious that she had been unhappy with them for a long time.
Everyone looked at the Yan Jinsong family with contemptuous eyes and shook their heads.
No one expected that the Yan Jinsong family would turn out to be such people. It seems that they were not wronged when they were kicked out of the Yan family in the first place. Yan Qingxue clenched her lips, and anger burst out of her eyes. She didn't care if she was maliciously slandered by Su Weixin, she just wanted to protect her mother, but this was so difficult for her at this stage. Su Weixin saw that neither Su Xiaoya nor Yan Qingxue said anything, so he said even more proudly.
Anyway, I can't do it.
I'll abandon my parents to others while I go out and have a good time.
Son, if your father and I were in this situation, what would you do?
Zhang Yuzhen asked, as if she was afraid that the world would not be in chaos. Of course I would try to save up money and then rent a house in the city to take you all there. But the size of the house is where our family lives, so how can you shamelessly be a leech and suck the blood of your relatives?
Su Weixin said with bravado.
At the moment, he had completely forgotten that the house he was living in was originally a gift from Yan Jinsong to their family.
If only every child was like you.
Zhang Yuzhen was very satisfied with Su Weixin's answer. It's a pity that some people don't discipline their children. Not only have they given birth to a money spinner, but they are also lazy good-for-nothings who only know to cling to men. Su Xiaoya saw Zhang Yuzhen once again subtly criticizing Yan Qingxue, and her face flushed with anger. She wanted to retort loudly, telling everyone that Yan Qingxue works very hard and that she got her current job through her own abilities.
Yan Qingxue is not a lazy person at all.
On the contrary, she and Yan Jinsong have been affected, and that is why she cannot find a job. If it were not for President Yan spreading rumors behind her back, Yan Qingxue, an outstanding graduate of a prestigious university, would not have been unable to find a suitable job for several years and would have been forced to take odd jobs. Sister, Mingli and I have done everything we can for your family.
You and your husband have been living with us for so long, and what have we said?
Zhang Yuzhen continued to complain, the economy is in a downturn, and our Mingli is already struggling to support the family. If you make him bear an extra burden, you're not just hurting your own brother, you're also hurting my husband.
After Yan Jinsong's company went bankrupt, he's been freeloading off his wife's family for years? How shameless.
The guests, who had heard the whole story, sighed.
This is downright shameless.
He has been living in someone else's home for so many years, and yet he still has the nerve to act like this.
He has such a thick skin. If it were me, I definitely wouldn't be able to do something like this. Look at Su Xiaoya's disgusting look of pretending to be pitiful.
If someone doesn't know any better, they would think that it is her brother's family that has wronged her. Yan Jinsong betrayed his company and leaked confidential information, and Su Xiaoya then took her husband and daughter to her brother's home to eat and drink for free. Yan Qingxue willingly degraded herself and was kept by the big boss.
This family is truly disgusting.
Yan Hongyu heard the guests around him whispering, and his heart was very happy, but on the surface he showed a look of guilt, and said to the aggressive Zhang Yuzhen next to him and the very embarrassed Su Mingli.
Brother-in-law, aunt, my uncle and aunt have been living in your house for so long, which is indeed inappropriate. I apologize to you on their behalf, and I hope you can bear with them a little more, considering that we are all family. After all, today is my grandfather's birthday banquet, and if there is a fight, he will not be happy.
After Yan Hongyu spoke, Zhang Yuzhen calmed down a little, but she still did not stop complaining.
Hongyu, we don't mean to upset anyone, but your uncle and I have had a hard time these past few years. Tell me, although we are all relatives and we will definitely help when we can't be vampires without any scruples. What's the point of always living in someone else's house? You're obviously capable of working, but you have to live in someone else's house and let them support you. You've been living like this for years, and my family isn't in the charity business.
Yan Hongyu's gaze swept over Yan Jinsong and the others without saying a word. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly heard a commotion coming from the doorway. Everyone subconsciously looked towards the doorway, and saw a young man in white, holding the villa key, casually walking in from outside.
Chapter 139, A Kept Man?
The young man had outstanding temperament, a smile on his lips, and he was unruffled even in the face of the scrutinizing gazes of the crowd, as if he had long been accustomed to such grand scenes and was not at all intimidated.
Who was this? He must be the eldest son of a family, right? Or perhaps a celebrity in the entertainment industry? Have any of you seen him before?
This temperament, this appearance, is comparable to the 4 young masters of the imperial capital. The guests present speculated about the identity of the young man in white. His temperament and appearance were so outstanding that even the outstanding Yan Hongyu paled in comparison to him. Yan Hongyu and the others also saw the young man who had just entered. He stared at the young man's carefree and indifferent smile, his pupils suddenly constricting, and his hands placed on his knees subconsciously clenched into fists.
Why did this kid Su Tian come to his grandfather's banquet? It's been so long since he graduated from university, why is he still haunting him?
As soon as Su Tian entered the hall, he sensed a hateful gaze shoot towards him. He didn't need to look at him to know who it was. It was his university classmate Yan Hongyu. As early as when Su Tian received the Yin family's information from the private detective, he saw a familiar name on it. Su Tian had a good relationship with people when he was in university. In the first class monitor election after he enrolled, he led Yan Hongyu by 7 votes. In fact, Su Tian was originally not interested in the election of class officers. He was forced to stand for election because all his good friends voted for him during military training. At that time, Su Tian never imagined that this choice would cause him a lot of trouble. Since then, Yan Hongyu has been like crazy, competing with him everywhere. In order to accompany Lin Wanlin to join the student union, Yan Hongyu also joined the same department. He chose a second major, and Yan Hongyu also submitted an application. Even at recreational events such as the gala and the sports day, Yan Hongyu competed with him at every turn. Unfortunately, in the short 4 years of university, Yan Hongyu never won in his self-righteous one-sided competition. Su Tian didn't like this kind of boring game at all. He couldn't understand Yan Hongyu's desire to win, and he didn't want to pay any attention to it. He had originally thought that after graduating from university, he would be able to get rid of this annoying guy, but he never expected that by a twist of fate, he would once again cross paths with this person. Compared to Su Tian's calm and collected self, Yan Hongyu was not as calm inside. He looked at Su Tian as he walked in, and suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. It was said that Yan Jinsong and Su Xiuya had adopted a godson, and planned to introduce him to everyone at this birthday banquet. Could this godson be Su Tian? His back was straight as a hedgehog's, and he stared at Su Tian's every move warily. But when he saw Su Tian slowly walk up to Yan Jinsong and Su Xiuya, he calmed down again. In fact, there was no need for him to care about this person at all. Leaving school and entering society is about competing on hard power and background. Su Tian had done very well at university, but after graduation, he had been reduced to a lowly salaryman. He was the future heir to the Yen group, so what did Su Tian have to compare with him? When he thought about Su Tian's university days, when he had never spent more than 200 yuan on clothes, Yan Hongyu was certain that his family background was very ordinary. Now that he had discovered that Yan Jinsong's godson was Su Tian, he was even more certain of his guess. Which rich young master would recognize a bankrupt pauper as his godfather? Even if Su Tian was indeed wearing an expensive tuxedo today, he probably rented it. With his salary, he could never afford such an expensive suit. Who are you? Su Weixin and the others looked at Su Tian, who was walking towards them, and asked in confusion. The seats on their side were reserved for close relatives, and the young man in front of them had never been seen before, so naturally he could not be a member of the Yin family. Godfather, godmother. Su Tian ignored Su Weixin and walked straight up to Yan Jinsong and Su Xiaoya. Xiao Tian, you're here. Su Xiaoya's expression eased a little when she saw Su Tian. Come and sit down. Xiao Tian, let me introduce you. Yan Jinsong patted Su Tian on the shoulder. This is your uncle and aunt, and your cousin. Next to your cousin is your cousin Yan Hongyu. Hello, I'm Su Tian. Su Tian's gaze swept over Su Mingli and the others in turn, before finally settling on Yan Hongyu. Yan Hongyu had already regained his composure, and even acted like the host as he took the initiative to greet Su Tian. Su Tian, long time no see. Hongyu, you know Su Tian? Su Xiaoya was a little surprised. We were university classmates. I never imagined that he was the godson of my uncle and aunt, and we would become even closer in the future. I see. Yan Jinsong and Su Xiaoya were both taken aback. They had never imagined that Yan Hongyu and Su Tian were actually university classmates. Mom, this bastard actually calls you godmother? Yan Xingxue glared at Su Tian, but she was concerned that outsiders would see her making a fool of herself, so she leaned over and whispered in Su Xiaoya's ear. She had been with Su Rixin for half a year, so naturally she knew about Su Tian. Especially since she had become Su Rixin's secretary a few days ago, Su Rixin had not stopped talking ill of Su Tian. So in Yan Xingxue's eyes, Su Tian was a good-for-nothing, lazy good-for-nothing. Xingxue, how can you say that? This is your younger brother. Su Xiaoya tugged at Yan Xingxue's sleeve with some surprise, and asked in a volume only the two of them could hear, You knew Xiao Tian before? Why would I know someone like that? Although she had never met Su Tian before, she had seen his photo before, so she recognized him at first glance. However, in front of the Yin family, she did not want to disgrace her parents, and naturally would not tell them about Su Tian's misdeeds that she had heard from Su Rixin. Xingxue's sister, I have heard my brother talk about you a lot recently. Is your work going well? Su Tian ignored Yan Xingxue's hostile gaze and asked casually. Talking about me? Yan Xingxue's eyes were full of suspicion. Given Su Rixin's dislike of Su Tian, how could he possibly be chatting with him and even talking about her? It was baffling. However, Su Tian's words had aroused the curiosity of the guests around them. Previously, they had heard from Su Weixin that Yan Xingxue was working as a secretary for the big boss who was supporting her financially, but from the sound of it, Su Tian seemed to imply that she was more than just a mistress. Just as everyone was confused, Su Tian spoke again. Godfather, godmother, Xingxue is now working at my brother's company, you haven't forgotten, have you? What? The guests around them were stunned. It turned out that Yan Xingxue's boss was Su Tian's older brother, so it wasn't a secret that she was being kept. Then just now, Su Weixin said with conviction that Yan Xingxue was being kept? The stunned Su Weixin blushed in the questioning gazes of the guests around him, and still argued defiantly. You're talking nonsense. Yan Xingxue was obviously being supported by the boss, and that's how she got the job. Supported? Su Tian narrowed his eyes and said in a neutral tone, I thought that Xingxue was meticulous and would be good at being a secretary, so I introduced her to my brother's company. My brother is still single, and Xingxue is also single, so there's nothing wrong with the two of them dating normally. Once Su Tian explained, the other guests who didn't know the truth suddenly understood. This is obviously Su Weixin spreading rumors. How important is reputation to a woman? Yan Xingxue is Su Weixin's cousin, and Su Weixin has the gall to slander her as being kept by someone else and to publicize it. Chapter 140, It turns out to be a villa of the Jiangxue dynasty. Su Weixin felt a stream of disdainful glances around him, and suddenly his heart panicked. He glared at Su Tian but couldn't think of a single retort. Zhang Yuzhen saw this and quickly spoke to smooth things over. Su Tian, don't get excited. Weixin also heard it secondhand, and he was worried that Xingxue had gone down the wrong path for a moment out of confusion. It's good that the truth is now clear, and I don't think Xingxue is the kind of person who has no bottom line either. Su Tian smiled when he heard this. Xingxue is certainly not a person without scruples, at least she would not spread gossip she heard from others. After he finished speaking, the guests around looked at Su Weixin with even more disgust. It was really shameful for a man to act like a gossipmonger and maliciously slander a young girl. Alright, the misunderstanding has been cleared up, so there is no need to dwell on Qingshue's work anymore. Zhang Yuzhen smiled and said, "Oh my, since you are big sister's godson, then we are family, and family members don't need to be so calculating." Su Tian raised his eyebrows. "Oh? When I came in, I happened to hear your conversation. Didn't you just say that?" Saying this, Su Tian looked at Zhang Yuzhen with a smile and continued. "You said that one shouldn't be shameless, and shouldn't feel comfortable enough to stay in someone else's home like a vampire." Zhang Yuzhen frowned. "I did say that, so what? What did I say that was wrong?" Even so, she didn't take Su Tian, a young guy, seriously. If it came to arguing, she, Zhang Yuzhen, had never lost. "You were right just now," Su Tian said seriously. "I completely agree with you." Zhang Yuzhen was about to subconsciously retort, but Su Tian's words made her choke on what she wanted to say, not knowing how to react. Su Weixin, who was standing nearby, was the first to react. As if he had caught Su Tian in a lie, he shouted, "Su, since you agree with what my mother said, why don't you tell your godparents to move out of my house?" He wanted to see what this smart-mouthed kid could do. "Tell my godparents to move out?" Su Tian pretended to be surprised. "Su Weixin, it's your family that should move out." Su Tian's words made Zhang Yuzhen and Su Weixin both flinch again. Su Weixin soon reacted, shouting at Su Tian, "Su, what are you talking nonsense about? Why should we move out of our own home?" "Your home?" Su Tian sneered and continued, "As far as I know, it is you who have been living in my godfather and godmother's home for more than 20 years now." "You're full of shit. That's my home." Su Weixin roared, his face red with anger. "That's my home, and it's your godparents who have been freeloading off us." Su Tian looked at the furious Su Weixin and a satisfied curve formed at the corner of his lips. Then he turned to Zhang Yuzhen. "Auntie, it's understandable that Su Weixin doesn't know anything about the house, but if you and uncle keep denying it, it's a bit hard to justify." "What are you trying to say?" Zhang Yuzhen's eyes widened. "Stop playing the showgirl and distorting the truth. It's obvious that your family has been freeloading at my house." "Auntie, it seems that your memory isn't very good either. My godparents are decent people who don't want to break with you." Su Tian's tone turned sharp as he continued, "But I can't stand by and watch you live in their house with a clear conscience and slander them for freeloading. When you and my uncle got married, you were just ordinary wage earners, and you couldn't even afford an ordinary old house, let alone a villa or mansion. Even the money you used to get married with was contributed by my godparents. As for the villa you are living in now, it is also my godfather's property. He was willing to lend you the house, thinking that you would move out when you got more money. But not only did you not move, you even lived there contentedly for more than 20 years. My godparents were concerned about family ties, so they didn't kick you out and didn't ask for rent, but from what I just heard from Su Weixin and your aunt, it seems that they are also very unhappy about living for free. This makes me feel relieved. I believe that you are so aware of this that you will definitely move out as soon as possible, right?" "You?" Zhang Yuzhen pointed at Su Tian for a long time, but she couldn't say a word in her defense. Her face was full of anger, and the veins on her forehead were bulging. Finally, as if she had thought of something, she turned her head and vented all her anger on Su Xiuya's head. "Good, Su Xiuya, you even told outsiders about this kind of thing. I've misjudged you." Zhang Yuzhen of course remembered that the house she was living in now belonged to Yin Jinsong, but so what? They had lived in that villa for more than 20 years, so it naturally belonged to them. At the time, they had no money, so it was only natural that Yin Jinsong and Su Xiuya should pay for their own younger brother and sister-in-law's wedding. But she never imagined that Su Xiuya would be so shameless. Since she couldn't ask them for the house herself, she encouraged her godson Su Tian to cause trouble. "Su Tian is my godson, he is not an outsider." Under normal circumstances, Su Xiuya would definitely choose to avoid trouble. But today, Zhang Yuzhen and Su Weixin publicly slandered Yin Qingxue and humiliated them for freeloading. Even a pushover would get angry, let alone them, especially when they were hurting the people she cared about most. Her words completely shut Zhang Yuzhen up. The fact that Su Tian could be adopted by Su Xiuya as a godson meant that their relationship must be very close. You have to know that in Chinese custom, a godson can also be responsible for the mourning and care of an elderly person until the end. The guests looked at Su Tian and his party in surprise. Just now, after hearing Zhang Yuzhen's words, they all thought that Yin Jinsong's family was shamelessly staying at Zhang Yuzhen's house without leaving. But now it seems that if the house belongs to Yin Jinsong, how can it be considered a temporary stay? And when Su Tian wasn't there, Zhang Yuzhen mocked Su Xiuya's daughter, calling her a money spinner and a self-degenerate. She did it because she knew that Su Xiaoya's family was good-natured and had no son to back her up, so she felt uninhibited. Now they saw Su Tian make Zhang Yuzhen red in the face and speechless, and their hearts were swaying towards Su Tian and Su Xiaoya. They didn't realize that Yan Jinsong had bought the house where Zhang Yuzhen and the others were living. Just now, seeing how indignant they were, I thought Yan Jinsong's family had taken advantage of them in some way. That's a villa, worth a few million at least, and this person has gotten an advantage and turned his back on them. I think like mother, like son. Look at Zhang Yuzhen scolding people, sharp-tongued like a shrew, and her son is naturally that way too. Su Weixing just now vowed that if it were him, he would definitely work hard to earn money to buy his parents a house, so why didn't he buy one? Ha, who can't tell a big lie? Yan Qingxue looked at Su Tian in disbelief. Could this really be the useless person Su Rixin had spoken of? She had originally planned to wait until the banquet was over before telling her parents Su Tian's true colors, but she never expected Su Tian to take the initiative to stand up for them, and he did so with reason and evidence, leaving no one able to refute him. It's just that. She didn't even know that the villa where her uncle's family lived was also their family's. But why did Su Tian, a godson who had only been in the family for a few days, know about it, while she, his biological daughter, didn't? When she thought about this, the little bit of goodwill that Yan Qingxue had just felt towards Su Tian vanished in an instant. Facing the doubts of the guests around them, Su Weixing still stuck out his neck and argued with righteous indignation. Obviously the house was given to us, so why do you want it back? That's right. Zhang Yuzhen hurriedly agreed. Su Tian, it was your godparents who insisted on giving us the villa, and now you want it back? Do you have any shame? This time, the guests were shocked into silence by the shameless behavior of the mother and son. How could anyone have portrayed such an insatiable, ungrateful person so vividly? Auntie, don't be nervous. Since your godparents gave you the house, just live in peace. The more calm Su Tian's reaction was, the more it highlighted the ugly face of Zhang Yuzhen's family. They have lived there for so many years, and they have never asked you to move out. They also know that if you don't have this house, you will definitely end up on the streets. After saying that, Su Tian looked at Su Xiaoya and Yan Jinsong and said slowly, Godfather, godmother. Auntie and her family are indeed in a difficult situation, and if they keep hanging around the villa without moving, there's nothing we can do. After all, we're all relatives, and we can't call the police to get rid of them. As Su Tian spoke, he placed the key in his hand in front of everyone in Su Xiaoya's hands. Godfather, godmother, I didn't mean to say that I have an empty house, so you can just move in. The golden key glowed faintly in the light, and the 4 large characters on it, Jianshui Dynasty, were hard to take one's eyes off. Jianshui Dynasty? It's a villa in the Jianshui Dynasty. Chapter 141, is this villa really yours? Zhang Yuzhen and Su Weixing stared at the keycard in shock, their eyes wide. How did you get a villa there? That's impossible. Jianshui Dynasty is the most luxurious villa area in Jianshui City. Not only are ordinary people unable to afford it, even if a local tycoon suddenly became rich, they still couldn't afford it. Those who can live there not only have money, but also power and connections. Didn't Yan Jinsong's villa have long been forcibly repossessed to pay off debts? Zhang Yuzhen shook her head in disbelief. It was auctioned off by the court years ago. How could Su Tian, a young guy, possibly have that kind of money? Zhang Yuzhen knew that the company where Yan Qingxue worked was a small third-tier clothing company, with an annual profit of just over 1 million yuan, which was about the same as their families. Even if that company belonged to Su Tian, he could not possibly afford the Jianshui dynasty, not to mention that Su Tian had just said that his older brother was the boss of the company, so he would not have much cash on hand. Su Xiaoya and Yan Jinsong looked at the door card on the table and were so shocked that they couldn't speak. Although they had planned to move into Su Tian's empty house, no one had expected that this so-called empty house would be number 88 Jianshui dynasty. What a coincidence! And for such a luxurious villa, Su Tian was only charging 1,500 yuan and couldn't even rent it out, which was simply impossible. Yan Qingxue also froze for a moment after seeing the door card. Then, she stared at Su Tian with a complex expression on her face, her heart filled with mixed emotions. Auntie, your house is too small, and it is indeed crowded for 5 people to live there. I'm worried that my godparents won't be used to it. Su Tian looked at Zhang Yuzhen's face, which had been distorted by anger, and smiled faintly. So let them move in with me, and you won't have to worry about it in the future. These words were tantamount to saying that the house, which Zhang Yuzhen was unwilling to let go of no matter what, was not worth fighting for to Yan Jinsong's family. Zhang Yuzhen thought that Yan Jinsong's family was so desperate that they had no choice but to stay in her house, which was really ridiculous.
With such a wealthy godson, who would want Zhang Yuzhen's two-story, rundown house when they could just give away a villa from the Jianshui dynasty?
Zhang Yuzhen's previous complaints and slanders were like loud slaps in the face, but these slaps were all on her own face.
Feeling the strange looks around her, Zhang Yuzhen's face turned extremely ugly. Su Tian, is this villa really yours? Su Xiaoya couldn't believe it and took the door card repeatedly.
She had heard that Jianshui dynasty number 88 was going to be auctioned off, and she had been saddened for a long time. This house has a lot of memories of their family, and if it weren't absolutely necessary, she really wouldn't want to take it out to pay off debts.
Godmother, if you don't believe it, I'll show you the property ownership certificate. It says my name on it. Su Tian pretended to be ignorant. I now work for a listed group.
Previously, I helped my boss resolve a business crisis, and he was so happy that he gave me a house.
I see. Su Xiaoya is simple-minded and immediately believed Su Tian's explanation.
Yan Jinsong's brows were indeed knitted together, and he looked at Su Tian with a questioning gaze, clearly doubting in his heart.
Su Tian knew that Yan Jinsong was not someone to be fooled.
Just by mentioning the real owner of the villa where Su Mingli's family currently lived, Yan Jinsong had already noticed the loophole. He and Yan Jinsong had met Su Xiaoya by chance, and they had not known each other for long. How could he possibly know about the wedding and house they had arranged for Su Mingli more than 20 years ago? Of course, before Su Tian decided to stand up for them, he had already come up with another story. If Yan Jinsong asked about it afterwards, he could only hope that there were no obvious loopholes in the other story he had made up.
It was just a rundown house, who would miss it? Su Weixin snidely retorted, it's just a family of rich scions. Son, let's ignore these petty people who have achieved success, let's go congratulate the Yin family patriarch on his birthday.
Although Zhang Yuzhen was furious and her heart was bleeding, she maintained the little dignity she had left on the surface. She dragged Su Mingli, who had not yet recovered from the shock, and attentively came to the front of the old man Yen.
Grandpa, I wish you happiness like the East China Sea and a long life.
Su Weixin put away the aggressive face he had just had, and in front of the old man Yen, his manners and words were very appropriate. The expressionless Grandpa Yen, sitting in the main seat, just nodded perfunctorily to Su Weixin and showed no intention of speaking to him. Su Weixin felt a little lost. At this time, Zhang Yuzhen really actively pulled him to the side of the elderly man next to Grandpa Yen.
Say hello to Mr. Song. Mr. Song is the president of the Chinese Calligraphy and Painting Association.
If you want to develop an academia in the future, you still need the guidance of seniors like Mr. Song. At this moment, Zhang Yuzhen is very proud.
Even if Su Tian has a few stinking bucks, what can he do?
In the future, his son will have to mingle in the academic circles. If he is lucky, he might even be accepted as an apprentice by a master, and his future prospects will be limitless. In Huaxia, the status of those literary masters is much higher than that of the nouveau riche who started a business.
Hello, Mr. Song, I am Su Weixin, currently studying calligraphy at Jianshui University. You are Su Weixin?
The elderly man, known as Master Song, nodded and said slowly, I have heard of your name. It is rare for someone of your age to be neither arrogant nor impetuous, and to be able to concentrate on the study of
calligraphy. Master Song is too kind. Su Weixin was flattered and scratched his head. You have heard of my name? Your instructor showed me your work from the last art exhibition. Master Song nodded and said, that is why I remember your name.
Among your peers, your calligraphy is quite good. The guests around them couldn't help but cast approving glances at Su Weixin when they saw that the usually strict Master Song had praised Su Weixin's calligraphy. Master Song was a famous calligrapher in Huaxia and also the president of the Calligraphy and Painting Association. To be praised by him was definitely a great honor. Although Su Weixin's character was not very good, if he could really become famous in the future and enter the mainstream cultural circle, who would care about the minor flaws in his character? Some guests who also liked calligraphy and painting even came over to greet Su Weixin and discuss calligraphy with him. Zhang Yuzhen felt the envious glances of the guests around her and looked proudly in the direction of Su Tian, Su Xiaoya, and the others.
So what if Su Tian has a house in the Jianshu dynasty? He's still a nouveau riche.
He has no substance. After graduating from university, his son Weixin will have to deal with the bigwigs in the Chinese cultural circle, and he's in a completely different league from a nouveau riche like Su Tian, who is full of greed and avarice. At this moment, Yan Jinsong also came with Su Tian to congratulate the old man Yen on his birthday.
Dad, this is my godson Su Tian.
Yan Jinsong had mixed feelings when facing his father. Although he resented the old man Yan's distrust, filial piety made him respect and fear the old man.
Grandpa, I wish you happiness as great as the East China Sea. Su Tian took a confident step forward and bowed deeply.
Grandpa Yan slightly raised his eyelids and glanced at Su Tian, his expression neither happy nor angry, as if he were looking at an outsider. After a moment, he gave a soft grunt and nodded as a response. Although Grandpa Yan's reaction was very perfunctory, everyone in the Yin family knew that he had acknowledged Su Tian's identity by responding to Su Tian's grandfather's claim.
Chapter 142 Precious Treasure, Peerless Treasure. Grandpa Yan, this is a small token of our family's appreciation. Please accept it. Zhang Yuzhen also noticed that Grandpa Yan did not reject Su Tian's attitude.
She did not want Su Tian and the others to steal the limelight, so she hurriedly took out the birthday gift she had prepared in front of everyone. This is a jadeite guanyin statue we found at the antique market. I hope you like it, Grandpa. Zhang Yuzhen had to pull some strings to get this jadeite guanyin statue, which is of good quality and worth several 100,000 yuan at market price. The Yin family is a big tree for them, and they must curry favor with Grandpa Yin.
And because Su Tian's behavior just now had made their family lose face, Zhang Yuzhen wanted to win Grandpa Yan's favor with this rare jadeite ornament. That's very thoughtful.
Instead of reaching out to take the jadeite guanyin, Grandpa Yan told the people serving him to put it on the table next to the gifts.
Although he didn't say anything, Zhang Yuzhen could tell from his reaction that he was satisfied with the gift.
Zhang Yuzhen let out a small sigh of relief, her back straight and proud. Su Weixin, on the other hand, stared at Su Tian, who was holding nothing in his hands, with contempt, and said sarcastically,
Su Tian, you came to see Grandpa for the first time today, and you didn't even bring a gift. Did you come empty-handed to eat for free?
Weixin, you must not be so rude as he is.
No matter the value of the gift, it's the thought that counts.
Although the gift we gave is commonplace in Grandpa Yan's eyes, your filial piety is something he can feel, and he naturally won't mind it. Zhang Yuzhen saw that Su Tian didn't have a gift in his hands, so naturally she wouldn't miss any opportunity to trample Su Tian down.
Grandpa?
Su Tian sneered at this, and turned to Su Weixin. How come I didn't know you changed your surname to Yin too? After Su Tian said this, the guests around them looked at Su Weixin and the others with a more subtle gaze. Su Weixin and Zhang Yuzhen both had a pale face, and looked very embarrassed. If you really want to argue, Zhang Yuzhen's family actually has nothing to do with the Yin family. However, Su Weixin had the audacity to call Grandpa Yin Grandpa in a blatant display of nepotism. Just now, Zhang Yuzhen had openly and secretly mocked Su Tian, her adopted son, as an outsider, but in reality, even Su Tian was more qualified to call Grandpa Yin Grandpa than Su Weixin.
Su Tian, you.
Zhang Yuzhen was about to lose her temper, but she was stopped by Su Mingli, who was standing next to her.
How dare they argue in front of Grandpa Yin?
Zhang Yuzhen was stopped by Su Mingli, and only then did she react to the situation. The thought that she almost just argued with Su Tian made a cold sweat break out on her back. Su Weixin, Aunt, it's better not to falsely claim to be related, otherwise people will laugh at our family for having no rules. After Su Tian finished speaking, he ignored Zhang Yuzhen and her family. A family like the Yans really does pay the most attention to rules. Compared to the Zhang family, who shamelessly climbed the social ladder, even if Su Tian is only Yin Jinsong's godson, being acknowledged by the old master Yin can be considered as being half of the Yin family, which is indeed much more legitimate.
And no one can mock Su Tian for climbing the social ladder.
After all, Yin Jinsong is just an unloved eldest son who has even been driven out of the Yin family company.
If Su Tian really wants to climb up using the Yin family's power, he would never choose him.
Zhang Yuzhen and Su Weixin stood awkwardly in the crowd, feeling the mocking or contemptuous gazes of the guests around them, but they did not dare to argue for themselves.
With Zhang Yuzhen taking the lead, the guests successively presented the gifts they had brought.
However, these gifts were either expensive tonics such as ginseng and deer antler, or common items such as gold and jade, nothing rare. Originally, the old master Yin would still make a few perfunctory remarks, but gradually, he became a little impatient. Apart from the few words exchanged with the guests of noble status, Yin Jinsong gradually became impatient and left the rest to the butler by his side to deal with. Su Tian really didn't see any rare objects on the antique street today, so in the end, he picked up some gold-sprinkled rice paper passed down from a century-old shop and some supplements such as bird's nest and ginseng from a shop on the street to wrap them together. Although it didn't show much thought, it was never wrong after all. Because Yin Jinsong had not yet given a gift, Su Tian did not want to be the first to give the gift he had prepared to the old master Yin, so he stood next to Yin Jinsong and did not go to the seat to take the gift box. However, at this moment, Butler Shao suddenly walked in from outside the banquet hall, and in his hand was a gift box.
Master, this is the birthday gift from young Master Su Tian for you.
I don't know why it was left in the security room outside the courtyard, but I happened to see it and brought it here for him.
Su Tian's lips twitched for a moment when he heard this. That was the gift box he had deliberately left in the security room.
It was the object he had bought from that strange young woman. At the time, he had just picked a flashy-looking dagger to get rid of her. Naturally, such an unlucky object could not be given to Grandpa Yen as a birthday gift. So, to avoid trouble, he had left the box in the security room outside, intending to retrieve it after the banquet was over. He never imagined that the box he had left in the security room would be discovered by Butler Xiao, who then took it upon himself to bring it into the inner courtyard. He looked sideways without making a sound, and in the corner of his eye he saw the signs that his box packaging had been opened again. It was obvious that Butler Xiao had opened the box to check what was inside, and only then deliberately brought it over to try to frame him, after discovering that it was a dagger. Sending a dagger as a gift at an elder's birthday banquet was such a treacherous act that it would definitely anger Grandpa Yen. Su Tian looked at the complacent expression on Butler Xiao's face as his plot succeeded, and a chill suddenly passed through his eyes. It seems that this Butler Xiao must have received a lot of benefits from Yen Hongyu in order to do such a thing for him. He came to the Yen family for the first time today, and the other Yen family members must have a wait-and-see attitude towards him. Only Yen Hongyu, who wants to compete with him in everything, would try to frame him and embarrass him in every way possible. Su Tian wanted to get the gift box back, but Butler Xiao was faster and had already given the box to Grandpa Yen before him. Young Master Su Tian had certainly prepared a generous gift for his first visit. Butler Xiao unobtrusively raised everyone's expectations. I'm also curious about what's inside. Grandpa, hurry up and open it so we can see, too? Hearing Butler Xiao's words, the other guests also focused their attention on the box in Grandpa Yan's hands with anticipation. Since Su Tian had entered the door, he had been subverting their perceptions, and they couldn't wait to see what birthday gift Su Tian would give to the Yin family's patriarch. So, with everyone's expectations, the patriarch of the Yin family opened the exquisite gift box in his hands. The moment the lid was opened, the guests a few steps away from the patriarch let out a gasp. Seeing what was inside, everyone's faces didn't look good. Yen Jinsong and Su Shoya leaned over curiously to take a look, and when they saw the object inside the gift box, they trembled, their eyes full of despair. In the very center of that gift box lay a black, shiny dagger, with intricate patterns engraved on it, looking eerie and sinister. The moment the dagger appeared in everyone's line of sight, everyone looked at Su Tian in horror, as if they were looking at a monster. After seeing the dagger, Grandpa Yan's breathing suddenly became rapid, and his body trembled slightly. He looked up and looked at Su Tian with eagle-like sharp eyes. Before Grandpa Yen could say anything, Zhang Yuzhen preempted him. Su Tian, this bastard, on such a happy day as Grandpa Yan's birthday banquet, you actually sent an instrument of violence to congratulate him on his birthday. Su Tian, you are too vicious. Even if he is not your real grandfather, you cannot curse him like that. Su Weixin also yelled, fearing that the world would not be in chaos. His expression of heartbreaking grief would make even the best actor in China lose face. The elderly men sitting next to Grandpa Yen were all well-known figures in Jiangshui City. They also looked at Su Tian with great confusion, as if they could not believe that this well-mannered young man could have done such a treacherous thing. Not to mention a joyous occasion like a birthday, even if it was just an ordinary gift for a holiday, you can't give a scary weapon like a dagger. Su Tian sensed the anger of the old Master Yin, and his heart sank. He calmly explained. Grandpa, what's in this gift box is not the gift I want to give you. How dare you argue? Zhang Yuzhen jumped out again. Xiao Guanjie just said that this is the gift you gave to Grandpa Yen, and now you still want to deny it? I really didn't expect you to be such a malicious person. Obviously, the old man was happily celebrating his birthday, but you gave him such a disgusting gift. Isn't this deliberately trying to upset people? Zhang Yuzhen was aggressive, and even tried to involve Yen Jinsong and Su Shoya. Sister, brother-in-law, how do you usually discipline your children? Or is it that in fact Su Tian did this because you incited him, and you still bear a grudge because of what happened back then? Enough! Yen Jinsong interrupted Zhang Yuzhen with unbearable patience. Don't slander. How would I encourage Xiaotian to send a dagger to curse my father? He never expected Su Tian to give him such a thing either, and with a serious expression, he turned his head and asked. Su Tian, what's going on? Everyone's gaze fell on Su Tian, as if they wanted to hear his explanation. Su Tian's face darkened slightly, but on the surface, he remained as calm as ever, without any sign of panic. He never expected Yen Hongyu to plot against him on this occasion. If he couldn't give a reasonable explanation for giving him the dagger, there was no way he could get out of this today. Just as Su Tian's mind was racing, trying to think of a solution, Song Lao, who was sitting next to Grandpa Yan, suddenly spoke up.
Bring me my reading glasses.
Song Lao took the reading glasses that someone handed him, then reached into the box, as if he wanted to take out the dagger inside.
Song Lao, don't take something so unlucky, let us throw it away.
Zhang Yuzhen came over on her own initiative, reached out to take the gift box, but Song Lao forcefully slapped her hand away. Don't move.
Zhang Yuzhen sulkily withdrew her hand, still looking unconvinced, and muttered under her breath. It's just some old junk, what's so interesting about it?
Grandpa Yan and the other elderly men around him also looked at Song Laoi in surprise, as if they couldn't understand what he was trying to do. At this time, Song Laoi had already taken the dagger out of the box and was carefully observing it through his reading glasses. After a moment, Song Laoi suddenly slapped his thigh and exclaimed excitedly. A treasure, a peerless treasure.
Chapter 143, A Dagger for a Heavy Price. What? Grandpa Yan was even more puzzled. Old Yen, if you don't like this thing, why don't you just let me have it?
Old Song's eyes gleamed, and he held the dagger in his hands as if he were guarding a treasure, unwilling to let go.
How about I trade you my family's Han Xiufeng inkstone from the Ming dynasty? Old Song's words shocked everyone. What? Old Song is actually going to trade the inkstone of Han Xiufeng, the master of calligraphy from the Ming dynasty, for a broken dagger? Isn't that a bit much?
Old Yen looked at the excited-looking Old Song and couldn't understand why this inconspicuous dagger could make his old friend so happy.
Old Yen, didn't you want the inkstone I have in my hands before? Let's take this opportunity to trade. Su Tian was also puzzled to see the venerable Song Lao holding the dagger and beaming like a child. He had only paid 10,000 yuan for the dagger from that mumbo-jumbo woman, so it could not possibly compare to the inkstone of a Ming dynasty master, right? Lao Yen, since you have no objections, then it's settled, I'll have someone deliver the inkstone to you tomorrow. Old Song firmly gripped the dagger in his hand, and even wanted to take it away directly after the banquet was over. Although the old Yen didn't know what was so special about the dagger, he was not stupid and immediately realized that this dagger was not an ordinary object that could make Old Song pay so much attention to it. So he immediately said, No. You don't like it, why not change it? Old Song refused to give the dagger back. How about I give you the 10,000 li of rivers and mountains painting from my collection instead? Hiss. Hiss. There were gasps of disbelief all around. Old Song was willing to trade the two treasures, Han Xiufeng's inkstone and the 10,000 li of rivers and mountains painting, for a dagger. Just how valuable could this dagger be? Even if the guests around them are slow-witted, they have now realized that this seemingly ordinary dagger must be extraordinary. Old Yen, don't let Old Song trick you. He is a person who picks up bargains everywhere, but he has never been wrong. This dagger conceals a mystery. An elderly man on the other side of Old Yen suddenly spoke up to warn him. I'm not trading. Old Yen's face was expressionless, and it was unclear whether he really didn't want to trade or whether he had become wary because of the elderly man's warning. Are you sure you don't want to exchange it? Mr. Song was very disappointed. Please think about it again. Grandpa Yen spoke with righteous indignation. This was a gift from my grandson, I won't exchange it for anything. Su Tian's mouth twitched slightly at this, and he thought to himself that Grandpa Yen seemed to be very worried that Mr. Song would really take the dagger away, and had even come up with such a reason that the other person could not refute. He had only met Grandpa Yen for the first time today, and they had no relationship at all, so he didn't believe that the other person would value the gift he had given so much. The reason why Grandpa Yen is so determined not to exchange it with Grandpa Song is that Grandpa Song's desire for the dagger is so obvious that a smart person can see that there must be another reason. No matter what Grandpa Yan's real intentions are, his words have recognized Su Tian's status for the other guests. When they look at Su Tian again, their eyes also have a little more envy. Grandpa Song originally wanted to fight for it, but since Grandpa Yen had said so, he didn't want to say anything more. In the end, he put the dagger back in the box with a face full of regret. Then, the old gentlemen around Grandpa Yen scrambled to look at the dagger Su Tian had given them. However, no matter how hard they studied it, they couldn't see anything. This was to be expected. After all, among these old men, only Song Lao had the highest cultural attainments and knew the most about antiques. Next came Old Master Yen, who also liked to collect antiques, but he didn't have Song's wealth of experience, so he couldn't figure out the mystery of the dagger, let alone the others. Seeing the somewhat heavy atmosphere, Old Master Song couldn't help but break the ice. Old Master Yen, this kid gave such a great gift the first time we met. This is not a grandson-in-law, it's practically better than a real grandson to you. How come I can't meet such a sensible young person? If you don't want to let go of the dagger, why don't you let me have the kid? You've got some good plans. Grandpa Yan shot a glance at Song, but a look of smug satisfaction appeared on his face. Song, don't keep us in suspense. What is the mystery behind the dagger Su Tian gave you? An elderly man nearby asked curiously. Grandpa Yan also perked up his ears at this, waiting for Song's answer. Not only these old men, but also the guests present today were extremely curious about the origin of the dagger. Seeing that everyone was eager to know, Lao Song, on the contrary, played hard to get. He took off his reading glasses, picked up the teacup in front of him, and leisurely began to sip his tea. Lao Song, just tell us. The old man was impatient and grabbed the teacup from Lao Song's hands, asking in a rush. This dagger is from the Warring States period. Song Laoshi was not annoyed by the snatching of his teacup, but instead looked mysteriously at the other old men around him, then spoke deliberately in a low voice. Have you heard of the general in gold armor? General in gold armor? A skinny old man with a white beard spoke up. I heard that he was a general of the Zhao kingdom during the Warring States period, famous for his bravery and skill in battle. This dagger was one of the general in gold armor's favorite weapons. At a European auction, a Chinese person put up an ancestral treasure as the final lot, and it was the General Jin's dagger. However, according to the Chinese person's recollection, the ancestral dagger was a pair, and one of them was accidentally lost during the war. I was at that auction at the time, and I was fortunate enough to authenticate the real thing. It is exactly the same as the one in Old Yan's hand. This is a peerless treasure. Old Yan's gaze flickered slightly, and his fingertips trembled a little. He is an antique collector, but because of his limited experience, he has bought quite a few fake items. The most precious authentic items in his home are only a few porcelain vases from the late Qing dynasty, and the rest are all objects from the Republic of China period. They have some collection value, but not much. He once again examined the dagger in his hand. Originally, he was a bit disgusted with this unlucky item, but now he felt that this was the best congratulatory gift he had ever received in his life. On the other side, Zhang Yuzhen and Su Weixin looked at the broken dagger that they had been disgusted with, and they never imagined that this piece of junk was actually a treasure. However, didn't Su Tian just say that this thing was not a gift from him? Could there be a mistake? Zhang Yuzhen didn't want Su Tian to steal the limelight, and she wanted to argue, but she was dragged back by Su Mingli. After she finished speaking, there was an instant silence. Chapter 144, I didn't realize it was such an antique. At this moment, everyone remembered that Su Tian had initially argued that this was not something he wanted to give to Grandpa Yin. At the time, they had only thought that Su Tian was being evasive. But at this moment, they knew the value of this thing. Shut up, aren't you embarrassed enough already? Su Mingli saw Grandpa Yan's face turn pale when he heard Zhang Yuzhen's words, and quickly dragged Zhang Yuzhen over. Seeing the anger on Su Mingli's face, Zhang Yuzhen and Su Weixin did not dare to argue anymore, and could only retreat dejectedly into the crowd to accept the scornful glances of the other guests. Su Tian felt the gazes directed at him from all around, and his mind flashed. He immediately said, Grandpa, I did not give you this gift. He calmly added in the slightly disappointed gaze of the elderly Yin. He is a gift from my godfather to you. The reason I didn't say so was because there were so many people at the banquet, and if such an expensive antique was lost or damaged, it would be an immeasurable loss. Furthermore, my godfather also wanted to give you a surprise, so he deliberately placed it in the security office and waited until after the birthday banquet to give it to you. As he spoke, Su Tian looked at Yen Jinsong and said, Godfather, you have gone to a lot of trouble to beg a collector for this, so perhaps you should explain to Grandpa yourself. Yen Jinsong looked at Su Tian blankly, and finally nodded at the hint in Su Tian's eyes. This is priceless treasure, from which collector did you get it? Grandpa Yen is not so easily fooled, and a treasure with a value comparable to the 10,000 li map, can you afford it now? Su Tian smiled faintly on hearing this. In fact, the godfather had saved the collector's life many years ago, so the other party was willing to part with it. Moreover, that person kept a low profile and usually stayed at home, and didn't want us to reveal his true identity. Su Tian's reason was quite reasonable. And since Lao Song had also appraised the dagger as genuine, he wasn't interested in delving into the details. Jinsong, you tell me, is this the gift you plan to give me? Grandpa Yen had long since given up all hope of Yen Jinsong, and this was the first time tonight that he had paid any attention to his eldest son, in whom he had once placed so much hope. Yen Jinsong didn't want to lie to his father, but once Su Tian had lifted him up, denying it now would not only anger his father, but also make Su Tian bear the blame of deceiving an elder.
After weighing the pros and cons, he nodded.
I specially prepared this for you. Thank you.
The stern expression on Grandpa Yan's face softened a little. It seemed that he had thought of something from the past, and he let out a long sigh of frustration. Since you've come home today, you might as well catch up with your family. Although his attitude towards Yen Jinsong remained cold, it was already the best it had been in recent years.
The young master of the Yen family really went all out for Grandpa Yan's birthday.
He even managed to find such a rare treasure.
The guests applauded Yen Jinsong in praise.
Butler Xiao saw that he had not been able to offend Grandpa Yen, but instead had allowed Grandpa Yen to acknowledge his status. He was about to say something else, but then he saw Yen Hongyu not far away giving him a subtle wink. So he reluctantly shut up and retreated to the back of the crowd. After everyone had given their gifts, the banquet officially began. Yen Jinsong and Su Tian also returned to their seats. They were seated at the entrance, at a table that was deserted, with no one there except Su Xiuya and Yen Xingxue.
After the two of them sat down, Su Xiuya couldn't wait to ask. Xiao Tian, what on earth is going on? Su Tian explained, I actually bought the dagger from a street stall in the antique market.
I originally thought it was a fake, just something to buy for fun. I was afraid it would be misunderstood as a gift, so I deliberately left it in the security room.
In the end, Butler Xiao found it.
He said with some emotion, I didn't realize that this dagger was really an antique. It seems that the stall owner didn't lie to me.
What about the house? Yen Jinsong asked with a stern face, how do you know that the house where the Su Mingli family lives is mine?
Godfather, in fact, I also know that the villa of the Jianshui dynasty is also yours.
Su Tian scratched his head, his eyes full of apology. I now work for a company under Tianfeng Entertainment. Tianfeng Entertainment?
Yen Jinsong realized something, and his eyes became cold again.
Su Tian nodded, I helped the company solve a public relations crisis, so I was exceptionally hired.
I fainted on the street before, and my godmother took me to the hospital because I was too exhausted from work at the time and couldn't hold on any longer. After I helped the company recover its losses, the boss also promised to give me a large bonus and agreed to one condition. At the time, when I went to the head office to meet the boss, I happened to be outside the office when the boss was entertaining an old friend. I stood outside the door and overheard some gossip about you, Godfather. So I thought that you godparents must be very reluctant to give up this house. So when the boss asked me what I wanted, I asked for the house at 88 Jianshui Dynasty.
You know that Su Mingli's house is mine, and you heard it from Guo Qishan?
Yen Jinsong has been fighting Guo Qishan for half his life, and naturally knows everything about the other person. He never imagined that Guo Qishan would be so shameless as to tell everyone else about his private affairs.
Su Tian nodded without hesitation.
He had inadvertently made Guo Qishan take the blame, but for him at this stage, the most important thing was to get Yen Jinsong and Su Xiuya to accept this explanation, so he could only sacrifice the image of Mr. Guo.
I see.
Yen Jinsong's face eased a lot.
Godfather, I took the liberty of making a decision on my own. Did I make you angry? No, I'm not angry. Yen Jinsong patted Su Tian on the shoulder. On the contrary, I want to thank you.
But I can't live in the Jianshui dynasty, which you earned by working overtime.
Yes, how can the rent of 1,500 yuan for this house be enough?
You said before that it couldn't be rented out, so you were just fooling us, right?
Su Xiuya also hurriedly said.
I was worried that you would feel a psychological burden.
Su Tian let out a sigh of relief and smiled faintly. I usually live in the dormitory, so if you don't live in that house, it will just be empty, which would be a pity.
As for the rent, you are my godparents, and I would be criticized if I charged such a high rent.
Then,
Su Xiuya looked hesitantly at Yen Jinsong, obviously hoping that he would make the decision.
Godmother, do you think this would work? Su Tian said in a consultative tone, I like home-cooked food, so if you have time, why don't you cook me some dishes, and that would be payment for the rent, okay? Su Xiuya was about to speak when Su Tian continued, you live with your godfather at Zhang Yuzhen's house, and it's not convenient for me to go over and see you. They definitely won't welcome me.
And with my current financial situation, I really can't afford to buy you a small house to live in.
Godfather, godmother, why don't you move to the Jianshu dynasty? Su Tian's words moved Su Xiuya.
Today they had basically broken with Zhang Yuzhen, and if they went back, they would definitely be treated badly.
Su Tian also had a point.
If they lived at their younger brother's place, they wouldn't be able to invite Su Tian over for dinner.
Su Xiuya was a gentle person and was used to letting Yen Jinsong make decisions, so she turned to him and asked tentatively, Yen, what do you think?
Let's just go with what Xiao Tian has arranged. Yan Jinsong softened his tone, but we can't just pay 1,500 yuan in rent. Your godmother and I don't have much money right now, so we'll pay 3,000 yuan a month and save it up for you. If you need it in the future, just let me know. Dad, Mom, have you never considered my opinion before? Yan Xingxue was a little angry when she saw that her parents had not consulted her at all. I am your own daughter. Chapter 145, Master Lin Wanlin is here. You don't live at home, so what can we discuss with you? Yan Jinsong looked at the indignant Yan Xingxue and said, Xingxue, let me formally introduce you again. From now on, Su Tian will be your younger brother. I don't recognize him. Yan Xingxue said angrily and with grievance, you don't know, he's an ungrateful person. He's clearly an adopted son of the Su family, but he doesn't know how to be grateful at all, and he just hangs around all day. This is impossible. Yan Jinsong and Su Shoya shook their heads in unison. Xiaotian is not like that. Yan Xingxue was even more angry when she saw that her parents didn't believe her and were even defending a stranger. How is it impossible? Do you know what kind of reputation he has in the Su family? He is obviously the adopted son of the Su family, but he doesn't know how to be grateful. He just idles around all day, taking the company's salary but not going to work at all. I have been working at Su's for 2 months, and I have never seen this deputy manager of his appear. If he had a conscience, he wouldn't let his brother work so hard while doing nothing himself. Before, Yan Xingxue called Su Rixin, and 8 times out of 10, she was told that he was working overtime and couldn't keep her company. At that time, she felt especially sorry for this man who worked so hard every day. Sister Xingxue seems to have some misunderstanding about me. Su Tian patiently explained, I'm not going to the company, but I've already left. If I hadn't already started working at Tianfeng Entertainment, how could I have gotten the villa that my godparents gave me? You're lying. Rixin clearly said you were absent from work, and you still dare to argue. Yan Xingxue wouldn't let up. Su Tian, I know your true nature. You may be able to fool my parents, but you definitely can't fool me. Alright. Yan Jinsong was annoyed by Yan Xingxue's nagging. Xingxue, let's wait until we get home after the birthday banquet to talk about it. Today is your grandfather's birthday, don't upset him. Ha, my grandfather doesn't care about us. Yan Xingxue laughed self-deprecatingly, we're almost outside the banquet hall, who can hear us? Even the little movie stars are sitting in better places than we are. People who don't know would think we've been disowned by the Yan family. Xingxue, what are you saying? Yan Jinsong's face changed. Oh, I said the wrong thing. Yan Xingxue, however, was in no mood to back down. We're no different from being disowned now. Su Shoya saw Yan Jinsong's unpleasant expression and quickly spoke up to persuade them, let's all calm down a bit and drink some soup to calm our tempers. Oh dear, your sister and your godfather have this temperament. Don't take it personally, we're all family, just talk it out if there's any misunderstanding. Humph, whose family is he? Yan Xingxue rolled her eyes impatiently. Su Tian felt a little helpless. The current Yan Xingxue was practically a different person from the melancholy and composed Yan Xingxue a few years later. But he still felt that this straightforward Yan Xingxue was more adorable and lively. Just as Su Tian was chatting with Yan Jinsong and the others, there was an exclamation of surprise from the main seat. Su Tian looked up and saw Yan Hongyu and a young woman together presenting a scroll to Grandpa Yan. Su Tian was slightly startled after seeing the woman. He hadn't noticed before, but now he recognized the woman in front of Yan Hongyu as Su Miaoyin. Godmother, who is that? Su Tian pointed in the direction of Su Miaoyin. She is Su Miaoyin, the 4th daughter of the Su family in the imperial capital. Su Shoya said, I heard someone say just now that she is about to get engaged to Yan Hongyu. Su Miaoyin? Su Tian frowned slightly. This 4th daughter is an illegitimate child, and now she has been sought out by her family, and not only has she become a celebrity in the imperial capital, she has even been exceptionally added to the family tree. What a lucky life. Yan Xingxue didn't seem to like Su Miaoyin very much, and her speech still had a strange tone. Her words made Su Tian think of something from his previous life. In his previous life, after he divorced Tang Bingyan, Su Miaoyin really stayed by his side without leaving, and she was deeply in love with him. But when he was squeezed by the Su family and became penniless, Lin Wanlin left him without hesitation. Su Tian later heard that she went to the imperial capital to develop, and he never heard from her again. Unexpectedly, Lin Wanlin was actually the Su family's illegitimate daughter. Perhaps, in a previous life, Lin Wanlin was the one who was found and taken back to the imperial capital by the Su family after she fell on hard times.
Xiao Tian, what's wrong with you?
Su Xiaoya asked with some concern, seeing a flash of ferocity in Su Tian's originally clear eyes.
Nothing. Su Tian came back to his senses and coughed lightly. I'm probably a little tired.
When he spoke, however, some doubt still flickered in his eyes.
There were so many men in Jiangqing City, why had Lin Wanlin chosen Yan Hongyu?
He only knew that Yan Hongyu had chased after Lin Wanlin in college, but whether he really liked her or simply enjoyed the thrill of competing with him, Su Tian had no idea. Lin Wanlin had not been the least bit interested in Yan Hongyu at the time. Now that they are together again, Su Tian doesn't believe that they really love each other. But no matter what, as long as they don't jump around in front of him, Su Tian doesn't care. At this moment, Yan Hongyu and Su Miaoyin have already unrolled the scroll in front of Yan Laoshi.
The scroll is magnificently written with the 4 characters, lit. A house full of gold and jade.
The vigorous and magnificent calligraphy immediately drew the admiration of the guests. This is the calligraphy of the master calligrapher Lin Wanlin.
Song Lao was the first to see the signature at the bottom of the scroll and excitedly put on his reading glasses and came over.
Upon hearing this, the crowd looked at the place where the signature was, and indeed, at the bottom position, there was Lin Wanlin's personal seal.
This is really Master Lin's calligraphy.
Yan Jinsong was a little excited and stared at the calligraphy work. He usually likes to study calligraphy and paintings, and usually in his spare time he also writes a few pieces himself. Unfortunately, since the company went bankrupt, he has been busy making a living and no longer has the heart to pursue those refined hobbies. His most admired master of calligraphy is Lin Wanlin. Lin Wanlin is a low-key person, and his calligraphy is always hard to come by in the calligraphy and painting market. Any guests present who had some knowledge of calligraphy and painting were very excited.
Grandpa, this calligraphy by Master Lin Wanlin is my birthday gift to you.
I know you have always admired Master Lin's work, so I went out of my way to ask Master Lin for a copy of Prosperity. Yan Hongyu had actually planned to use Su Miaoyin's father's connections to invite Master Lin Wanlin to attend Grandpa Yan's birthday banquet, but Master Lin never attended such occasions and never replied. In the end, Yan Hongyu could only settle for second best and ask for a work of art to be a birthday gift for his grandfather. Before the banquet began today, Su Miaoyin and Yan Hongyu both held on to a glimmer of hope, but as the banquet progressed, their hopes were dashed.
Hongyu has done his best.
Yan Laoshi looked at Yan Hongyu with relief and spoke in a gentle and loving tone. I like this gift very much. As long as Grandpa likes it, then no matter how much effort I put into it, it will be worthwhile. Yan Hongyu replied respectfully. I like it, I really like it. A rare smile appeared on the wrinkled face of Grandpa Yan. And in this warm and peaceful atmosphere, Butler Xiao hurriedly came to Yan Hongyu's side and whispered a few words in a low voice. What did you say? Yan Hongyu's face immediately lit up with joy. It's true. Butler Xiao replied affirmatively.
Su Miaoyin, Master Lin is here.
Yan Hongyu tugged Su Miaoyin's sleeve.
Su Miaoyin was taken aback. Master Lin Wanlin?
Yes. Yan Hongyu said very affirmatively. The security guard at the door just sent someone to report that Master Lin has entered the courtyard and will be here soon. Su Miaoyin immediately giggled at this news. I told you, my father's face still works.
Chapter 146. Master Lin was invited by Su Tian. Miaoyin, or you have a way.
Yan Hongyu looked deeply into Su Miaoyin's eyes. It is my lifelong honor that you can give me the opportunity to be with you.
Hongyu.
Su Miaoyin's face flushed slightly. I was wrong before, and I have just realized that you are the man who suits me best.
I am honored.
Yan Hongyu's thin lips curled slightly, and he wrapped his arms around Su Miaoyin's slender waist, looking in Su Tian's direction with some smugness. When he saw Su Tian burying his head in food, a slight look of contempt appeared in his eyes. He was going to show this kid today what a crushing strength was. Sure enough, as soon as he left the school gate, Su Tian was nothing. Now even Lin Miaoyin, who had always been devoted to him, had thrown herself into his arms.
What did he have to fight against him?
Just then, an elderly man dressed in white Chinese casual wear appeared at the entrance of the banquet hall, followed by a burly bodyguard with an imposing presence.
Oh my God! I'm not seeing things. Is that really Master Lin?
The appearance of the elderly man in white caused quite a stir in the banquet hall. He is the calligraphy master Lin Wanlin. All the guests stared in awe at the elderly man as he walked into the banquet hall, their faces left with nothing but shock. Yan Hongyu and Su Miaoyin warmly welcomed him.
Master Lin, your presence truly honors our humble home.
Yan Hongyu greeted Lin Wanshan politely. From his expression to his tone of voice, everything was very appropriate.
Master Lin, I am Su Miaoyin, the daughter of Su Zhongze of the Daidosu family.
Su Miaoyin also held her head high, greeting Lin Wanshan with her most adept, well-behaved little white flower posture. Lin Wanshan paused for a moment, and nodded lightly. He knew Su Zhongze of the imperial capital Su family, and Su Zhongze had previously gone to a lot of trouble to ask him for a painting of a house full of gold and jade. The guests in the banquet hall couldn't help but sigh when they saw Yan Hongyu and Su Miaoyin take the initiative to greet Lin Wanshan. The would-be successor of the Yan family really has skills. Not only did he get Master Lin's calligraphy for Grandpa Yan, he even managed to invite Master Lin himself to attend Grandpa Yan's birthday banquet. I heard before that Yan Hongyu is the best of the younger generation of the Yan family, but I didn't believe it. Today, I see that the rumors are true. Yan Jinsong, who was sitting in the corner, stood up from his chair and looked in the direction of Lin Wanshan.
He naturally regarded Master Lin as his idol, too, as he loved calligraphy and painting. However, Master Lin usually kept a low profile, rarely giving interviews or attending public events.
Even when managing the Yan group, Yan Jinsong never had the opportunity to meet with the top calligraphy master in China. Su Tian observed the expressions of Yan Hongyu and Su Miaoyin without saying a word, but he was a little surprised. Yan Hongyu's position meant that he was not qualified to invite Lin Wanshan.
As for the Su family in the imperial capital, although the Su family's position among the major families in the imperial capital was not to be underestimated, it was not easy to say that they could invite Lin Wanshan. It seems that Su Miaoyin has really put in a lot of effort to please Yan Hongyu.
Master Lin, please follow me to the main table and take your seat. Yan Hongyu bowed slightly, made a gesture of invitation, and together with Su Miaoyin, led Lin Wanshan to the main seat in the center of the banquet hall. The elderly men at the main seat all got up and greeted Lin Wanshan warmly. Old Yan, your grandson is really capable. He even managed to invite Master Lin, who never attends private banquets. One short and stout old man looked envious. My brat, all he knows how to do is cause me trouble.
Grandpa Yan had already come to Lin Wanshan's side.
He shook Lin's hand nervously, but still looked incredulous.
Master Lin, I'm sorry for not welcoming you myself. Please don't be offended. Grandpa Yan, you're too kind. I heard it's your birthday today, so I've prepared a small gift. With that, he instructed his bodyguard to bring out a piece of calligraphy. The bodyguard opened the scroll in front of Grandpa Yan in front of everyone. The guests rose and stretched their necks to look in the direction of the main seat. The gold-sprinkled scroll still had Lin Wanshan's vigorous and powerful calligraphy, "May you live a long and happy life." In addition to his personal seal, the dedication also read, "For Grandpa Yan." Lin Lao's mastery of calligraphy really amazed us mortals. The elderly men surrounding Grandpa Yan were full of praise for the calligraphy. However, Grandpa Yan was a little shocked, because Lin Wanshan's calligraphy was obviously written for him on the spot, which was even more meaningful than the Golden Hall of Worthies that Yan Hongyu had obtained. Master Lin, this gift is really precious to Yan, and Yan will definitely treasure it. You are most welcome, Grandpa Yan.
Lin Wanshan smiled faintly and waved his hand, looking unconcerned. When the guests learned that Lin Wanshan had specially written a scroll of calligraphy for the birthday banquet for Grandpa Yan, they looked at Yan Hongyu with even more admiration. At such a young age, he had such talent that he could make a national treasure-level calligraphy master give him face. The future of this Yan Hongyu is definitely immeasurable.
I really envy old man Yan.
Song couldn't help but sigh. Both grandsons are so filial, especially Yan Hongyu.
He knew you always revered Master Lin, so he invited Master Lin to your birthday banquet. This is a really rare and precious sentiment. Yes, if I had such a filial and capable grandson, I would smile in my sleep.
Old Master Yan appeared to be unruffled on the surface, but in fact, he was still a little smug. He also greatly appreciated the flattery from his old friends.
We younger generations should always think of our grandfather's needs.
I will do my best to fulfill his wishes, even if they are difficult. Yan Hongyu spoke with great enthusiasm. While they were talking, Lin Wanshan had already turned and walked to the other side of the banquet hall. Those who had wanted to go up and chat with Lin Wanshan froze in place, a bit confused.
Where is Master Lin Wanshan going?
The most important people at the banquet were all at the main table, and no one was sitting next to the end of the banquet.
Who would let Master Lin Wanshan go over and say hello to them?
In the far corner, Su Tian was serving Su Shoya soup, as if he was not at all concerned about Lin Wanshan's arrival. But when he looked up again, he saw Lin Wanshan walking towards his position.
Mr. Su Tian, long time no see.
Lin Wanshan did not have the arrogance or coldness of a great artist in front of Su Tian, but instead revealed an amiable smile.
Long time no see?
Su Tian's hand holding the glass paused, and he put the glass down and stood up with some surprise.
What long time no see? Have they met before? Could it be that Su Tian also knows Master Lin?
The old men sitting next to Grandpa Yen exclaimed in surprise. It seems that they should know each other.
Grandpa Yen got up and walked over in the direction of Lin Wanshan. Master Lin, you know Su Tian?
Lin Wanshan saw that Grandpa Yen and the others had left their seats and walked over, and nodded slightly at them.
Yes, I am old friends with Mr. Su Tian, and we get along quite well. So that's how it is.
Grandpa Yen pretended to be unperturbed, but in his heart he was even more surprised.
Yen Jinsong recognized this adopted son, but what was his background that he could even know Master Lin and be on such close terms with him?
While the old Master Yen was surprised, Yen Jinsong and Su Shoya were even more surprised.
They had never imagined that Su Tian would know Lin Wanshan. Mr. Su, you could have actually told me earlier. Lin Wanshan said with some regret, otherwise I could have planned it out a bit more. Su Tian was a little confused and had no idea what Lin Wanshan was talking about. Master Lin, what are you? Not only did Su Tian not understand, even the old Master Yen and the others were baffled. You don't know, Mr. Yen?
Lin Wanshan saw everyone around him looking at him in surprise, so he explained, I came to your birthday banquet because Mr. Su Tian told me that you like calligraphy, so he invited me. Lin Wanshan's voice was not loud, but it was clear enough for everyone in the banquet hall to hear. The envious and admiring glances that had been on Yen Hongyu and Su Miaoyin's bodies shifted away and turned towards Su Tian. They had previously thought that Yen Hongyu and Su Miaoyin had invited Master Lin Wanlin because they had personally greeted him and had a pleasant conversation with him. But from what Master Lin had just said, it seemed that they had nothing to do with it. The reason Master Lin had come to attend the birthday banquet for Grandpa Yen was because of Su Tian's face. The smiles on the faces of Yen Hongyu and Su Miaoyin, who had been full of spirit, instantly froze. Master Lin, are you saying that you only came to my grandfather's birthday banquet because Su Tian invited you? Su Miaoyin asked incredulously. That's right. Lin Wanshan was obviously a little displeased with Su Miaoyin's slightly questioning tone, otherwise, what else could it be because of? I don't know any of you people. Chapter 147 Master Lin, do we really know each other? Su Miaoyin was at a loss for words at Lin Wanshan's words. Once again, everyone cast envious glances at Su Tian, thinking that Yen Jinsong's adopted son was really capable, and that he even had friendships with national treasure-level calligraphy masters. Su Tian himself, who had been pushed to the forefront, still didn't really understand the situation. Although he had appeared calm on the surface, he was still suspicious that Lin Wanshan had come because of him. He was sure that he had never met Lin Wanshan before and had no relationship with him. Then why did the other party insist that he knew him and had even been entrusted by him to attend the birthday banquet for Master Yen? Lin Wanshan was a leading figure in the Chinese calligraphy world, and even if he did know him, he would not have been qualified to invite him. Su Tian silently pondered in his mind the intersection between himself and Lin Wanshan, and even searched for the experience of his previous life. After getting nothing, he suddenly thought of someone. It couldn't be Tang Bingyan, could it? If it was Tang Bingyan who invited Lin Wanshan, the other party would definitely give face to this. However, Bingyan has never liked him hanging out with the Yen family, or to be precise, she doesn't like him hanging out with anyone. So why would she invite Lin Wanshan to come and give her face? Su Miaoyin, who was standing to one side, stared at Su Tian with a stern face. She didn't believe that Su Tian had that kind of power. After unexpectedly meeting Su Tian at the birthday banquet, Su Miaoyin, who had originally wanted to use her new identity to show off in front of Su Tian, simply couldn't accept the fact that Lin Wanshan had come because of Su Tian. But now that Lin Wanshan had personally admitted it, no matter what she did, she couldn't turn the tide. Su Miaoyin is not stupid. She knows that at this point, mentioning her father Su Zhong's friendship with Lin Wanshan will only bring her humiliation, so she pretends not to care, trying to salvage her poor pride. Master Lin, no matter who you are here for, we are very grateful that you came here to fulfill Grandpa's wish. Yen Hongyu also spoke up in agreement. Yes, Master Lin, we are very grateful to you. After saying this, he walked up to Su Tian and patted him on the shoulder affectionately. Xiao Tian, you really are a deep well of hidden talent. We have known each other for so long, and I didn't even know you were friends with Master Lin. Su Tian unobtrusively avoided Yen Hongyu's hand. He felt disgusted at the other person's pretentiousness. Master Lin really was invited by Su Tian. Yan Jinsong is so lucky to have found such a capable godson with such connections. The guests couldn't stop marveling, and when they looked at Yan Jinsong and Su Xiaoya again, their eyes no longer held the same contempt as before. It seems that all our previous assumptions were wrong. This Su Tian is really a person of talent, a proper young talent. Before, they all felt that the person who could adopt Yan Jinsong as a godson must be even more down and out than Yan Jinsong. But after meeting Su Tian today, they realized that this young man is not as unpresentable as they had imagined. On the contrary, his manners and behavior are very proper. Especially when they learned that Lin Wanlin was invited by Su Tian, they were even more impressed with Su Tian. Ordinary young talents could not befriend Master Lin, so this Su Tian is really something. Originally, I thought that Yan Jinsong had been driven out of the Yin family and his own company had gone bankrupt, so his life must be much worse now, but it seems that this is not the case at all. With such an outstanding godson, he will be able to live a carefree life even if he does nothing for the rest of his life. As the guests whispered among themselves, the old Yin patriarch once again took a fresh look at the young man standing in front of him. He had not originally taken Su Tian seriously, and no matter what Su Tian's relationship with Yan Jinsong was, it was of no importance to him at all. But now, he had other thoughts in mind. Su Tian was able to invite Lin Wanlin, so perhaps he also had other connections in the imperial capital, connections that would definitely be of great benefit to the Yin family. So, Grandpa Yan made a decision in his heart. Although Lin Wanlin came to the banquet, his pride as an artist still made him seem unapproachable. Although some people still wanted to go up and chat with him, they could see Lin Wanlin's impatience and gradually no one dared to bother him. Just as a few juniors came over with wine glasses to wish the old Master Yan a happy birthday, Su Tian took the opportunity to come to Lin Wanlin's side. Master Lin, do we really know each other? Su Tian wanted to find out who Lin Wanlin had actually been invited by. Mr. Su, you really are a forgetful VIP. Lin Wanlin looked at him with a face of innocence, as if he really did know Su Tian. If Su Tian wasn't resolute, he might have really thought that he had lost his memory. In the end, Su Tian said helplessly to Lin Wanlin, Master Lin, don't joke with me, I really don't remember where I crossed paths with you. It seems that you really don't remember. Lin Wanlin sighed helplessly, as if this imitation was silently accusing Su Tian of not taking him seriously. Su Tian's eyelids twitched slightly, and he thought to himself that if this Master Lin weren't a master of calligraphy, but had gone into acting instead, he would definitely have won several Best Actor trophies. This acting is truly exquisite, without the slightest flaw. Seeing that Lin Wanlin was never going to budge, he had to preempt him. Master Lin, do you know Tang Bingyan? This time, she was the one who greeted you and asked you to come over, wasn't she? Apart from Yan Jinsong and Su Xiaoya, only Tang Bingyan knew that he was coming to attend the birthday banquet for Grandpa Yan. And apart from Tang Bingyan, he couldn't think of anyone else who had the ability to invite this national treasure-level master. Lin Wanlin looked up at Su Tian in surprise upon hearing this, his eyes full of confusion. Who is Tang Bingyan? Lin doesn't know. Su Tian. It seems that Lin Wanlin is addicted to acting. If that's the case, Master Lin, please feel free to go. I'm still very grateful that you came to my grandfather's birthday banquet today. Su Tian saw that the other party was never going to admit it, so he didn't push it. Please forgive me if the hospitality is not good enough. No problem, no problem. I like peace and quiet, so you don't need to keep me company. Lin Wanlin waved his hand generously at Su Tian and, alone, took a glass of water and walked to a quiet corner. Su Miaoyin's attention had been on Su Tian the whole time, and when she saw that he was talking to Lin Wanlin, her face couldn't help but turn even uglier. Yan Jinsong was now down on his luck, but after all, he still had some connections. It made sense that they were able to get their hands on the dagger before, but she didn't believe that Su Tian was capable of inviting Lin Wanlin to come and celebrate the old man Yan's birthday. Su Miaoyin has seen a lot of the world these days, having been by her real father's side, and with some study, she is now well versed in the secrets of high society. In all of China, there are only a handful of people who can invite Lin Wanlin. Could it be that person invited the guests for Su Tian? Chapter 148. There will be opportunities. At the mere thought of that woman, Su Miaoyin couldn't help but clench her fists. She had originally thought that Su Tian would definitely divorce her and choose to be with her, but she never expected that after she had set up a situation where she and Su Tian were in the same room together and had taken a photo, Su Tian seemed to have changed as a person, and even abandoned her, refusing to contact her again. Su Miaoyin had originally thought that she would never have any hope, but suddenly good fortune came her way, and she was recognized by the Su family and became a legitimate wealthy family's daughter. The first thing Su Miaoying did after her successful turnaround was to want to take revenge on Su Tian. So she agreed to the advances of Su Tian's former rival Yan Hongyu. Just as Su Miaoying was thinking about how to leak the news to Su Tian, she discovered that Su Tian had actually delivered himself to her door. Although Su Miaoying was not sure why Su Tian had become involved with the Yan family, Su Tian's current identity suited her just fine. Su Tian is now half a Yan family member, and she is about to be engaged to Yan Hongyu. Will she lack opportunities for revenge in the future? Anyway, even if Su Tian is still with that woman, what can he do? That family will never accept an ordinary man like Su Tian. The day Su Tian is abandoned will be the moment he falls into the abyss. Xiao Tian, do you know that Su family lady? Yan Jinsong sensed Su Miaoying's gaze and felt a little strange. Su Tian shook his head, I don't know her well. He now only feels disgust for this woman Su Miaoying, not even hatred. He will not waste any emotions on this unworthy woman. As long as Su Miaoying stays contentedly with Yan Hongyu and doesn't take the initiative to jump in front of him to show her sense of presence, he will also ignore her. Don't know her well? Yan Xingxue sneered upon hearing this. I'm afraid it's not your childhood sweetheart, is it? She had heard Su Rixin mention that her younger brother was infatuated with his childhood sweetheart and even turned down a good marriage opportunity. Xingxue. Su Xiaoya frowned a little angrily. Xiaotian is already your younger brother, don't speak to him in that tone, and that was his private matter. If he doesn't want to talk about it, we should respect him. Godmother, it's fine, I was once on somewhat friendly terms with this Miss Su, but that's all in the past. Su Tian did not intend to hide it. Besides, I have a girlfriend now, and she is a very outstanding woman in every way. After much consideration, Su Tian still did not directly tell Su Xiaoya and the others about his marriage to Tang Bingyan. It was not that he did not trust them, but Tang Bingyan had a special status, and until he had accumulated enough capital to be on the same level as her, it was better to be cautious. Really? You already have a girlfriend? Su Xiaoya said happily, then bring her home someday so we can meet her? She's quite busy, and she's going on a business trip at the end of the month. I'll discuss it with her when I get back, Su Tian explained. As if you really mean it. If you're so capable, just bring her over for us to see. Yan Xingxue looked disdainful, because under the influence of Su Rixin, she had always thought that Su Tian was a white-eyed wolf, with neither ability nor conscience. Such people have a good appearance on the outside but are filthy on the inside, and it's strange that any woman would look at him. There will be opportunities. Su Tian was in no hurry to make Yan Xingxue change her attitude towards him immediately. After all, he had long since seen the skill with which Su Rixin could win people over. Yan Xingxue had yet to discover the other person's true colors, and there was no point in him saying more. However, Su Rixin was a villain with countless ambiguous relationships with women, and he did not want Yan Xingxue to get deeper and deeper into trouble. As far as he knew, the main reason why Su Rixin had asked Yan Xingxue to come to the company and work as his secretary was because the previous secretary had resigned. That secretary was introduced to Su Rixin by Yin Shua, and after Yin Shua left Su's, the other person also left. Su Rixin urgently needed a secretary with strong work ability, but he was reluctant to pay a high salary. He asked Yan Xingxue to come over because he was impressed by her deep feelings for him and her disregard for salary and bonuses, and he treated her like cheap labor. Although Su Tian left Su's, he was still a shareholder of the company after all. He had previously looked at the employee's salary report from the finance department, and found that Yan Xingxue had worked 20 days of overtime in a month, but had not received a single penny in overtime pay. She had not even been reimbursed for the taxi fare home at night. In spite of this, Yan Xingxue was still willing to work hard for Su Rixin, imagining that after the company had overcome its difficulties, Su Rixin would marry her. It seems that it is time to let Yan Xingxue see Su Rixin's true colors, and draw a line with him as soon as possible. No rush. When you're both free, come back and visit me and your godfather together. Su Xiaoya is quite open-minded, and she knows that she is only Su Tian's godmother and has not made many demands. Godfather, godmother, after the banquet is over, you can move to the Jiangshu dynasty to live. Su Tian glanced at the time, and the banquet was almost over. Since being kicked out of the Yin family, the Yan Jinsong family had never stayed in the main house. I have already contacted a moving company, and someone will come to help you pack later. Okay, then I'll trouble Xiao Tian. After you've settled in, I'll make dumplings for you to eat. This time, Su Xiaoya did not decline, but instead, she happily patted the back of Su Tian's hand. What kind of filling do you like? I'll have your godfather go to the market and buy the ingredients. Although the feast at the Yin family's birthday banquet was rich in variety, most of the dishes were pretty to look at but not filling, exquisite and delicious but not filling at all.
She and Yen Jinsong were getting older and had small appetites, but they didn't mind. They were just worried that Su Tian wouldn't be full. Don't bother. You and Godfather have had a long day, and you have to move back home. You should go to bed early when you get to the villa. I'll visit you some other time. That's fine. Su Shoya nodded, and turned to Yen Jinsong. Yen, it's almost time, we should go back too.
Just as the family got up to quietly leave, there was a sudden sound of footsteps behind them. Eldest sister. Su Shoya turned her head and saw Su Mingli running over with a worried expression. She stopped in her tracks and looked at Su Mingli with a complex expression. In the past, she had truly loved her younger brother, and even if she suffered a little, as long as Su Mingli's family was harmonious, she could let it go. But Su Mingli was completely ungrateful, repeatedly conniving with Zhang Yuzhen and Su Weixin to confuse right and wrong and make things difficult for her and Yen Jinsong. Just now, at the banquet, Su Mingli's behavior had even made Su Shoya feel cold at heart. Even if Su Mingli had spoken a kind word for her, she would not have felt so sad. Now Su Shoya had also come to understand that since Su Mingli had never considered her real sister, but only felt that their family was weak and easy to bully, and that there was profit to be made, then she no longer had to care about the already dwindling sibling bond. Big sister, are you and brother-in-law really moving in with Su Tian? Su Mingli asked with a guilty conscience. Su Shoya looked at him coldly. I and Yen have both caused you trouble for so many years. Just as Zhang Yuzhen said, we can't keep freeloading, and it's time to move out and lighten your burden. Chapter 149, so what if he's just a godson? Big sister, that's not what I meant. Su Mingli said with difficulty, I've never felt that you've been freeloading. It's just that you know how Yuzhen is, she was used to being bossy when she was at her parents' house. You have conflicts, and I'm really in the middle of it and can't do anything. Su Mingli complained about his difficulties to Su Shoya with a depressed face, and finally tentatively asked, so after you move this time, will your brother-in-law still go to work at the company? Su Tian watched Su Mingli's poor acting from the sidelines, afraid that after all that build-up, he was trying to determine whether Yen Jinsong would still work for him. Yen Jinsong was outstanding at work and had previous management experience at a large company. In addition, Su Mingli has been playing the emotional card with him, so that Yen Jinsong's salary and bonuses have always been similar to those of ordinary employees. With such an obedient and willing to work overtime, and not asking for anything in return, cheap labor, naturally Su Mingli is reluctant to let go. Su Tian was worried that Su Shoya would be soft-hearted, so without waiting for her to speak, he took the initiative to speak. My godfather is not young, and I don't want him to work so hard. Naturally, he will no longer go to the company. Su Tian's words shattered the last shred of Su Mingli's fantasy. However, Zhang Yuzhen, who was behind Su Mingli, heard Su Tian's words and rushed up immediately. What are you talking about? Yen Jinsong is an employee of our company. If he says he's not going, then what are we going to do? Su Tian sneered upon hearing this. Every company allows employees to resign. At worst, we won't take this month's salary. How can he be the same as an ordinary employee? If he leaves, what are you going to do about the company's business? Zhang Yuzhen tried to use the same tactics as before. I don't care, he can't leave. My godfather is not like an ordinary employee? Su Tian said with a feigned expression of confusion, as far as I know, his salary is the same as an ordinary employee. That's... Zhang Yuzhen tried to argue, but Su Tian interrupted. If your company cannot function normally without my godfather, then what is the point of having your husband as the boss? He looked up at the gloomy-faced Su Mingli and said with a half-smile, if you didn't know, you'd think my godfather was the boss. Bullshit. The company belongs to Mingli and I, and no one is going to take it away from us. As soon as Su Tian mentioned the issue of company ownership, Zhang Yuzhen was poked in a sore spot again, and she was afraid that Su Tian was going to come and fight with them for ownership of the company. Since it's yours, you just take good care of it, and don't bother my godfather. Su Tian's words shut Zhang Yuzhen up. Don't worry, the villa and the company were both given to you voluntarily by my godparents, just like giving alms to a beggar on the street. Even if my godparents are not as prosperous as they once were, there's no reason to go back and compete with beggars for food. Zhang Yuzhen and Su Mingli turned pale when they heard this. Was Su Tian not implying that they were street beggars? Godfather, godmother, let's get out of here quickly. We have to move back home. Su Tian didn't give Zhang Yuzhen the chance to yell at him. While he was distracted, he took Yen Jinsong and Su Shoya and left. Zhang Yuzhen was so angry that her face turned red. She was holding her anger inside, unable to let it out, so she took it out on Su Mingli.
Look at this brat Su Tian, he's only a godson, and he dares to get on top of me and call me a beggar. He should have thought about who kindly took in Su Shoya and Yin Jinsong when they were down and out. They are all ungrateful, white-eyed wolves. And you, when I was bullied, you didn't even dare to fart. I married a man like you, what a bad luck.
Zhang Yuzhen became more and more excited as she scolded, and when she saw Su Mingli hanging his head without saying a word, she gave him a hard hammer on his shoulder and yelled in a falsetto voice.
You dumb lump, say something. Yin Jinsong doesn't go to the company anymore, so what about the business there? Who's going to do all his work? Mom, calm down.
Su Weixin came over, looking at Su Tian's back with envy in his eyes. He's just a bragging little white face, he can't amount to anything. Yin Jinsong is in debt up to his eyeballs, and now without this salary, I don't see how the family will live.
Su Tian may be prosperous on the surface, but in reality, who knows his background? Do you believe that any member of a wealthy family would want to be Yin Jinsong's godson? Su Weixin analyzed with conviction. What does he stand to gain? Inherit Yin Jinsong's huge debts? You're right.
Zhang Yuzhen vented her anger and calmed down a little, but what about the Jiangshu dynasty house and Master Lin?
Ha, it's just a door card, it's not hard to forge, right? Su Weixin
didn't believe that Su Tianjin, who was about the same age as himself, had any outstanding abilities.
It was probably just a pre-planned scheme to save face.
As for Master Lin, he might not have been hired by him. After all, Grandpa Yan was a well-known figure in Jiangchang.
My son, you are still the clever one.
Zhang Yuzhen felt much better after hearing Su Weixin belittle Su Tian to nothing.
So you two parents don't need to worry too much. If Yin Jinsong was really that capable, how could his own company go bankrupt?
I don't believe our company can't function without them.
Yes, Weixin is right. Zhang Yuzhen nodded. Yin Jinsong is just hardworking, not irreplaceable. There are plenty of employees like him in the job market.
We can hire a few of them to work for us, and they will be grateful and kneel down to lick our boots.
Unlike Yin Jinsong and Su Shoya, they just scowl every day and know how to oppose us.
Zhang Yuzhen lost face at Yan's birthday banquet today, and now the pent-up anger in her chest has finally subsided.
Just look at Su Shoya's smug, self-satisfied expression. She's just a godson, so what's there to be smug about?
It's because she can't bear a son of her own that she's taken on a random unknown kid as a godson, not caring if she gets swindled out of everything she owns.
Mom, they didn't have much property to begin with.
Su Weixin said with a smile, unlike us, they can rely on people like cousin Hanyu.
Yes, your cousin Hanyu will definitely help us.
In the future, our family will rely on them, and we don't need Su Shoya and Yin Jinsong's charity at all. Zhang Yuzhen said this, but she still felt justified in occupying the villa and company, and had no intention of returning them to their rightful owners.
Cousin Hanyu is really capable.
Now basically all the artists under Yixing Media who can make money are managed by him.
If you follow him in the future, you will definitely have a bright future. Nowadays, aren't those university teachers also coming out to broadcast and promote products? I think you can do it too. Don't always study hard all the time, learn more from your cousin, do you hear me? Chapter 150. Su Tian gives Tang Bingyan a princess hug. I understand, I will definitely learn more from my cousin. Su Weixin was actually not very satisfied with his profession. Although it was face-saving to say it out loud, it did not bring him much practical benefit. Moreover, the calligraphy industry was extremely particular about qualifications, and it was not certain how long he would have to wait until the day he became a master. Because the Yen family's most profitable industry is currently the entertainment industry, and its subsidiary Yixing Media is even owned by the Su family of the imperial capital. Moreover, the profits of the entertainment industry have been growing recently, and he has gradually become interested. If he can follow Yan Hongyu and enter Yixing Media, he might be able to get a share of the profits and obtain some original shares in the future. While Zhang Yuzhen's family was still dreaming, Su Shoya and Yin Jinsong had already moved all their luggage to number 88 Jiangshui Dynasty with the help of a moving company. Yen Qingxue only went around the front of her old house, then left on the pretext of work. Su Shoya tried to persuade her, but to no avail. Su Tian knew that Su Rixin must have called her again. Su Rixin now treated Yen Qingxue like a personal nanny, but Yen Qingxue was happy to do it. She thought that Su Rixin truly loved her and planned to marry her. Qingxue is such a worry. Su Shoya looked at the back of Yen Qingxue's head and sighed helplessly. Oh dear, if you have time, please talk to her for me. I don't even know what she's up to these days. She just says she's living in the company dormitory or working overtime.
You two have things in common because you're young, so you should be able to communicate well.
Please find out what's going on and make sure she doesn't go astray.
Don't worry, godmother, I'll talk to her when I find the time. Su Tian reassured her, but don't worry, Xingxue is not the kind of person who has no bottom line, she won't go astray. At least in her previous life, Yan Xingxue did not give up on herself due to excessive grief even after learning about Su Rixin's hypocrisy and ruthlessness. The Yan Xingxue in his memory will always be a kind, brave and decisive girl.
I'm relieved to hear that.
Su Shoya took Su Tian's hand in relief and pretended to pull him into the villa. You've had a long day too, come in and rest, I'll cook you a midnight snack later. No need, godmother, I have things to do tomorrow and need to go back to the company dormitory early. Su Tian had been out all day today, and it was to attend the birthday banquet for Master Yen. If he didn't go home now, his wife might get angry and forbid him to contact the Yen family in the future.
After saying goodbye to Su Shoya and Yen Jinsong, Su Tian took a taxi back to the Blue Mountain Heights apartment.
Not long after Su Tian left, Su Shoya, who was worried, picked up her phone and called Yen Xingxue.
Xingxue, are you still at work? Mom, you finally remembered you have a daughter?
Although Yen Xingxue was very happy to receive Su Shoya's call, she couldn't help feeling uncomfortable when she thought about their attitude towards Su Tian.
How can you say that?
I worry about you so much that I can't sleep at night, and I hope every day that you'll come home to live with us.
How can you say that I've forgotten you? I feel that compared to me, Su Tian is more like your biological son.
Yen Xingxue said sourly, you and my father only knew him for a few days, but you trusted him so much that you even took him to meet my grandfather.
Xingxue, Xiaotian is a good boy.
Su Shoya had a headache, try spending some time with him.
I don't want to. Yen Xingxue said discontentedly, why should I get along with him? You don't know, he was a white-eyed wolf in the Su family.
Obviously, the Su family adopted him and raised him, but he didn't care about family matters.
Xingxue.
Su Shoya suddenly interrupted Yen Xingxue in a serious tone, there are some things I didn't want you to know, but since you have such a deep misunderstanding of Xiaotian, I can't hide it from you anymore.
What? Yen Xingxue was a little confused. Mom, you're hiding something from me? The Su family should raise Xiaotian, and even the Su family's wealth should belong to Xiaotian.
Su Shoya said decisively, we gave the Su family a large sum of money on the condition that they raise Xiaotian, and when Xiaotian grows up, we will give him 60% of the company's shares.
What?
Yen Xingxue seemed to have associated something with this, and her face suddenly changed. You and Su Tian have known each other for a long time?
He can't be my real younger brother, can he? No.
Su Shoya hesitated for a moment, as if weighing her words.
In the end, she made up her mind and said to Yen Xingxue,
Xingxue, you're all grown up now, and there are some things I should tell you. The Su family has saved our family's lives, and you in particular, Xingxue, if it weren't for Su Tian's biological parents, you would probably not be in this world anymore.
Mom, what's going on? Yen Xingxue was confused. What about Su Tian's biological parents? Xingxue, promise me that you won't tell Tian what I'm about to tell you. Mom, I promise. Now can you tell me?
With Yen Xingxue's promise, Su Shoya began to tell the story of the past, which had been sealed away for decades. Su Tian took out the room key card from his jacket pocket and swiped it to enter the door. As he was changing his shoes in the entrance hall, he saw Tang Bingyan sitting on the sofa, still holding a thick document in her hands.
Honey, why did you get off work so early today?
Su Tian had originally wanted to take a shower and then make some late-night snacks for Tang Bingyan before picking her up from work, but he didn't expect Tang Bingyan to have returned early.
I have to go on a business trip tomorrow.
Tang Bingyan put down the documents in her hands and rubbed her eyebrows with some fatigue. I came back early from work today to keep you company.
Business trip? Su Tian was shocked. So soon? Isn't it the end of the month?
Something unexpected happened, so I discussed it with the core members of the Tang family and decided to leave a week early.
What time do you leave tomorrow? Su Tian asked nonchalantly. 5 p.m. Have a safe trip.
Su Tian scratched his head apologetically. I have some work at the office tomorrow, so I won't be able to see you off.
Tang Bingyan looked at Su Tian with some surprise.
She didn't understand why Su Tian, who had previously reacted so strongly to her going to the lighthouse country, was acting so calm this time. Perhaps Su Tian had been so bored before that he wanted to spend more time with her, but now that he was busy at work, he didn't need her anymore? After thinking this, Tang Bingyan frowned slightly.
Could it be that to Su Tian, she is just a tool to pass the time? People are always greedy. The original Tang Bingyan didn't dare to hope that Su Tian would like her, and always felt that as long as Su Tian was willing to stay by her side, that would be fine. But when Su Tian started treating her well, she couldn't help but expect more, hoping that the two of them could get along like a real couple. Honey, I heard that watches are quite cheap in the Beacon State. When you come back, remember to bring me a present. Su Tian didn't know about Tang Bingyan's inner turmoil, but instead he smiled and walked over to put his arm around her shoulders, while imperceptibly moving the documents she had been working on to the other side of the coffee table. We have a long flight tomorrow, so don't stay up late tonight. I'll go to bed with you. Without waiting for a response from Tang Bingyan, he picked her up in a princess carry. Chapter 151, Is there anything inconvenient about it? When the two entered the bedroom, Tang Bingyan finally couldn't hold back and asked. Su Tian, you really don't object to me going to the lighthouse country? It's useless for me to object, you won't listen to me, Su Tian complained. I can listen to you about other things, but not about company matters. This project is related to the future of the Tang family and its various companies, and she shoulders a heavy burden that she cannot shirk. Seeing Tang Bingyan's serious expression, Su Tian suddenly reached out and affectionately pinched her cheek. I was just joking with you, why are you taking it so seriously? Tang Bingyan. Seeing Tang Bingyan's face darken at a speed visible to the naked eye, Su Tian hastily made up for himself. I just don't want you to work too hard. Since this project is so important to you, how could I possibly hold you back? Don't worry about going on business trips, I'll be at home waiting for your return. When Tang Bingyan heard Su Tian say this, her heart, which had been a little irritated, inexplicably became calm. But what Tang Bingyan didn't expect was that Su Tian had lied to her again. The next day. The airport terminal. When the members of Tang Bingyan's accompanying team saw Su Tian carrying a giant 28-inch suitcase, they were all shocked. Mr. Su, what are you doing? Wei was so excited that he could hardly speak. I'll go with you. Su Tian calmly walked up to Tang Bingyan. Bingyan, I had a dream earlier that you would have an accident on this trip to the Lighthouse Congress, that someone would ambush you in advance to assassinate you, that you would be seriously injured, and that more than half of the bodyguards you brought with you would be killed or injured. I was worried about you, so I had to go with you. Su Tian had prepared his luggage and visa in advance when planning this trip. Fortunately, he is now in a brokerage company, and there may be a need to go abroad, so not long after Su Tian joined the company, he asked the Human Resources Department to apply for a long-term work visa for him in various countries. You're a big man, and you still believe in what happened in your dream. Shen Xiaoxiao, dressed in black, spoke contemptuously, this kind of stuff that only little girls would believe, and you still take it as a divine decree. They haven't set off yet, and Su Tian already said that he dreamed that they would have an accident. And even if someone really did want to do harm to the young lady, the brothers and I would do our best to protect her, so how could we possibly let her get hurt? How could we not let her get hurt? You guys are only a few dozen people, but what if the other side has more people and is more powerful than you? Can you still guarantee that Bingyan will be safe? You're such a garrulous person. Shen Xiaoxiao was so angry that she wanted to go up and slap him. If she didn't have to worry about Tang Bingyan being there, she really wanted to teach this useless man a good lesson. She gave Su Tian a warning glare before turning to Tang Bingyan. Miss, it's time for security, let's go in quickly. Tang Bingyan stood still, intently watching Su Tian, as if trying to read his expression. In the end, she only saw concern in his eyes. Since you want to go with me, let's go. Have you booked your ticket? Yes, but the flight you're taking is full, I booked the next one. Su Tian said with difficulty, why don't you accompany me to change the ticket, Bingyan? Su scumbag, don't push your luck. Shen Xiaoxiao couldn't stand it anymore, Missy is going there to talk business, not for fun. The next flight doesn't leave for a few hours, and our itinerary after we get to the lighthouse country is all set, we can't delay. Apply for a flight route and take a private jet there. Tang Bingyan glanced at the time on her phone and made a decision immediately. But my lady, even if you take a private plane, it will take at least 2 hours to depart. Shen Xiaoxiao hesitated and said, we can leave first and send someone to wait for him at the airport. Away. Tang Bingyan ignored Shen Xiaoxiao and looked at Away on the other side with indifferent eyes. I'll apply for a private flight right away. Away quickly took out his phone and dialed. Shen Xiaoxiao clenched her fists in resignation. Why should she change her long-scheduled trip because of that scumbag Su Tian? This trip was booked a week in advance, and it included various security measures, which were interrelated.
If Su Tian's jinx really came true and something unexpected happened, it would be entirely his fault. Tang Bingyan also took out her phone and made a call, seemingly to change the negotiation time with the AM company executives. Seeing that Tang Bingyan did not object to him going with her, Su Tian relaxed his taut nerves and handed the 28-inch suitcase in his hands to a bodyguard next to him.
This suitcase contains my personal belongings, so you must keep it safe and not lose it. Oh, and don't open it either. Do you have to be so exaggerated? Do you really think you're going on holiday?
Chen Xiaoxiao was even more infuriated when she saw Su Tian's luggage. The luggage of all of us bodyguards combined doesn't even add up to as much as yours.
These are the things that Bingyan and I need. Su Tian explained seriously, Bingyan is a germaphobe, so I brought more disinfectant spray.
And her stomach is not good, the food in the Beacon country is too greasy, so I brought millet and soup stock, so that I can make porridge and soup for her. These things can be taken care of by the butler at the villa in the Beacon country. There is no need for you to do this extra work.
Chen Xiaoxiao snorted. These ingredients can only be bought in Chinatown in the Beacon country, so how can their quality compare to those in China? Su Tian shook his head disapprovingly. Bingyan's health is important, and I don't want her to get stomach issues again after arriving in the Beacon country due to dietary issues.
You think you're the only one who cares about the young lady? Chen Xiaoxiao was unconvinced and wanted to argue with Su Tian, but was stopped by Yao Wei, who had finished making the phone call, tugging on her sleeve.
What are you pulling me for? I have to teach her a good lesson today.
Wei held onto Chen Xiaoxiao's sleeve tightly and shook his head at her.
Forget it, I'm not going to interfere.
Just do as you like, one day the young lady will not be able to stand you either. Although Chen Xiaoxiao was still angry, after Wei's reminder, she ultimately did not argue with Su Tian again. After Tang Bingyan finished her call, she walked quickly over to them. Young lady, our trip to the lighthouse state this time is very tight.
Su Tian doesn't know anything about the project, so I'm afraid it's not convenient to let him go with us.
Chen Xiaoxiao had calmed down a lot since receiving the family punishment, so of course she wouldn't directly speak ill of Su Tian in Tang Bingyan's presence, but her words were full of disdain for Su Tian.
What's inconvenient about it? Chapter 152 Chen Xiaoxiao, your forehead is dark.
Su Tian had just supervised Tang Bingyan's subordinate in checking in the luggage he had brought, and now he also came up to the two of them. I'm a big guy, I don't care about the environment, and I can share a room with Bingyan, so there's no need to change your previous arrangements at all.
But you don't understand the project, and you're clearly just going to cause trouble.
Chen Xiaoxiao whispered a retort, but it was still heard by Tang Bingyan. She raised her eyes slightly. Chen Xiaoxiao.
Chen Xiaoxiao's eyelids twitched at the sound of her name.
Tang Bingyan rarely called her by her first name. Whenever she spoke to her in that tone, it meant that she was dissatisfied with her words and actions. She lowered her head and didn't argue anymore, but her clenched fists and the blue veins on her wrists betrayed her.
Su Tian found Chen Xiaoxiao's appearance amusing.
He really wasn't the type to get angry with a little girl, so he didn't continue the conversation, but instead took Tang Bingyan and walked over to the VIP lounge. Unexpectedly, Su Tian's action seemed more like a demonstration to Chen Xiaoxiao, which immediately made her furious.
Little man getting his way. She almost complained in an unvoiced sound, I really don't know what the young lady sees in him.
Xiaoxiao, you should keep quiet. Wei shook his head helplessly. Chen Xiaoxiao is still too emotional. The old men who followed Tang Bingyan all knew how special Su Tian was to her, so even if they looked down on Su Tian in their hearts, they would still maintain the appropriate etiquette towards him on the surface. However, Chen Xiaoxiao was the exception. Every time she met Su Tian, she couldn't be comfortable without arguing with him a bit, and she would only stop when she had attracted Tang Bingyan's warning.
Su Tian took Tang Bingyan and sat her in the VIP area near the boarding gate.
Before long, he saw Chen Xiaoxiao, who looked full of resentment, walking in with Yao Wei. Chen Xiaoxiao deliberately picked a seat behind Su Tian, as if she wanted to keep an eye on him at all times. Su Tian felt uncomfortable being stared at by the two people behind him, who looked like they were about to burst into flames, so he turned his head and looked at the woman sitting behind him. Chen Xiaoxiao, I also dreamed about you last night. You got into an argument with someone and got your face disfigured. You'd better be careful after the plane lands in Beacon country. In his previous life, Tang Bingyan's assassination in Beacon country was a very serious matter, so even though Su Tian didn't care, he still heard a lot of insider information. At the time, he came with a sense of curiosity and listened to those dangerous experiences as gossip. Now that he thinks about it, he really wants to go back to his past life and smack that inconsiderate self of his. However, there is one detail Su Tian has always remembered, and that is that Chen Xiaoxiao got into a fight and hurt her face when she first arrived in the lighthouse state, and later, because of the attack on Tang Bingyan, she did not receive timely treatment, leaving a hideous scar. Since then, Chen Xiaoxiao's personality has become very gloomy. You're cursing me? Chen Xiaoxiao's face turned white with anger. She had never met such a petty man before. She had only said a few words to him, so why would he curse her? Believe it or not, I've warned you anyway. After Su Tian finished speaking, he turned around, picked up the thermos on his right and handed it to Tang Bingyan, saying, "Bingyan, drink some more ginger syrup, it's good for your stomach." Lanshan Hot Spring Villa. A young man wearing a custom-made suit stood next to Mr. Tang, respectfully massaging his shoulders. "Grandpa Tang, I'm free at the moment, so I want to spend more time with you in place of Miss Tang. Usually, Miss Tang and Mr. Gu are both busy with work and rarely come back, so you're lonely here at the villa." Mr. Tang, wearing reading glasses and holding a financial newspaper, said nothing about the young man's shoulder and leg massage, but simply said, "Young people should have their own careers. I, an old man, can understand this, and I am not old and unable to take care of myself, so I don't need so many people to keep me company." The young man's eyelids twitched at this, and he hurriedly said, "Grandpa Tang, of course you are not old, and you don't need care around you. But Butler Lee has to take care of the whole manor after all, and it is inevitable that there will be places that cannot be taken care of. If you don't have a caring younger generation around you, it will inevitably be inconvenient." While he was talking, he carefully observed the expression on Tang's face. After a pause, he continued, "I heard that Miss Tang's boyfriend was arguing this time and wanted to go to the lighthouse country with Miss Tang. With both of them gone, Mr. Gu will be busy taking care of the company. As for the other Tang family nephews, most of them are in the imperial capital. I guess one person on your side will feel bored, so they came here. I also hope that Grandpa Tang will not think that I am clumsy and cannot take care of people." "You said Su Tian went to the lighthouse country with Bingyan?" Tang's grandfather put down the newspaper in his hands, and a flash of displeasure passed through his eyes. The reason he was previously quite satisfied with Su Tian was that, apart from his ordinary family background, he also had no ambition. Now the Tang family is entirely dependent on Tang Bingyan, and Su Tian is very important to her. If this boy ever develops any other thoughts, I'm afraid that after he closes his eyes, the Tang family will face the risk of changing its surname and losing its master. Ah! The young man pretended to be shocked, looking as if he had accidentally said the wrong thing. "Grandpa Tang, you didn't know about this?" "I was just being nosy." "I guess Miss Tang didn't want you to worry, so she didn't tell you." "Why did Su Tian go with Bingyan? He never asked about the company before." "Actually," the young man hesitated for a moment before speaking again, "I'm not really sure, but it seems that Mr. Su didn't want Miss Tang to go to Beacon Country very much. Beacon Country is so far away from China, it takes more than 10 hours by plane. I guess he didn't want to be apart from Miss Tang for so long." Grandpa Tang remained silent, picked up the glass on the coffee table and held it in his hands, but did not drink. The living room was quiet for a moment, and the young man tentatively said, "Grandpa Tang, I also heard some news, I don't know if I should say it." "You came to see me today, isn't that what you wanted to tell me?" Grandpa Tang was old, but not confused, and he had long since seen the young man's ulterior motives clearly. The young man felt a little embarrassed, and froze in place, not knowing what to do. "Go on, what else did you hear?" Master Tang's tone of voice did not reveal his emotions. "It was just that." The young man gathered his thoughts before continuing. "I heard that Mr. Su Tian wanted to stop Miss Tang from going on a business trip, and he even said that he had had an ominous dream in which he saw that Miss Tang would be in danger if she went to the lighthouse state, so he insisted on going with her. The flight that Miss Tang was originally scheduled to take was about to take off, but since Su Tian could only get a ticket for the next flight, in the end Miss Tang had no choice but to call to arrange for a private jet." The normally composed Tang Lasher's face suddenly changed. Older people are more sensitive to bad luck such as nightmares. Even if Su Tian made up a reason to keep Tang Bingyan, it was unacceptable to Tang Lasher. In order to prevent Tang Bingyan from going to the lighthouse country, Su Tian even said that there would be danger. Is this something a grown man should do? Grandpa Tang doesn't mind that Su Tian is idle all day and doesn't get a proper job, but he can't accept that Su Tian is holding his granddaughter back. Grandpa Tang already had many concerns about Tang Bingyan marrying down, and now Su Tian's behavior has only confirmed that his previous concerns were not unwarranted. In the entire Tang family, only he knows how hard it was for Tang Bingyan to get to where she is today, so even if he doesn't agree with many things, he doesn't want to oppose making his granddaughter unhappy. Now the Tang family is suffering from internal and external problems, and all decisions need to be made by Tang Bingyan alone. If she were by the side of Gu Beicheng, who could share her worries, that would be fine, but unfortunately she has set her sights on Su Tian. Su Tian's background is such that he is destined to have a narrow perspective and will never be able to compare with Tang Bingyan. If he doesn't work hard, he will be a parasite supported by the Tang family for the rest of his life. If he works too hard and wants to make a career in the Tang family company, and in the future, with his ambitions growing, he will be able to swallow up the Tang family with Tang Bingyan's unconditional indulgence. When the old master Tang learned that Su Tian did not ask Tang Bingyan to arrange for him to enter the core Tang family company, but instead hid his identity and worked for an entertainment company under the Yan family group, he was originally somewhat relieved. However, the recent performance of Su Tian has caused the old master Tang to have new concerns.
Grandpa Tang, don't be angry.
Su Tian might have done this because he cares too much about Miss Tang, which is a good thing. The young man sensed that Grandpa Tang was displeased, but he pretended to be sympathetic while secretly gloating.
Alright, you mustn't tell anyone else about this. Grandpa Tang had no desire to hear the young man's complaints. I'm tired, you can go home first. Then I'll come and visit you again some other day.
Seeing that he had achieved his goal, the young man said no more, and respectfully withdrew. After the young man had left, the old man's back, which had been tense, relaxed. He leaned back on the sofa and rubbed his forehead wearily. It seemed that after Bingyan returned from the country of the lighthouse, he should find some time to talk to her about Su Tian. The country of the lighthouse. The AM company they were going to negotiate with this time was not in the capital of the country of the lighthouse, and the plane could not reach it directly. In the evening, they passed through a town with a population of only 100,000, and checked into the only hotel in the town center. As soon as Tang Bingyan entered the room, she took out her laptop and held a video conference with the company executives still in Huaxia. Seeing her desperate attitude, Su Tian knew that she would definitely not eat until the meeting was over, so he walked out of the room and wanted to borrow the hotel kitchen to personally cook a late-night snack for Tang Bingyan. As Su Tian stepped out of the elevator, he saw Chen Xiaoxiao and a dozen bodyguards behind her, standing in the lobby, surveying the hotel.
Chen Xiaoxiao saw Su Tian and walked over with a cold face.
Su, the security situation in Beacon Country is not comparable to that in China.
I advise you not to go around. If anything happens, you'll be causing trouble for everyone.
Su Tian was angry because Tang Bingyan had been working so hard that he had neglected his personal life, so when he saw Chen Xiaoxiao coming over to pick a fight, he wasn't in a good mood and simply ignored her. He looked at Chen Xiaoxiao expressionlessly, then sneered.
I just want to remind you not to go around.
Your forehead is dark, which means you're having bad luck and will have trouble soon.
You're responsible for Bingyan's safety, so if anything happens, it will affect Bingyan's schedule. Chapter 153, Meeting a Benefactor. I have bad luck? Chen Xiaoxiao disdainfully shrugged. Do you take me for one of those ignorant schoolgirls who believes in horoscopes? The bodyguards behind Chen Xiaoxiao also laughed out loud upon hearing this.
Mr. Su, Sister Xiaoxiao has never believed in these superstitious sayings. Not to mention that with Xiaoxiao's skills, she could easily fight 10 men. The last time we went to a bar, an inattentive man came over to chat her up, and after Xiaoxiao refused, he kept pestering her. As a result, she slapped him and he flew out. One of the young bodyguards described it to Su Tian in vivid detail, even gesturing. That was a burly man nearly 1.9 meters tall, half a head taller than you, and in Xiaoxiao's hands he was a defenseless wretch.
Who dares to mess with our Xiaoxiao? That's a dead end. Trouble and trouble, and on Xiaoxiao, it simply doesn't exist, okay? Believe it or not. Su Tian shrugged his shoulders nonchalantly. I've already warned you anyway.
After saying that, he ignored the laughter of the bodyguards and turned to go find the hotel's kitchen to make Tang Bingyan some congee.
Tang Bingyan didn't finish her meeting until 2 a.m., and after hastily taking a couple of mouthfuls of congee, she leaned against him and fell asleep.
Su Tian was originally angry, but when he saw the bruises under Tang Bingyan's eyelids, he felt a little distressed. In the end, he could only helplessly carry the sleeping person back to the bed. It was strange to say, but Tang Bingyan had anxiety disorder and neurasthenia, and even when she was extremely tired, she didn't sleep easily. But next to Su Tian, she could fall asleep quickly. Su Tian had repeatedly confirmed this phenomenon, so even when they were in the apartment, the two no longer slept in separate rooms. Although they were still stagnating without substantial development, Su Tian could feel that Tang Bingyan had gradually let down her guard. The next morning, Su Tian opened his eyes and saw that the bed next to him was already empty.
Tang Bingyan was not in the bathroom. Su Tian called out twice, but there was no answer.
He guessed that she had gone to discuss the plan with the senior management of the accompanying team. After getting up quickly and washing up, Su Tian planned to go to the hotel restaurant for breakfast, and then pack up some of Tang Bingyan's favorite snacks and deliver them to her personally. This time, he saw Qin Xiaoxiao and the bodyguards she was leading in the hotel restaurant again. Today, those bodyguards looked at Qin Xiaoxiao with strange eyes, as if they were looking at a panda in a zoo. Ignoring those looks, Su Tian walked straight into the restaurant and saw Qin Xiaoxiao, who exuded an aura of being unfriendly, sitting in the corner of a table, eating breakfast with a sad expression on her face. He paused for a moment, and his eyes swept over Qin Xiaoxiao's left face, and he noticed that there was a piece of medical gauze stuck on it, with obvious traces of iodine disinfectant. Su Tian thought about what he had said to Qin Xiaoxiao yesterday, and it seemed that the woman had not taken his reminder to heart at all. However, although Qin Xiaoxiao had gauze on her face, she looked in good condition, and it should only be a superficial wound. He took a slice of toast and 2 sausages from the buffet area, poured himself a cup of black coffee, and then sat down across from Qin Xiaoxiao with his tray. While eating breakfast, he asked with interest, "Aren't you very skilled and can't get hurt?" Qin Xiaoxiao was furious when she thought about what had happened last night. After escorting Tang Bingyan back to her room after the meeting yesterday, she was a little hungry and planned to go to the restaurant to see if there was any late-night food left. Unfortunately, in such a small hotel, the restaurant does not open after 9 p.m. She had no choice but to go back to her room with the instant noodles and ham sausages she had stolen from the other bodyguards to fill her stomach. On the way back to her room, she happened to encounter 2 foreign children playing in the corridor, and one of them accidentally knocked over a vase next to them. Seeing that the child was about to get hit on the head by the vase, she quickly dropped what she was holding and rushed over to protect the little guy, who was already scared and frozen in place, in her arms. However, she didn't realize that the broken and splintering pieces of the vase had cut her face. If this wasn't an accident, Qin Xiaoxiao really thought that scumbag Su Tian was harboring a grudge against her and was deliberately messing with her, otherwise why would he have predicted so accurately that she would be unlucky recently? "I already warned you to be careful." Su Tian smiled and finished the bitter-tasting coffee in one go, his gaze sweeping over the other bodyguards. "My recent hunches have been very accurate, and I can also read a little palmistry. Any of you having any bad luck recently? If you're not convinced, come see me." Palmistry? The bodyguards looked at each other. This is just plain boasting. Moreover, it is clear that Xiao Xiao is on the verge of an explosion because of her facial injuries, but Su Tian deliberately mentions the sore spot, which is asking for a beating. These bodyguards trained by Qin Xiao Xiao know her temper very well and unanimously believe that if Su Tian were not Mr. Tang's man, Xiao Xiao would have already beaten his head in. A young man sitting next to Qin Xiao Xiao probably has a secret crush on her, so he is full of hostility towards Su Tian. "Mr. Su, I know you are a favorite of General Manager Tang, but you can't just say whatever you want. This trip is very important to General Manager Tang. If you keep spreading this kind of superstitious and unlucky talk, it will disrupt the morale of the troops." Su Tian looked up at this handsome young man who was indignant, narrowed his eyes slightly, and asked, "Who are you?" "My name is Shao Kan, I'm the captain of Team 3 under Xiao Xiao." "You are Shao Kan?" Su Tian was slightly stunned at first, and then when he looked at him again, his eyes held some complexity. Tang Bingyan's bodyguards were all under the management of Qin Xiaoxiao, and there were a total of 10 teams, ranked according to their strength. Team 3 was definitely considered the elite of the elite among the 10 teams. And as the captain of Team 3, Shao Kan's strength naturally could not be underestimated. However, Su Tian's impression of Shao Kan was not because of his strength, but because of a piece of gossip he had heard before. "What's wrong with you?" Shao Kan felt a little uncomfortable when Su Tian looked at him with inquisitive eyes. "Nothing." Su Tian gave a faint smile, then pretended to read his palm and looked at his hand. "I told you I can read palms, your recent fortune, well. What about my fortune?" Although Shao Kan didn't believe it, his curiosity was aroused after seeing Su Tian's actions, so he asked in return. "Your fortune is good, you will meet a benefactor soon, if you seize the opportunity, you will be able to lead a carefree life." Pfft, any old man on the street could say that. Shao Kan shrugged disdainfully. "You think I'll believe you just because you said something nice? Believe it or not, I've warned you anyway." Su Tian said seriously, and for some people, having no worries about food and clothing is not necessarily a good thing. If you're not lucky enough to enjoy it, it's better to avoid it as soon as possible. His memory was good. The reason he was impressed by the name Shao Kan was that later, he overheard the bodyguards under Tang Bingyan chatting. They mentioned that when they were in the Beacon State, Shao Kan was noticed by a 60-year-old foreign rich woman who had just lost her husband. As long as Shao Kahn agreed to register his marriage with her, she would immediately give him a green card and let him immigrate. It is said that Shao Kahn was scared enough at the time, and after that period of time in the Beacon State, he did not shave or wash his face, and he turned the handsome young man into a rough man who was afraid of the rich woman not giving up. Right now, everything around them is developing according to the trajectory of their previous lives, and Chen Xiaoxiao has hurt her face. Regardless of whether it was a fight or not, the general direction is always correct. In this way, Shao Kahn also cannot avoid the fate of being noticed by the rich woman.
What carefree, I really don't care. Shao Kahn said coldly. He is now very satisfied with his life, and just wants to always stay by Tang Bingyan and Chen Xiaoxiao's side as the Tang family's bodyguard. He doesn't need any of the carefree opportunities for success. I don't think you can handle it.
Su Tian stroked his chin, but the nobleman has his eye on you, and he's not someone to be trifled with. As it happens, I have a way to make you successful then avoid the opportunities that are coming your way.
Do you need some pointers? Chapter 154, What a kind young man. No need.
Shao Kahn's face changed and changed. I'm an atheist and don't believe in these superstitions.
That's a real shame. Su Tian sighed.
He remembered the rich woman from the Beacon country, who had left a deep psychological shadow on Shao Kahn.
It's only natural to think about it.
A woman old enough to be your grandmother suddenly saying she wants to marry you would have a shadow on anyone. Then, he looked at the other people present.
What about you?
What? The bodyguards looked confused.
Do you want to show me your hands? Su Tian put on a composed expression and suddenly, as if he had thought of something, he added, This is a foreign country, perhaps I should follow local customs and show you my astrolabe?
Chen Xiaoxiao and the bodyguards looked at Su Tian as if he were an idiot. This time, Chen Xiaoxiao didn't even bother to argue. It was a waste of her time to argue with someone like Su Tian. Seeing that no one responded, Su Tian got up and took the tray to the restaurant's recycling area, and then asked the waiter to pack a sandwich maker and a bottle of hot milk. After Su Tian left the restaurant, Shao Kahn couldn't help but complain to Chen Xiaoxiao, Sister Xiaoxiao, is this the man that President Tang is interested in? Why does it feel a bit off? We also think he's strange. The bodyguard next to him also complained, this kind of man is obviously a smooth-talking pretty boy, and compared to Mr. Gu, he is far from it. But he actually predicted that Xiao Xiao would be in danger. Another young bodyguard pointed at the gauze on Chen Xiaoxiao's face. It was just a coincidence. Chen Xiaoxiao didn't believe Su Tianji had the ability to predict the future. I also think he was just making it up. Shao Kahn is Chen Xiaoxiao's staunchest supporter, he just said that I would meet a benefactor, and haven't I already met my benefactors, it's Xiao Xiao and President Tang, do I need him to remind me? After breakfast, they continued their journey according to the itinerary. It had been a day since they left the capital airport of Beacon Country, and so far everything was normal with no unusual situations. Among those who came to Beacon Country on business with Tang Bingyan this time, apart from some of the company's top management, there was also a team of bodyguards led by Chen Xiaoxiao. One group of people hid in the shadows, silently observing all movements around Tang Bingyan. Chen Xiaoxiao and Shao Kahn and the others were just fulfilling their duties as bodyguards. In fact, Tang Bingyan always arranges for a large number of bodyguards to follow her on every trip, and nothing has ever happened in the past, so Chen Xiaoxiao and the others just treated this trip's protection task as an ordinary one. After all, although the Beacon State is not very safe, Tang Bingyan is not involved in the forces here, so no one will attack her. Of course, according to Tang Bingyan's current identity and status, no one in China would dare to go against her easily. Along the way, Chen Xiaoxiao and the others looked relaxed, and they could even chat about interesting stories along the way. However, Su Tian, who was sitting in the same car as Tang Bingyan, was always on edge. Normally, these bodyguards brought by Tang Bingyan are enough to deal with sudden crises, but this time, those who want to do them harm are not ordinary robbers. In the evening, the group arrived at the small town where they were originally scheduled to stay. Because this small town has hot springs, it focuses on tourism in the winter, and many tourists come to soak in the hot springs, so the hotel conditions here are a bit more luxurious than the one they stayed in yesterday. Of course, it is only compared to the town yesterday, and it is still not comparable to the 5-star hotels in big cities. Tang Bingyan's recent workaholic attributes have been fully activated. While in the car, she read documents, and after getting off the car, she either met with the accompanying executives to discuss plans or had video conferences with domestic employees in her room. As the only person with free time on the trip, Su Tian's job was actually not easy. He first carefully checked the room he and Tang Bingyan were staying in, and after making sure there were no hidden dangers, he went to the hallway. Mr. Su, what are you doing? Wei, who had gone back to Tang Bingyan's room to get some documents, saw Su Tian tiptoeing down the hallway and looked at him with surprise in his eyes.
Checking to see if there were any suspicious people in the hallway. Su Tian was startled by Wei.
He had been so focused that he hadn't heard the other person's footsteps.
Wei was speechless. Mr. Su, you are the most suspicious person in the hallway right now. I don't think this hotel is safe.
For some reason, Su Tian had a bad feeling since arriving at this hotel. Normally, this hotel is better than the previous one in terms of facilities and security, but he developed this feeling after checking in.
Mr. Su, you must be too nervous. Wei suggested, shall I call the restaurant and ask them to prepare a cup of hot milk for you? Su Tian, no.
His troubles could not be solved by a cup of hot milk.
I'll go first then.
Wei swiped his card to enter the room, took the documents out, and found Su Tian still standing in the corridor, staring at the chandelier on the ceiling in a daze. He couldn't help but say, my lady is still waiting for me.
Wait, Su Tian. Su Tian chased after him, hooked his arm around Wei's shoulder, and dragged him into the room before the door could close. What do you want, Mr. Su? Wei asked warily. Now he had a bad feeling too.
Tang Bingyan was still angry about the mistakes in the project plan, and he really hoped that Su Tian wouldn't cause any more trouble at this time.
Wei, you should know all about Bingyan's itinerary for her trip to Lighthouse Country, right? Su Tian sighed and looked at Wei with a pensive expression. You are the person she trusts most, can you persuade her to change the plan? Change the plan? Wei felt a little uncomfortable under Su Tian's gaze. How? For example, originally we were going to negotiate with the people from AM the day after tomorrow, can we change the time to next week?
Then we will set off at dawn tomorrow and go in the opposite direction to H City for a few days.
I'm afraid that won't work.
Wei rubbed his forehead with a headache.
H City is the second largest city in Bingyan country. Could it be that Su Tian is bored with the journey and wants to go there for fun?
You also know the temper of the young lady, no one can change the decision she has made. If it were about something in life, she would still listen to your opinion, but when it comes to company matters, even you can't do anything about it, so how can I convince her? Wei added hastily, as if worried that Su Tian would keep pestering him. Mr. Su, you are still affected by that nightmare, that's why you are so nervous.
Don't the elderly always say that dreams are the opposite of reality?
So if you dream that something bad will happen to us, then in reality, nothing will happen.
It's not just a nightmare issue.
Su Tian saw that Wei hadn't taken his words to heart at all, and he hurriedly explained to him, ever since we checked into this hotel, I've had a nagging feeling.
An ominous feeling? You really think you're a psychic? Su Tian's words had not even finished when a mean voice came from behind him.
Chen Xiaoxiao, dressed in a tight-fitting black uniform, walked over with a cold expression.
Stop your superstitious tricks. Wei is busy and has no time to chat with you.
Su Tian had no intention of arguing with Chen Xiaoxiao, and his tone grew a little harsher.
This concerns Bingyan's safety, and you call it idle chatter? Do you even remember your duty as Bingyan's personal bodyguard? Who are you to lecture me?
Chen Xiaoxiao's face fell as she heard this. Su Tian, don't think that just because the young lady dotes on you, you can act lawlessly. It's true that I can't do anything to you right now, but now you're going around all day spreading heresy in front of my bodyguards, which will create a very negative impression on them. What palmistry, noble people, nightmares, all nonsense. I hope you don't provoke them again during the rest of the trip, otherwise if something really does happen, you'll be the culprit. After Chen Xiaoxiao finished speaking, she didn't give Su Tian time to react and turned around and left. Mr. Su, Xiaoxiao doesn't speak nicely, so please don't mind, and I'll go first too. After saying a few perfunctory words, Wei also walked quickly towards the small conference room.
In the blink of an eye, Su Tian was left alone in the corridor.
He had long expected these people not to believe what he said, so he wasn't discouraged. However, the uneasy feeling in his heart grew stronger and stronger, making it difficult for him to sleep. It was the early hours of the morning, and it was time for the shift change. After finishing their patrols and handing over, the three teams of bodyguards went to the bar on the basement floor of the hotel together. The bar was open 24 hours a day and also served snacks such as fish and chips, which was perfect for the bodyguards who had just finished work to fill their stomachs. Xiaokan sat among the bodyguards, drinking beer and eating chips. Tang's kept boy is trying to persuade Tang to change his route and itinerary, but Tang is too busy with the meeting to pay any attention to him.
Change the itinerary? He really thinks we're on holiday.
It's true, our route this time is full of remote small towns, there's nothing interesting. I think Su Tian is just bored and wants to go out and play on his own, but he has to find a grandiose excuse, saying something about nightmares and ominous premonitions. Shao Kahn, who was still eating, listened to his companion's complaints and vaguely agreed. That kid even insisted that I would meet a benefactor. In this poor backwater, what kind of benefactor is there? Besides, I have been with President Tang for so long, and I am satisfied with my current job. Could I possibly jump ship? Brother Ken is right, I think this kid is just alarmist. Just as the bodyguards were complaining about Su Tian, they suddenly smelled a pungent smell of rose perfume. They saw an old woman dressed in a Chanel suit and a small white bowler hat walking slowly over. When she saw Shao Kahn, she stopped in her tracks, and a youthful expression suddenly appeared on her weathered face. Young man, are you Chinese? Yes. Seeing the old woman's friendly attitude and kind gaze, Shao Kahn thought of his own grandmother, and spoke softly to her in the local language. It's not safe for you to be alone in a bar this late at night. Do you need me to contact your family for you? Oh, what a kind young man. The old woman laughed exaggeratedly, and her gaze kept returning to Shao Kahn. I came to this small town to soak in the hot springs by myself, and booked a hotel next door. I originally wanted to go out for a late night snack, but as you can see, they only sell fried food here, which doesn't suit my appetite. I know there's an all-night Chinese restaurant nearby, where they'll have lighter food. Shao Kahn and his friends had already checked out the nearby restaurants and shops before they checked into the hotel. Really? Where is it? The old woman asked excitedly. You go out of this hotel, go to the end of the street on the right side of the entrance, turn left. Oh, young man, slow down, you're confusing me. The old woman looked at Shao Kahn with confusion and suggested, if you have time, can you take me there? Sure. Shao Kahn didn't think twice about it. No matter where he goes, he should engrave the Chinese virtues of respecting the elderly and loving the young into his bones. Chapter 155, Giving Medicine. The next day. Tang Bingyan still had a meeting that lasted all night. Su Tian sat next to her listening to boring project proposals in the first half of the night, and in the second half of the night, he inspected various exits in the hotel corridor, then returned to his room and lay on the bed in his clothes, staring at the ceiling until dawn. The thought that Tang Bingyan's trip to the Beacon country would be dangerous to life and limb made him lose all sleepiness. Just as he was rousing himself and preparing to pack Tang Bingyan's breakfast as he had done the previous day, he noticed something strange about the bodyguard sitting in the dining room today. Brother Ken, don't take it personally. The old woman didn't do anything to you, did she? After all, you are the Sanda champion of the three realms, how could you be forced by an old woman? This old woman is really strange. At her age, she still wants to marry a man decades younger than herself. Are foreigners really that open-minded? She even tricked Brother Ken, asking him to lead the way. What bad intentions? Shao Kahn sat listlessly at the table, his hands supporting his chin as he looked worried. Do you know what she called me? She called me honey. He shook off the goosebumps all over his body, trying to forget last night's experience at the same time. In fact, after he dropped the old woman off at the Huaxia restaurant in the next block yesterday, she asked Shao Kahn to accompany her back to the hotel, after she had picked up a box of congee and some side dishes. Shao Kahn knew that it was not safe for an old woman with all her jewelry on to go back to the hotel alone in the lighthouse country at night, so he agreed. In order to show the traditional Chinese virtues of respecting the elderly and loving the young, he deliberately held the old woman's arm when crossing the road and going up the steps. At that time, the old woman used her other hand to rest on the back of Shao Kahn's hand and rubbed it several times. Although Shao Kahn felt a little uncomfortable, he didn't think anything dirty. Until he took the old woman to her room, the other party actually called two tall and strong white bodyguards to lock the door and asked him to stay overnight. When the old woman trembled and removed her dress in front of him, Shao Kahn's entire body exploded. He kicked open the tightly closed door and ran out, vomiting by the street lamp for half the night before returning to the hotel next door in a daze. The three teams of bodyguards saw Shao Kahn go to show the old woman the way for half the night and return with unsteady footsteps and a pale face, and they came over one after another to inquire about the situation with concern. Shao Kahn was at first reluctant to tell, but under the barrage of questions from his teammates, who were bursting with curiosity, he told the others about the terrifying experience he had just had. The old woman even said that if I registered my marriage with her, she would help me apply for an immigrant visa and a green card. Shao Kahn couldn't help exploding. Damn it, do I really need that green card? Su Tian, who had just entered the restaurant, heard the bodyguard's discussion and knew that Shao Kahn must have met a rich woman who wanted to marry him last night. He then walked over to a table next to Shao Kahn and sat down. The bodyguards all saw Su Tian, but today was different from usual. They looked at Su Tian as if they had really seen a ghost. This was because they all thought of Su Tian's theory of the nobleman yesterday. Shao Kahn met a rich woman who wanted to support him and marry him that night. In a sense, he did meet a benefactor who would provide for him for the rest of his life, but he was also truly unlucky to be able to enjoy it. Hey, do you guys remember what Mr. Su told Brother Kahn yesterday? Two young bodyguards whispered to each other. Shit. I remember. This is too weird. Shu, keep your voice down, don't let Brother Kahn hear you, he's already in a bad mood. If Brother Chan had listened to Mr. Su and been more careful, do you think he would have fallen for the old woman's scam? Although Brother Chan's skills would have made it impossible for him to fall for the old woman's scam, it was still a bit embarrassing to see what he shouldn't have seen. Although the two bodyguards had deliberately lowered their voices, Xiao Chan, who had excellent hearing, still heard a few words. He gave Su Tian, who was sitting nearby eating his sandwich, a dark look and wondered. Could it be that this Su Tian really can read palms? But how is that possible? This is the modern world. Have you all finished eating? At that moment, Chen Xiaoxiao, who looked serious, walked into the restaurant. The gauze on her face had been removed, and only a faint mark remained on her skin. If you didn't stare at her face carefully, you wouldn't be able to tell anything was wrong. But girls love beauty, and having a scar on your face, no matter how insignificant, is always an issue. Therefore, in the past 2 days, Chen Xiaoxiao has been wearing a long face, exuding a cold aura. Chen Can's thrilling experience last night was also heard by Chen Xiaoxiao, but she felt that it was also a coincidence, just like Su Tian's prediction that she would have bad luck. As the saying goes, what's good doesn't work, what's bad does. Su Tian has been acting strange lately, so it's not surprising if he really gets 1 or 2 things right. Eat up. We're ready to go. Shao Kahn quickly finished the orange juice in front of him, wiped his lips heroically, and returned to his room with a few bodyguards under his command to pack. If there were no accidents on the road, they would arrive at their destination for this trip, Rakadina City, before dark today. After Chen Xiaoxiao and the others left, Su Tian also finished the sandwich in his hand and, as he had done the previous 2 days, packed a simple meal for Tang Bingyan. At the moment, apart from the unknown dangers, what worried him was Tang Bingyan's physical condition. Despite her attempts to hide it, Su Tian could see that since arriving in the lighthouse state, Tang Bingyan's complexion had grown increasingly worse. Her originally fair skin had now become almost transparent. It wasn't as delicate as white porcelain, but a sickly pale. When Su Tian returned to the top floor from the elevator in front of the restaurant and walked to the meeting room rented by Tang Bingyan and the others, he found it empty. What's going on? Clearly, before he went to the restaurant, Tang Bingyan was still in a meeting with several senior executives. Su Tian's heart surged with an uneasy feeling, and he hurriedly ran to his room. Soon, he saw a crowd gathered in front of the room, including Tang's senior executives and bodyguards. Where is Bingyan? Su Tian noticed that the faces of those people were very solemn, and his anxious heart sank even further. President Tang suddenly fainted during the meeting. Su Tian didn't bother to say anything to the other person, and after shoving the lunchbox in his hands, he rushed into the room. Inside the room, the doctor was examining Tang Bingyan. This doctor had followed Tang Bingyan from China and was the Tang family's family doctor. The young lady's condition is very dangerous. Overwork and the previous symptoms have caused her body to become overloaded. Then is there any way you can temporarily stabilize the young lady's condition before we take her to the capital hospital of Beacon Country? Wei anxiously thought of a solution. No. The doctor shook his head. The medical environment in Beacon Country is not as good as in China, and they don't understand the young lady's condition. It is best to send the young lady back to China as soon as possible. Then in her current condition, can she take a long-distance flight? Wei asked again. It is necessary to wait until her condition stabilizes. The doctor had already prepared medicine for Tang Bingyan, but since she was in a coma, the medicine could not be administered. I'll do it. Chen Xiaoxiao took the pills, broke them up, mixed them in with warm water, and then went to the bedside of Tang Bingyan, trying to spoon the warm water mixed with medicine into her mouth. However, Tang Bingyan, who was in a coma, was unable to open her mouth at all. Chen Xiaoxiao was afraid of hurting Tang Bingyan, so she tried carefully for a long time without success. Let me do it. At this time, Su Tian had already come through the crowd to the bedside of Tang Bingyan. Just as he was about to get the water cup, Chen Xiaoxiao suddenly forcefully slapped his hand away. Chapter 156, Su Tian is a scumbag? What are you doing here? Can't you see that my lady is in critical condition? Chen Xiaoxiao vented her anger on Su Tian and pushed him hard. With her strength, she could definitely push Su Tian aside. But this time, Su Tian did not budge an inch, but instead grabbed the spoon in her hand. You! Before Chen Xiaoxiao could react, Su Tian's fierce gaze fell on her. Shut up! Chen Xiaoxiao had never seen Su Tian look like this before, and she froze in place for a moment. Su Tian ignored her and picked up the spoon, going over to Tang Bingyan's bedside. It won't go in, I already tried. Chen Xiaoxiao's face was grim and terrifying. However, the next second, her eyes suddenly widened, and she shouted, Su Tian, what are you doing? Su Tian saw that he had unwrapped another intact pill and then put it in his own mouth, while drinking a large mouthful of warm water. He lowered his head slightly and lifted Tang Bingyan's chin. Then, in the stunned gaze of everyone, his lips kissed her pale lips. For a moment, there was dead silence all around. Su Tian ignored the stares of the people around him, used his tongue to pry open Tang Bingyan's tightly closed teeth, pushed the medicine in, and then worried that she would spit out the pill, so he successively fed her a few mouthfuls of water through mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. At this time, the people in the room had already come out of their shock. The doctor's reaction was the fastest. As long as the medicine was fed in, the young lady's condition would not worsen. Awei also let out a sigh of relief, bowed slightly, and bowed to Su Tian. Mr. Su, thank you. Chen Xiaoxiao opened her mouth in embarrassment, but in the end, she said nothing. Although she didn't want to admit it, this method of administering medicine was one that no one else but Su Tian would dare to try. Bingyan is my wife, and it is my responsibility to take care of her. Su Tian's expression was serious, but in Bingyan's current condition, maintaining the status quo is not an option. His words made the expressions of both the doctor and Awei grow grave once again. Mr. Su is right. The doctor wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. The most urgent task is to send Missy back to China for treatment as soon as her condition improves. But tomorrow is the day of the negotiations with AM. Chen Xiaoxiao said with gritted teeth. Of course she knew that Tang Bingyan's health was important at this time, but this project was also crucial for both Tang Bingyan and Tang's, and it was no exaggeration to say that it even concerned the future of the Tang family. From what she knew of Tang Bingyan, if she were conscious at this time, she would definitely not agree to return to China. Return immediately. Su Tian made a decisive decision, I will bear all the consequences in the future. However, just as Wei was about to contact a private jet, a bodyguard suddenly rushed in from outside. Sister Xiaoxiao, it's bad. Outside. Shut up. Chen Xiaoxiao impatiently interrupted him, let's talk outside. The bodyguard was out of breath, but before Chen Xiaoxiao kicked him out, he shouted what he wanted to say, we can't get out. What do you mean you can't get out? Chen Xiaoxiao impatiently pursued, just now, the three teams checked the situation outside the hotel on the shore, and everything was normal, so how can we not get out? It's not the hotel. The bodyguard was sweating all over and trembling with fear. Yes, a group of people of unknown origin have surrounded the entire town. They have heavy weapons and there is no way to break through. With such a big commotion, it is obvious that they are here to deal with us. Chen Xiaoxiao and Awei both changed their faces upon hearing this. What's going on? Have you found out who they are? How dare they block the way of the Tang family? We've sent someone to investigate. The bodyguard looked panicked. It could be the people from Tattoo. What? Chen Xiaoxiao, Awei, and the others' faces turned even uglier, and fear appeared in their eyes. Tattoo is an international assassin organization that has killed countless people in cruel ways. In recent years, for money and profit, Tattoo has repeatedly committed crimes around the world, and even Interpol has been unable to do anything about them. The Tang family has no grudges against Tattoo and has no connection with them. Why did they suddenly appear and surround the entire small town, targeting them directly? At the moment, Tang Bingyan is still unconscious, and no one is making decisions in the face of an unknown danger. Chen Xiaoxiao's bodyguards are already in a state of confusion in the face of the threat from Tattoo outside. Su Tian's face is cold, and his heart is cold. What was supposed to come has come. I didn't escape it in my previous life, so do I have to repeat the same mistake this time? In the end, Awei calmed down and looked at Chen Xiaoxiao and said, where is the first team? Tell them to escort Mr. Su away. Awei, have you gone crazy? Chen Xiaoxiao immediately shouted at Awei in a stern voice like a lit fuse. The first team is the strongest among all the bodyguards. If you send them out, what about Miss? And the tattooed side is prepared to come, with a large number of people, and all of us together may not be able to break out. Now we have to send some people to escort him away,
What do you want the young lady and the rest of us to do? Just wait to die in the hotel?
In the face of Chen Xiaoxiao's questioning, Ah Wei remained very calm.
Chen Xiaoxiao, as the leader of all the bodyguards, you naturally know that when facing a killer organization like Tattoo, even if everyone stays together to break out now, there is no chance of winning. Only the inner core of the Tang family knows about Mr. Su's identity. Even if he sneaks away, the people from Tattoo won't care because he has nothing to do with the Tang family and is insignificant. Now, while those people have not yet broken into the hotel, we should send Mr. Su out as soon as possible to ensure his safety to the greatest extent possible. But our young mistress is still unconscious in the hospital. Why should we give priority to ensuring his safety? Chen Xiaoxiao retorted unconvinced. What is he? Is he worthy of being protected by me and my men? You.
Wei tried to say something else, but was immediately interrupted by Chen Xiaoxiao. From the day I followed the young lady, I have had only one belief, and that is to protect the young lady at all costs. Even if my entire team of bodyguards and I were to perish, I would still return the young lady safely to China. Now you want me to send my elite team to help Su Tian escape?
I can't do it.
For the sake of an outsider, and a scumbag at that, you are putting the young lady in an even more dangerous situation.
Wei, whose side are you on?
Facing Chen Xiaoxiao's accusations and doubts, Ah Wei frowned and shouted sternly.
Chen Xiaoxiao.
Since you still know that you are the Big Mrs. Man, you should know that none of us can disobey the Big Mrs. orders.
Mr. Su's importance to the Big Miss is not clear to others, but isn't it clear to you? If something really happens to him, what will you tell the Big Miss when she wakes up? To put it bluntly, according to the Big Miss's current physical condition, if something happens to Mr. Su, do you think the Big Miss will survive?
This. Chen Xiaoxiao was silenced by Ah Wei's retort. Of course she knew about Tang Bingyan's attitude towards Su Tian, but she could not let Su Tian, such a scumbag, distract her elite bodyguards and put the people left behind in danger. Just as Wei and Chen Xiaoxiao refused to back down, Su Tian quietly crouched beside Tang Bingyan's bed. He carefully wiped away the cold sweat on Tang Bingyan's forehead with a handkerchief, then bowed his head and gave her lips, which had lost all their color, a gentle kiss. Mr. Su, I will send a team of bodyguards to escort you to safety.
You must leave immediately.
A flash of worry and anxiety crossed Wei's eyes. Time is pressing. If Su Tian refuses to evacuate, they will waste even more time. Chen Xiaoxiao is Tang Bingyan's secret guard and in charge of all the bodyguard teams, but Wei is after all Tang Bingyan's assistant.
In a critical moment, Wei's word carries far more weight than Chen Xiaoxiao's.
After Wei made the final decision and gave the order, the bodyguards in the room all looked at Su Tian. In a critical moment like this, as long as he is a man, he will not abandon his woman and escape alone. Not to mention that Tang Bingyan had been so good to Su Tian, and if Su Tian still had a conscience, he would never use a team of people to escape alone. Just as everyone was waiting for Su Tian's decision, they saw Su Tian stand up from the side of the bed. First, he gently tucked the corners of Tang Bingyan's quilt, and then he said to Wei, "When do we leave?" These words made Chen Xiaoxiao and the other bodyguards loathe Su Tian to the extreme. This scumbag Su Tian didn't even bother to make a false excuse, but shamelessly agreed. Their young mistress was seriously ill and in a coma, and the entire hotel was surrounded by the killer organization.
Su Tian, as the young mistress's legal husband, chose to let the young mistress's strongest elite bodyguard team escort him to escape.
Chen Xiaoxiao looked at Tang Bingyan lying on the bed in a daze and actually let out a low laugh. "My lady, open your eyes and take a look. This is the man you were willing to sacrifice yourself to protect." Even the bodyguards hired by the Tang family didn't want to back down, but Su Tian was only concerned about his own safety. Chen Xiaoxiao believed that even their dog would not be so ungrateful. Su Tian is such a scumbag, he's even worse than a dog. If Mr. Gu Beicheng were here, he would definitely stand together with the young lady, even if it meant sacrificing himself, to protect her. Why is it that someone as smart and clever as the young lady is like a blind person in love, unable to tell who the good man for her is? Wei was also a little disappointed after hearing Su Tian's choice. Originally, he had seen Su Tian's meticulous care of Tang Bingyan during this period of time, and felt that he at least had some feelings for Tang Bingyan, so he could not possibly agree to abandoning Tang Bingyan and evacuating on his own. After he had just made his decision, he was still torn about how to persuade Su Tian to evacuate first, but he never expected that Su Tian would not even hesitate for a moment before choosing to abandon Tang Bingyan and flee for his life. He didn't even bother to pretend to be deeply reluctant to part. It is often said that people are all made of flesh and blood. Tang Bingyan had been so good to Su Tian, and even if his heart was made of stone, it should have been warmed up one day. It seems that he was wrong. Su Tian's heart was not made of stone, he simply did not have a heart. Under the angry or contemptuous stares of the crowd, Su Tian walked out of the hotel room without saying a word, and did not forget to take his 28-inch suitcase with him when he left.
Mr. Su, the situation is very dangerous right now, you cannot take this suitcase.
A team leader of security guards wearing a mask and a cap stopped Su Tian. Years of training had taught him to hide his emotions, but seeing this cowardly man abandoning his luggage while fleeing for his life had reached the peak of his contempt. It seemed that there must be something precious that he wanted from Tang Bingyan in this suitcase. If it wasn't valuable, he wouldn't even bring it with him when fleeing for his life. No, the contents of this suitcase are very important to me.
I won't leave without it. Su Tian said resolutely, gripping the handle of the suitcase tightly.
The fist of the team leader, clenched tightly, made a crunching sound. In the end, he waved his hand at the two bodyguards behind him.
Take this suitcase down for Mr. Su. Chapter 157, All Beauties.
The two black-clad bodyguards reluctantly stepped forward, and one of them lifted the suitcase.
Be careful not to break it. Su Tian cautioned before following them downstairs.
There were quite a few cars parked in front of the hotel, and this was the time when hotel guests checked out and left. The car from Team 1 blended in with the other cars of the guests and left the hotel in a low-key manner. Not long after this car left, 3 more cars left the hotel. They were all members of a team, secretly protecting Su Tian and escorting him safely out of the city. Not long after Su Tian left, Chen Xiaoxiao and the others who had stayed at the hotel set about arranging their own evacuation. They had to get Tang Bingyan out of the hotel before the tattooed man stormed in. Soon, Tang Bingyan, who was unconscious, was carried out of the hotel room by Chen Xiaoxiao and put in the car, where she was looked after by Wei. Chen Xiaoxiao then sat in the front with a member of Team 3 who was driving. Wei, who was sitting in the back taking care of Tang Bingyan, looked out of the window at the passing scenery in silence, his eyes full of anxiety and worry.
Xiaoxiao, have you contacted the investigation bureau in Beacon Country?
Yes, but they are using the lack of police manpower as an excuse and are dragging their feet about sending any support. Chen Xiaoxiao slammed the armrest next to the car seat. I think they are just turning a blind eye because they are being paid by Tattoo.
We have no grudges against Tattoo, so who is behind the hitmen?
Chen Xiaoxiao sneered, those people are ruthless thugs who will do anything for money, including murder. Maybe the people who want our young mistress dead have hired them for a high price.
Many people are eyeing our young mistress's life.
Anyone who knows anything about the forces of darkness knows that since the appearance of the tattooed gang, they have never failed in their actions. At first, Wei and Chen Xiaoxiao thought that the other party was after the confidential patents in their hands, but after learning that it was the tattooed gang, they realized that the person behind the scenes wanted their lives. Wei sighed, looked back warily at the back of the vehicle, and then asked,
how is it going over there at Team 1? Have they sent Mr. Su away yet?
Chen Xiaoxiao heard Su Tian and a flash of contempt flickered in her eyes.
That scumbag should be on a boat right now, being escorted by Team 1. He only cares about himself, so why would he care about our lives?
Wei shook his head in disappointment. He was a little annoyed that he had looked up to Su Tian over this period of time. He prided himself on knowing people, but he never thought he would be wrong. As soon as Chen Xiaoxiao and the others left the hotel, they sped all the way northwest of the small town. There was a barren hill there that was easy to hide in, and if they could break through successfully, there might be a chance of survival. As they got closer and closer to the outskirts of the city, the people in the car all became more and more solemn. Danger was approaching, and everyone's faces were full of gloom. They didn't know if the tattooed killers were confident that they couldn't break through their strict guard and didn't send anyone to intercept them. They were like humans standing outside a giant jar, cheerfully watching the little white mice inside rampage. Damn it, if you've got the guts, come out and fight me fair and square. Chen Xiaoxiao was the least patient, opening the car window and shouting outside.
Are the notorious tattoos all cowards who only know how to sneak attacks?
As soon as she finished speaking, a strange laugh could be heard from the valley not far away. Not far ahead of them was the border between the small town and the jungle, connected by a suspension bridge that could only accommodate one car at a time. However, there was still no one in sight, and there was no sign of an ambush. Wei's face suddenly changed, and he hurriedly shouted at Chen Xiaoxiao.
Close the window. Stop the car.
The bodyguard driving the car subconsciously slammed on the brakes. Just as he was thrown forward due to the huge inertia and his forehead hit the windshield, he suddenly heard a deafening explosion in front of him. In an instant, there was a sky-high fire in front of Wei and the others, and the heat wave came at them. Even though it was blocked by the car's metal skin, their skin felt the scorching temperature. The only way out, the drawbridge, had been destroyed by the explosion. The next moment, a group of black-clad people came quietly and surrounded them. Wei turned around and saw that the escape route behind him had been blocked by a dozen armored jeeps. Directly in front of him, a group of people were walking against the firelight, like demons from hell, slowly approaching them. As those people got closer, Chen Xiaoxiao could see what they looked like, and despair filled her pretty face. The 5 people in charge were dressed in black, and each had a distinctive 6-pointed star tattooed on their right cheek, the symbol of the tattooed. At the head of the group was a tall, thin, and gloomy middle-aged man. He only had one right eye, and his left eye was covered by a black eye patch. His name was One-Eyed Jack, and he was the leader of the tattooed group. Jack was just an alias, no one knew his real name or background. He was currently the 10th most wanted criminal on Interpol's most wanted list. Next to him stood 2 men and 2 women. The man and woman closest to him were the highest-ranking subordinates by Jack's side. The pale-faced white man with deep facial features is George the Vampire, and the petite woman in a black lace dress with gloomy eyes is Medusa. If these 2 were to walk in a bustling metropolis, their outstanding appearances might make people mistake them for movie stars. But only those who have actually dealt with them would know that although these 2 have angelic faces, their hearts are more vicious than snakes and scorpions. Medusa in particular is jealous of all blonde white people and dark-haired oriental women who are more attractive than she is. Once she has made someone her target, she will disfigure their appearance and torment them until they die. What is even more creepy is that Medusa will also take photos of the victim's disfigured appearance as a memento before they die. She is a psychopath with a seriously twisted mind. Although almost no one who has seen the tattoos has survived, Wei is still able to identify them by their physical features. The other man and woman Wei has not seen in the files, but judging from the size of the 6-pointed star tattoos on their faces, he can also tell that they are definitely highly ranked assassins under One-Eyed Jack. After seeing the tattooed leader and his subordinates, the last glimmer of hope in Wei's heart completely vanished. It really is them. Chen Xiaoxiao cursed as she opened the car door and got out. These scum will stop at nothing for money. Medusa, whose heart was full of malicious intent, saw Chen Xiaoxiao and a flash of jealousy crossed her cold eyes. You must be Chen Xiaoxiao, right? I didn't expect that Tang Bingyan's bodyguards were all beautiful women. She held her chin high, and although she was clearly half a head shorter than Chen Xiaoxiao, she still maintained an overbearing air. But do you know that what I, Medusa, hate most is a beauty like you? Chapter 158, The Mysterious Organization Shadow. Cut the crap, do you dare to fight me? Chen Xiaoxiao flashed the butterfly knife in her hand, its sharp edge showing. Xiaoxiao, don't be impulsive. Wei held back the woman who wanted to fight directly, and dragged him behind him. Then, he stepped forward, looked directly at Medusa and said, Since you know who is sitting in our car, why do you still want to fight against us? It seems that our Tang family has never offended you. A flash of mockery flashed in Medusa's viper-like golden eyes as she looked up and down at Wei. After a moment, her lips parted slightly, and she said in an extremely carefree tone. You are right, you have never offended us, but do we need a reason to kill someone? We are here to kill Tang Bingyan today, what are you going to do about it? You want to die. Chen Xiaoxiao could hear the contempt in the other person's words for Tang Bingyan, and she wanted to go up to her and rip her mouth off. However, Wei once again grabbed Chen Xiaoxiao and spoke calmly. Of course you can kill as you please, but if something really does happen to our young mistress in the Beacon State, have you thought about the consequences? Our young lady is the person in power in the Tang family, and if you lay hands on her, you are going against the Tang family. Tattoo is just an assassin's group, and naturally it cannot compete with the Tang family, which has a century-old foundation. Even if they manage to kill Tang Bingyan today, they will face the Tang family's crazy retaliation afterwards. Even if the tattoo organization will stop at nothing for money, they are not going to do a losing business. Therefore, Wei could not figure out why Tattoo would surround them without regard for anything, and even try to kill them. Then, Wei continued, looking at the tattooed group. You tattooed people are no doubt accepting this commission because of the money. The benefits of this operation are obviously not proportional to the consequences of going against the Tang family. No matter what your objective is against our young lady, I think you should seriously consider whether it is really worth it. After hearing Wei's words, the 5 people led by One-Eyed Jack's faces all showed some subtle changes. Obviously, they also knew the power and status of the Tang family. Seeing this, Wei's heart kindled with a glimmer of hope. However, just as he was about to continue to persuade them to give up their mission while the iron was still hot, he saw Medusa suddenly smile sinisterly. You are indeed right, but who can blame it on Tang Bingyan for being a beauty? All women who are more beautiful than me deserve to die, and so does she, Tang Bingyan. And even if offending the Tang family has serious consequences, the rewards we get are beyond your imagination. Why wouldn't we accept such a challenging task? George, the vampire standing to the left of One-Eyed Jack, also spoke with a sneer. Don't try to reason with us. No survivors, no consequences, that's the tattoo way. While Chen Xiaoxiao and the others were facing off against the members of Tattoo, Su Tian had already been sent to the dock outside the small town by a group of people. Mr. Su, get on the boat. This boat will take you to the capital of the lighthouse state. The captain said coldly to Su Tian. I'm not going to the capital. Su Tian surveyed the bodyguards closest to him, as if frowning and thinking about something. Mr. Su, the situation is urgent. We risked our lives to get you out. Please recognize the situation and don't let down General Tang's efforts to protect you. The captain impatiently urged Su Tian, the elite among their bodyguards, who were originally supposed to guard General Tang's side, but were now assigned to escort a pretty boy out of the country. They were reluctant to do so in the first place, and wanted to complete their task as soon as possible and hurry back to join Chen Xiaoxiao and the others, but Su Tian was dawdling and refusing to board the ship. Even though they were mindful of Su Tian's status, their patience was now at its limit. Su Tian didn't care about the mockery in the captain's tone, but walked up to the bodyguard carrying his suitcase, and dragged the bulky 28-inch suitcase to an open space in front of everyone, and opened it in front of everyone. The next moment, everyone stared at the suitcase Su Tian had opened, and they were all stunned. They could only see that the 28-inch suitcase was full of colorful things that looked like performance costumes from the 1990s. What was this for? The team leader was confused. Are you kidding me? Is this the time to dress up in all this flashy garb? Instead of answering the question, Su Tian searched through the clothes and found the only thing that looked halfway decent, a black suit. It came with a huge cowboy hat, a black eye patch and a black cape that was big enough to be used as a bedsheet. Su Tian put the suit on in full view of everyone, and even hung something that looked like a fencing sword around his waist. Holy cow, is this cosplaying as Zorro? There's even an eye patch. Mr. Su, are you sick? What's the time? You're still in the mood to play dress up? The captain stared at Su Tian with a furrowed brow. If he weren't Tang Bingyan's man, he would have lost his patience long ago and simply thrown him into the sea to fend for himself. What are you doing? As if he hadn't noticed the angry stares of his bodyguards, Su Tian calmly ordered, find the sizes that I can wear and change into these clothes. The bodyguards. They glanced down at the suitcase, which was practically prepared for a big dance party. There was Captain America, Spider-Man, Batman, and even Elvis Presley's classic stage outfit. It was no time for nonsense, and they had no desire to mess around with Su Tian. Mr. Su. Captain, with great difficulty, suppressed the urge to go up and beat Su Tian up, took a deep breath, and said, can you not? Cut the crap. If you want to save Bingyan, then change into these clothes and come back with me right now. What did you say? Captain and the rest of the bodyguards almost spat blood in anger. They had risked their lives to get Su Tian out of the small town, and now this ungrateful man wanted to go back? Wasn't he intent on escaping with his valuables? But the so-called valuable luggage is just some rags, and he could have taken the boat to escape, but at the critical moment, he turned back. Su Tian saw that these bodyguards were unwilling to move, so he explained to them. Have you heard of Shadow? Hearing the name Shadow, the captain of the team's eyes flashed with surprise. Then he nodded and replied, isn't that a well-known international secret organization? If the tattooed men are just a group of ruthless killers who will stop at nothing for money, then the Shadows are a mysterious organization that operates without rules and is full of fear and mystery, comparable to a religious belief. Unlike the tattooed men, who are perennial baddies on Interpol's most wanted list, no member of the Shadows has ever been exposed to the outside world, not even an ordinary member of the organization. Because any prey they set their sights on has no chance of survival. Shadow is such a mysterious organization that even people who deal with dark forces may not necessarily know of its existence. The leader of Team 1 also happened to learn about this organization while on a mission, and knows nothing about the leader or the membership list. How did this ordinary guy Su Tian learn about the Shadow organization? And what is he trying to do by mentioning Shadow now? Chapter 159, You're Not Worthy. Under the puzzled gaze of the bodyguards, Su Tian put on a Western cowboy hat and a black eye patch, covering half of his face. From now on, we will represent the Shadows. The moment he put on the mask, his aura immediately changed, from a gentle and sunny young man to a mysterious and gloomy man with a hoarse voice. Su Tian calculated the time in advance. Occasionally, he would sit in on Morong Shui's classes, and he also learned a little bit of sound imitation techniques from the voice acting teacher. Although he was not yet at the level of a professional voice actor, with the help of clothing and props, and by deliberately lowering his voice, he really gave off the feeling of a middle-aged man with a lot of life experience. Unfortunately, I don't smoke, otherwise I could look even more like one. Su Tian seemed to be a little regretful as he shook his head, and when he looked up again, he saw that the bodyguards in front of him were still frozen in place, so his tone became even colder.
Hurry up and change, isn't the situation critical? What are you all doing just standing there? Waiting to die? You want us to pretend to be members of the shadows?
The captain's eyes widened in disbelief. As a highly lethal and mysterious organization, the shadows could indeed make the tattooed men fear them. But the tattooed men were not idiots, and even if they dressed up as the shadows, they were not real members of the shadows. This kind of easily debunked lie is not helpful at all in the current situation. Are you sure this is how the members of the shadow dress? The bodyguard next to the captain couldn't help but ask. And even if this is how they dress, how do you know that the people with tattoos will believe that we are them? Do you have any other ideas? Su Tian threw a Batman suit at the captain. Of course he wasn't gambling, but he had happened to hear some news about the shadow in his previous life. Including the leader of the shadows, the shadow lords, some unknown evil habits. For example, he likes to let his subordinates play the roles of classic movie characters. The captain and the other bodyguards shook their heads with grave expressions. Since there is no, from now on, you must all listen to my command. Su Tian's tone was very gentle, but his tone was unmistakably strong. Next to the drawbridge at the edge of the small town, Wei and Chen Xiaoxiao were facing off against One-Eyed Jack and his men. They didn't expect the other party to be so fearless, not even caring about the Tang family's influence. Originally, they wanted to use the Tang family's identity to buy as much time as possible, waiting for reinforcements to arrive. But the tattooed men wanted a quick settlement and didn't give them any breathing room. Hurry up and do it, I feel uncomfortable after being in this shitty place for too long. After One-Eyed Jack spoke, Chen Xiaoxiao and the others immediately clenched their weapons and prepared for a tough battle. Medusa spoke with some excitement, leave Tang Bingyan and the black-haired woman to me, and you can do whatever you want with the rest. One-Eyed Jack's expression changed, and he said impatiently, we don't have time to play games with you, just kill Tang Bingyan and evacuate. Obviously, he was well aware of the Tang family's influence in China. Even though they had now seized the advantage and surrounded Tang Bingyan and her subordinates, it would not be easy to kill them. Medusa, however, paid no heed to One-Eyed Jack's orders. Jack, this timidity is not like you. We have people all around here, and you're worried that they can fly away? I want to slash the dark-haired woman's face 50 times, no, 100 times. She has a seductive face. The gloomy-looking woman fixed her gaze on Chen Xiaoxiao, as if she were looking at a longtime enemy. Fine, you can take care of that woman and Tang Bingyan, but you have to hurry. No problem. Although Medusa had agreed, she didn't want the legendary queen of the Chinese business world and the dark-haired woman in front of her to die so painlessly. For Medusa, killing people did not bring her physical or mental pleasure. The only way to truly feel good was to torture women who were more beautiful than her in the most cruel way, to make those women suffer in fear and disgrace before being killed in slow motion, and to watch them stop breathing in pain. The devilish woman took a few steps forward and wagged her finger at Chen Xiaoxiao. You'll be the first. Don't you want to protect your master? If you can last 5 minutes under my hands, I will make an exception and let your master die more quickly. Medusa's provocation made Chen Xiaoxiao furious. Without thinking, she swung the butterfly knife in her hand and charged over. Xiaoxiao, be careful. Wei knew that he could not stop her, so he could only stand back and watch the situation unfold. He was closest to Tang Bingyan in the car, and if the other killers from the tattoo gang tried to sneak up, he could block the knives for Tang Bingyan as quickly as possible. In the blink of an eye, Chen Xiaoxiao had already exchanged 2 moves with Medusa. Medusa did have the capital to be proud and vicious. Her moves were not as straightforward as Western combat techniques, but instead incorporated some unpredictable and tricky moves that were difficult to break through. Chen Xiaoxiao had exchanged 3 moves with Medusa in the blink of an eye. Although the opponent's moves were strange, she was the most outstanding dark guard by Tang Bingyan's side. Even if she couldn't break through for the time being, she was not losing. Medusa originally thought that the dark-haired woman in front of her was just a vase, and like teasing a weak and pitiful pet, she did not use her full strength. But when she saw Chen Xiaoxiao dodging her attacks again and again, the slightness in her eyes finally disappeared. This dark-haired oriental woman is stronger than all the vases she has encountered before.
This is interesting. A cold and piercing smile curled the corners of Medusa's lips. Tang Bingyan's first dark guard is truly worthy of his reputation. I don't want you to die so easily. Interesting things should live a little longer, so that they don't bore me so much. Medusa changed her mind. She wanted to capture Chen Xiaoxiao alive, and then keep her in her basement, slowly torturing her, watching as the fighting spirit in her eyes faded away little by little, until she completely broke down. This process would definitely be very exciting. Haha, want to kill me? Chen Xiaoxiao's butterfly knife in her hand sent a cold wind through the air, heading straight for Medusa's throat. You're not worthy. Medusa sensed that she was a tough opponent and put away her carefree attitude. In the blink of an eye, the two black-clad women had been locked in a battle for more than 10 rounds, with neither able to gain the upper hand. But even though Chen Xiaoxiao was fighting with increasing vigor, Wei, who was watching from the sidelines, looked worried. Medusa's strength is a little higher than Chen Xiaoxiao's, and if she uses her full strength, Chen Xiaoxiao would have been seriously injured by now. But she deliberately chose not to do so, instead deliberately stalling for time, waiting until Chen Xiaoxiao's strength was depleted before taking her down in one fell swoop. It was like a cat that had caught a mouse, not in a hurry to bite it to death, but instead holding onto its tail, enjoying the sight of it struggling, waiting until the mouse had used up all its strength and could no longer struggle, before showing its own fangs. Wei could see the other person's intentions, and Chen Xiaoxiao, who was fighting against Medusa, naturally knew it as well. However, Medusa's strength was astonishing. She was now in a passive position and was unable to turn the tables. Just as Medusa was happily playing cat and mouse with Chen Xiaoxiao, the vampire George, who was standing on the other side of One-Eyed Jack, impatiently raised his 10 fingers with long fingernails. His nails were trimmed very sharp, and they were his weapons for killing people. Women are trouble. Hurry up and finish the target, I still have to attend the party at the bar on 7th Avenue in L City tonight. Shut up. Medusa turned around and used a flying kick to stop the eager George behind her. I will find her flaw soon. Chapter 160, In a time of crisis, Su Tian arrived. Medusa had the strength to directly seriously injure Chen Xiaoxiao, but Chen Xiaoxiao's moves were fast and fierce, so the risk was extremely high. In other words, although she could quickly resolve the situation, she could also get hurt if she wasn't careful. Medusa couldn't let this delicate oriental woman's butterfly knife scratch her delicate skin, so she kept trying to find a fatal flaw. In the blink of an eye, the two had been locked in combat for more than 100 rounds. Medusa was like a monster, not even breathing heavily. Facing such a formidable opponent, Chen Xiaoxiao gradually began to grow impatient, and if she wasn't careful, she would let her opponent find a weakness. Be careful. Wei watched as Medusa's long knife flew straight for Chen Xiaoxiao's chest, but he was unable to stop it. Chen Xiaoxiao also noticed the cold light coming straight at her, and she did her best to dodge, but she was still a step too late. Medusa's long knife did not pierce her chest, but plunged straight into her shoulder. The next second, Medusa quickly withdrew the long knife and kicked Chen Xiaoxiao away with her foot. Chen Xiaoxiao's body fell to the ground like a fallen leaf. Blood kept gushing out of her shoulder, and her face turned pale as paper due to excessive blood loss. Medusa, seeing Chen Xiaoxiao's painful expression, excitedly wiped the blood off the long knife, once again raised the blade in her hand, and stabbed her in the abdomen from a high position. At this critical moment, Wei rushed over and quickly grabbed Chen Xiaoxiao's body and pulled her back 7 or 8 steps, all the way to the side of the car. Sister Xiaoxiao. The other bodyguards also gathered around to check on Chen Xiaoxiao's injuries. Chen Xiaoxiao was their leader, and she was the most skilled among them. Even she could be injured so easily. If the assassins attacked together, there was no way they could survive. Xiao Can, who had been responsible for protecting Tang Bingyan's vehicle, saw that Chen Xiaoxiao had been injured by Medusa and drew his sword. Ugly woman, I won't let you hurt Sister Xiaoxiao. Xiao Can, stop. Chen Xiaoxiao yelled in pain. She knew very well that Xiao Can was no match for Medusa, and that going up there now was a death sentence. Xiao, we can't just sit here and wait to die. Xiao Can was determined to go forward, not willing to take a single step back. He glanced back at the brothers who had fought alongside him, and said resolutely, even if I can't beat them, at least I can buy some time. You. Chen Xiaoxiao's face twisted as she tried to stop Xiao Can, but saw that he had already swung his long sword and come to Medusa's side. Don't worry too much. Although Xiao Chan's strength is not as good as yours, he is also the best among the Tang family's bodyguards. Wei covered Chen Xiaoxiao's wound and whispered comfortingly. Right now, all we can do is delay and wait for reinforcements. The police from the Beacon country couldn't be contacted, so Wei could only contact the Tang family's forces nearby,
but it would take those people at least 4 or 5 hours to arrive. Based on the current situation, even if they fought one by one, they would not be able to delay until the reinforcements arrived. Not to mention, he didn't think the tattooed men would be so patient. Perhaps after fighting Qin Xiaoxiao and Shao Kan, they had figured out their bottom line and would simply and cleanly take action to resolve the situation. If that really happened, what would his eldest daughter do? Just as Wei was filled with worry, Shao Kan had already arrived in front of Medusa.
I don't hit women, but you are an exception.
He moved his wrists, and the long sword in his hand deftly produced bursts of swordplay.
Anyone who hurts Xiao Xiao is a dead man.
Shao Kan knew he was no match for the woman in front of him, but he was trying to buy as much time as he could. If he could just buy a little more time, then General Tang and the others would have a better chance of waiting for reinforcements.
Ha, you and that dark-haired woman aren't a couple, are you?
Medusa's snake-like eyes scanned Shao Kan. Perfect, then I can send you both to hell together.
Cut the crap.
Shao Chan had never dared let Qin Xiaoxiao know his feelings, but now Medusa had easily read his mind.
Die.
He growled angrily, swinging his sword forward. Wei and Qin Xiaoxiao and the others stared intently at every move Shao Chan made, their faces solemn. In contrast, Medusa faced the fight without panic. This time, there was no teasing look on her face as she faced Qin Xiaoxiao, and her moves were much more serious than before. After a few dozen moves, Shao Kan gradually fell behind.
He also had many more wounds that were not fatal. After another 10 rounds, Shao Kan's forearm holding the sword was actually pierced directly by Medusa.
Shao Kan painfully covered the injury, readjusted his posture, and wanted to fight again, when he heard Qin Xiaoxiao yell angrily.
Shao Kan, come back here. But Shao Kan was unwilling.
You are no match for him, come back here. Qin Xiaoxiao's voice was hoarse with exertion, and Shao Kan took a few steps back and withdrew from the battle. His arm was still bleeding, and if he didn't receive treatment in time, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to hold a sword in the future. He had originally thought that Tang Bingyan's subordinates were gathered with a multitude of experts, but now it seemed that they were nothing more than that. Medusa looked at the seriously injured Shao Kan and the unwilling-looking Qin Xiaoxiao with amusement, and a devilish smile curled the corners of her lips. Then she turned her head to George and the other members of the tattooed gang, her lips curling into a devilish smile.
You can all come at me together, I've had enough fun.
Remember to save those 2 women for me, along with Tang Bingyan, they're all mine. Qin Xiaoxiao and the others' faces paled at this, and the bodyguards all drew their weapons and prepared to fight to the death.
How ridiculous.
Vampire George waved his sharp fingernails and grinned as he charged at the bodyguards, his eyes on the throat of the young bodyguard closest to him.
In a critical moment, Shao Kan gritted his teeth and ignored the pain in his arm.
He swung his sword to block George's attack for the young bodyguard, but he was kicked in the vital spot, tumbling in midair and slamming into the concrete pavement on one knee.
Since you want to die, I'll grant your wish.
George seemed to be enraged by Shao Kan, and gave up on the little bodyguard who had almost been killed by his finger, and walked over to Shao Kan instead. Shao Kan had just landed, and the sharp pain in his knee had not eased yet, but he had to dodge George's continuous fierce attacks. He had long been physically exhausted, and was now at his wits' end. Shao Kan felt that he was surrounded by a dark aura, and in a trance, he seemed to smell the smell of death. Just as he swung his sword at George with a deathly determination, a low voice as clear as the moon suddenly came from behind him. Press the sword 3 inches downward and attack the lower body. Shao Kan was not sure where the voice was coming from, but his instinct for survival made him do as the voice said, pressing down the sword and turning to attack George's lower body. Cloud chasing the moon, geese flying in a flat sandstorm, immortals pointing the way. Next, Shao Kan, with all his strength, attacked George in an orderly manner according to the moves described by the voice. Well, all that could be heard was an extremely painful muffled grunt. It wasn't Shao Kan, who was seriously injured, but George, who had just been so aggressive.